first trip you purchase, there will be an additional £1 charitable donation.
This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Oh my! Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Third day of the County Championship match between the two leading sides in this year's County Championship, and frankly for the last 7 years. It is a pivotal day. Surrey find themselves with a slender lead of 126, 3 wickets down after a strange truncated day yesterday. It looks like a very similar one today. A great blanket of prison grey cloud looms above us. Today, though, could be a pivotal day in the destination of the County Championship. Before we get on to the start of the day's play, though, why don't we take a look back at all the action from yesterday.
Edged through 4. Through about 5th slip, so no realistic chance, and concussion protocols. Oh, look at that. An absolute beauty with the second new ball. First blood on morning 2 to Essex. And that's that.
It's multitask, you can multi-screen. Essex underway, that's a nice shot, but it was there for it really. Swinging into the pads of Brown. A bit wider this time, that's nicely put away as well. That's going for 4.
Slightly concerned that the children have...
Well, that's gone away for 4. There is a leg slip in, it went between the keeper and the leg slip perfectly as far as Brown's concerned.
And yeah, that's exactly.
Oh, edged and taken. That's the first one. Brown's gone, and Worrell, who has been so consistent for Surrey this season, makes the breakthrough. There we go. Wesley is away, out to the short side. He's strong through the leg side. Tom Wesley.
I think we have.
Oh, that's edged, and that's really well caught. That's another one. Jordan Clark, who's been right on it. Found the outside edge of Dean Elgar's bat.
This time of year. Helped away, short rope, 4 runs. Well played by Matt Critchley. That's his first boundary. He's in terrific nick this season.
Maya Lewis was our coach.
Shot. Square drive from Critchley. 3 mid-wicket to start the over, and a crunching drive to the long rope here. Advances to 10.
It'll only build. Pulled away.
Yeah, good again from Critchley. Economy of movement. Second time he's taken it out to the long side of the ground. A terrific stop. No, not quite. Signalled for.
With women's sport, that
Upish. It'll clear backward point. Wesley not in control of the shot. Might get 4 for it. Work to do. Not quite dragged in this time by Sudharsan. Yeah, to train at Lords. Yeah, shot again. Critchley looking to counter-attack. He's nearly going on a run a ball already.
Oh! Well, that's another one. And Surrey have made good use of this new ball. Nudged away. And that's probably going to go for 4, it will. Short, helped away. And that might have gone all the way as well. It has. Down towards the groundsman's hut. Well, there's another short ball. Helped on its way, that's 4. They put 2 men back. Nicely played. Beautifully struck. Well, you can have as many fielders out there, but when it's struck as cleanly as that. Now Walter goes again. It's gone for 4 or 6. Really beautifully struck there by Walter. He's crunched that. It goes so quickly off his bat. I mean, he's got those long levers to play with.
Caught up with it. That's 4 runs. I mean, not without risk entirely when you consider he's got one hand off the bat. You can imagine a world where that. Well, thick edge goes over the cordon for more. Very similar to the ball before it in that he was trying to cut a delivery without a lot of footwork. Edged, and it's taken at second slip by Sibley. It felt like that was coming. Shot of the session so far. There to be hit, but just putting a little bit of pressure back on.
Walter, thick edge, that's going to be 4 through 4 slip. Well, he's given Surrey a chance, Walter, the way he's played, but he's also ticking the board over for Essex as well. That's 4 more. No one at home at deep third. Nice back cut from Walter for 82. Oh, he's gone. He went for the big drive and he could not control it. And there we go. From his 18th ball, Harmer is off the mark. Just following it, not looking to hit it too hard, allowing it to come to him, opening the face.
Short, pulled, clears mid-wicket, albeit not by much, and races away for 4. Harmer. Last talked about it. You give me yours, I'll give you mine. Here we go, 4 runs. Well, that was an unexpected misfield from Worrell. I thought he had it covered, but Warney, isn't it? From that's the chance they've been waiting for. It has not been taken. First slip Lawrence went to his left. It was going quickly. Instead, it'll be a half century for Paul Walter. Oh, it's close. And it's given. Hit on the knee roll. That was a close run thing, but the decision goes the way of Taylor and Surrey. Harmer given out leg before for 16. I think anyone knew where that was going.
No, least of all me.
I'm not going to pretend I did either. Over backward point for 4. Help down to deep, fine leg and taken. Right under the eyes, a big beaming smile, James Taylor. He's picked up a wicket, now he's contributed to one. Driving to the short boundary and doing it nicely, Bosch. Right at the middle of the blade. First boundaries for his new club. 162 for 7. He's now. It's Walter batting with some authority into the 60s with a boundary, knowing that he's batting with the lower order. If they're to get close to parity, in all probability it's going to have to be in something of a hurry.
Walter goes after that. Where's it going? It's going to deep square leg. Essex are 8 down. Is this out? It is. Tom Laws takes the catch, and Essex have been dismissed. On the pads there, Sibley, and dispatched. Well, you've got to put them away, but you're very happy to see an opening bowler. Nicely angled away by Sibley. It's a beautiful shot. 4 more. Oh, he's got him. There's the first one. It's a lovely piece of bowling. And Jamie Porter is closing in on that 500th first class wicket. Nicely flicked away by Burns. That'll be 4. That's beautifully struck by Lawrence. Economy of movement, easing it down the ground. Edged and taken. Second wicket. This time one for Snater, his 3rd of the day. That's 4. Snater trying to get round.
Oh, now then. Oh, no shot and given out. Well, that ball has that swung back enough. Dan Lawrence looks disconsolate. He played no shot at it. Oh my goodness, how has that missed the stumps? I cannot believe it. What a leave that was. It's jagged back. Missed the off stump by a whisker. Jamie Porter. Off. But we shall see. These are lovely bowling conditions for Essex, who have bowled superbly in this match throughout, beaten the bat on numerous occasions, yet they find themselves up against it. Surrey, that lead of 126, 7 wickets in hand, and at the crease, England's last wicket-keeper and England's next wicket-keeper, Jamie Smith and Ben Folkes, and alongside me, Yas Rana has said rather dolorously, rather poignantly, that this might be the last we see of Jamie Smith in a Surrey shirt this summer. And who knows, if you've got an IPL contract, who knows when next he might be seen. These are sad thoughts for us, but probably splendid thoughts for Jamie, because it suggests you think he's going to be in England's Test matches and ODI squads this summer.
Yeah, it's a weird one for Surrey fans, because as much as they want Jamie Smith to do well for England, they also want to see him play for Surrey. And we were looking at the schedule for the rest of the summer, and if he's in both England squads.
First ball of the day from Porter. Does it? Well, will yield a run, actually. It was a good diving stop by Nick Brown at mid-wicket, but just only managed to parry it away. So the first run of the day.
So it's confirmed that Smith will take the gloves for the start of the West Indies series, and if he performs well and stays in the Test side, that will mean that he misses the next 3 county championship rounds for Surrey.
They start in late August, yeah, with Lancashire.
Yeah.
Back here.
Yeah, so if you play all 6 Test matches, you will miss the next 3 rounds. But then you have an ODI series against Australia that immediately follows that Sri Lanka Test series.
Snater in again. Now there are 2 County Championship matches that would take over. That's the Durham game at home and Essex away.
Final game of the season, yeah. And Smith was involved in the ODI squad at the same time last summer for that Island series, and he's come on leaps and bounds in white ball cricket in the months since then. So you think that if things go well for him against the red ball, against West Indies and Sri Lanka, he will be involved in that group as well. So it's totally conceivable that this is his last red ball innings for Surrey this year.
Folks underway, his first run of the day, guiding the ball down through backward point.
And even in white ball cricket, we don't know his availability but between now and that first Test match of the summer that starts next Wednesday. Surrey have 2 home fixtures between now and then, against Middlesex here and against Kent here on Friday and Sunday respectively.
Do you think he might squeeze the Friday in?
I think Friday I'd say is likely. Sunday probably unlikely.
Feels that way, doesn't it? Oh, it's a tight leave, but a good one.
Yeah, probably left on line this time, but we've seen a couple of occasions recently that you want to be very careful about leaving balls on length. There's another one that died through to pepper behind the stumps.
Well, was it Snater who snaffled Dan Lawrence with a LBW decision, leaving the ball? Looked pretty tight to me on leg stump, but yeah, you'll be careful leaving. Now Andrew Samson is with us, and yesterday he started some hairs running about bowlers with 500 first-class wickets in the 21st century. English, so we're not allowed Tim Murtagh.
Well, I
included Murtagh. We're not allowed Simon Harmer, even though he briefly was probably qualified to play for England.
Yeah, he never did that.
All right.
He's South African again, isn't he?
He is South African again, yes, he's South African again. How many are there?
31.
Anderson and Broad, obviously.
Yeah.
Has Jack Leach made it to 500 yet? No. End of the over, a couple of runs from it, 46 for 3, Surrey, that lead 128. They'll be looking to get it up, obviously beyond 200, but at what point, Yas, do you think they'll feel really comfortable?
I don't think you ever feel comfortable until the lead starts with a number 3.
I tend to agree.
And even though, given what we've seen in this game, I think chasing anything above 200 is going to be tricky. And Surrey, despite losing those 3 early wickets last night, are well placed to get at least a 200 lead here.
But we do know how doughty Essex's batting lineup is. They're averaging 40 before this game per wicket.
And probably their greatest quality as a team, not just this season but going back over the last 4 or 5 years, is they never know when they're done.
No.
They're so good at coming from behind in games. There's obviously that ridiculous fixture against Warwickshire earlier in the year when they were so far behind in the game.
No great surprise that it's Porter who's going to start from the pavilion end. We've seen some quite steepling bounce from that end in this match. A lot of people have been hitting the gloves, the elbows.
And even last week against Durham, they didn't win it, but at the start of day 4, the end of day 3, it looked like Durham were all but certain to pick up the win there, and that was a very important result, not only in Essex getting points, but depriving Durham of the win, because Durham have built steadily into the season, have really grown into the season. And are currently, I think, 4th in the table. They'd have been right on Somerset's heels and Essex's heels as well, actually, if they got over the line in that game. So
they've got a very good chance of their latest game. We're going to have a quick look, actually, and see if we've got some cricket around the country, because a lot of games have been bedevilled by the rain. Yeah, so they're playing at Derby, where yesterday was mostly wiped out. They're playing at Durham. The lead now 228 with 1 wicket in hand for Durham. They're playing Worcestershire there. Hampshire and Kent, I think they have resumed. Kent really up against it. And Lancashire. They've been able to get out there. And I think it says here there's an innings break. So they've Lancashire have declared on 353 for 9. Jimmy Anderson made an unbeaten 0 off 2. He has had a few of those. Who knows? There aren't going to be perhaps that many more innings left in Jimmy Anderson's career. Andrew Samson posits he might not make another run. That's not inconceivable. He might only have one more innings against the West Indies.
If that, to be honest. If that.
If that, you think?
If that.
What, you see an England declaration, do you?
You never know.
No, you don't. Stokes, yeah.
Stokes does like a declaration, especially in the first test match of a series.
Oh, he does. Yes. But that would deprive us. I mean, you'd have to put Anderson up to number 9 or something, surely. Oh, that's just past a diving third slip. Brings up Surrey's 50. It's one and the same in my mind. But, goodness me. It was just wide of third slip. I don't think it was catchable there, but it would have been catchable at fourth slip. It went to catchable height. We'll take a look at it again. Oh, it's tantalisingly close.
Just escapes the grasp of Paul Walter, who's a very, very tall man.
He's basically third and fourth slip in one, isn't he?
Yes. That's a genuine false shot from Folkes.
Still a bit of movement, isn't there, away from the bat?
Not quite getting his angles right with his drive.
Oh, that's going to land just in front of first slip. Porter's getting the ball to talk here. 50 for 3, 20 overs gone. Surrey's lead 132. Now that I bring you news of Surrey Academy player Alex French. He's been named in England's under-19 test squad. I'll break off a moment to see how close that was to first slip. It was about 2 feet. Now, he's been named in England's under-19 test squad for the upcoming 2 test series against Sri Lanka. Fast bowler French joined the Surrey pathway at under-14 level, was named in the Surrey Academy this year, and the 16-year-old was part of the Surrey under-18 side that won the Vitality under-18 County T20 Boys competition, taking 2 for 9 in the final. He's represented the Surrey second 11 on 5 occasions, and he's got the wicket of Mark Stoneman, of course, used to play for Surrey and England. That's a good scalp to snaffle early on in your career. He's 6'5", plays his club cricket for Esher, joined Cranley School this year. His younger brother is also on the talent pathway in the under-14 age group. And Chris Taylor, who's head of the Surrey talent pathway here, said Alex is a terrific prospect, hits the deck hard, has got a great attitude, and is always looking to work and improve his game as much as he can. Which you would hope at that age. Well, at every age. 6'5" at 16, yes. There may be a couple more inches to go yet, yeah. Nice use of the feet, finds the gap. That's going to run away to the boundary. Smith has been the standout batter for Surrey in this match. Only Paul Walter really has come close to matching his ease at the crease.
I think Matt Critchley also looked pretty good yesterday.
Yeah.
But that's trademark Jamie Smith, really. He's rarely content at letting a bowler settle in to a rhythm. He's always very proactive with his foot movement. He doesn't want bowlers to try to bowl their best ball for too long. He's a disruptor.
And that best ball from Snater has tended to be the one that swings away, so advancing down the pitch, looking to negate that swing. You have your heart in your mouth a little bit, because Surrey are 55 for 3.
But I think his philosophy is that it's dangerous, it's risky to keep letting the opposition bowlers bowl their best balls. So you've got to do what you can to put them off that, make them veer off plan A as early as possible.
That's another lovely ball from Snater this time. Folkes poking at a ball that swung away. Now, I'm always looking to run a hare early on in the day, and I think you've done it for me. You've talked about his philosophy. I hear this quite a lot about a player's philosophy. So I think today might be the day when we actually attribute philosophical attributes to famous players. I mean, for example, Jamie Smith is not a stoic, let us say. Geoffrey Boycott, John Edrich, probably definitely stoics. What's Ben Stokes? Utilitarian? Someone like KP, you see, would be a deontological imperativist. He plays his own way. It's just the way I play. Sort of Kantian, I would suggest.
Well, there's elements of that in Stokes.
There are, but he does also look to the consequences, sacrifices, aren't there? The ends justifying the means. It's got you thinking now, hasn't it? That's kept low, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So we're seeing a little bit of unevenness.
And if you compare that to the ball that hit folks high on the bat, I think those balls pitched in very similar areas of the pitches. You see folks prodding that area. Just a little bit of inconsistent bounce, and we saw it actually on day one.
We saw it a lot from the pavilion, and a lot of real rearing of the ball from this end, from the JM Finn stand end, Vauxhall end if you like. Not seen it climb quite so much, but that one definitely kept a bit low.
Just to pull conversation back into an area I feel slightly more qualified.
Not philosophy anymore.
Contribute.
Well, you did start it.
on Ben Folkes' philosophy, Ben Stokes' philosophy rather. I do think it's quite interesting how ruthless that squad selection was. You know, just quietly.
The absence of Ollie Robinsons, both of them, Johnny Bairstow.
I think Jack Leach, Jack Leach, who Ben Stokes has been very patient with, probably brought the best out of Leach in his Test career. Really trusted him, brought him on early pretty much every time he was available. Gave him long spells, bigged him up in the press, and they've liked what they've seen in Bashir. And Leach hasn't done a lot wrong.
Oh, again, just in front of slip. That's the bounce we're talking about. He's not, but now you've mentioned Leach, I've got two more for the 500 wicket club. Swan and Panesar? Yes, get a nod. Double nod. Well, it strikes me, does it not you, Yas, that there have been phases of this management. Again, just a little bit of pop, but played well by Smith, pushing it to the onside. To start with, we're going to pick a team to win every game because England's in the doldrums, had lost to West Indies, had lost in Australia. Bring back Broad and Anderson, get some confidence. Describe the way we play, so to speak, go hard. And then this seems to be the phase where they're allowing themselves to build for something, for a life beyond Anderson and Broad. That's a glorious shot from Smith. He's barely touched it, really. Full face of the bat. Wonderful weight transference, waits for the ball, just pushes it back past the bowler. When it first came off the bat, I thought that might just dribble up to mid-on. Instead, it's sped away for four.
I've been really impressed all game at Smith's timing in particular. It's not been the easiest pitch to play your shots on. And time again, he's been so good at just waiting and ensuring that his body weight is over the ball, ensuring that the ball is on the ground.
First player in this match to get to 20 in both innings. There'll be quite a few who won't.
Well, there are not that many players who've got to 20 full stop, because only 2 did in the Essex innings.
Critchley and Walter.
And if we expand that to getting to 30, Smith was the only Surrey player to get to 30 in the first innings. Critchley and Walter the only two Essex players to do that in the second innings, and the only man to get to 20.
Beats the bat.
So far in the Surrey second innings.
There's still plenty of shape there for Porter, but 4 off the over, 59 for 3. The lead 141 for Surrey. There's no need for urgency at all here. They have, in theory, plenty of time. Today, for them, will be about setting that target, but it will not be easy on both this surface and with these overheads. It is a gloomy day. Felt really, actually cold and miserable this morning.
Yeah, the forecast says it's supposed to get up to 20 degrees, but I'm not sure I believe it. It also said it was 20 degrees yesterday.
Didn't feel like that.
Didn't feel like it at all. And it's one of those very English days where you just actually can't see the sky.
Yeah. Yet it sort of makes you moderately demented, doesn't it? Although we say that, we should spare a thought for our friends in St Vincent and the Grenadines, and indeed our colleagues who are only now just emerging from their bunkers in Barbados, where Hurricane Beryl, they always give the hurricane these marvellously sort of cosy names, you know, Doris, Beryl, Hilda. They never, you know, Hurricane Mephistopheles, which is probably altogether more appropriate. A little poke at that. Smith didn't need to.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nothing shot from Smith. Perhaps looking to guide the ball towards deep third, but you've got a man at deep backward point, 3 slips in play. That's a risky shot, especially when we've seen both Porter and Snater get the ball to move away from the two Surrey right-handers early on day 3.
Rare example of him not really committing to the shot, isn't it? And what's been a real feature of his play all season is that whatever shot he plays, be it defensively or aggressively, full commitment. That is more like it.
I think it's actually my least favourite cricket shot.
The waft.
No, but it's a waft when you miss it. But when someone middles it and guides it to third man, it looks like you're in complete control, because when you middle it, it just sort of dribbles away on the ground.
It's a very Root Williamson shot, isn't it?
And it's a shot Ollie Pope plays a lot, actually, and it looks low risk, but actually I honestly think it's quite a high risk shot, because it doesn't take very much for it to go wrong.
Bit of extra bounce or a bit of low
bounce, exactly.
You can drag it back on, can't you?
It doesn't look as risky as a lofted on drive, but there is risk there.
As there was not there, and he gets the signal that he would otherwise have got, guiding it down to deep third by playing really late. There's a huge gap because there's a deep point in place and an extra cover. There's a big gap from slip round to that extra cover, so as long as you can defend it late and square, there's always a run. Something Essex might want to just keep a little eye on there. The deep point's out because they don't want to leak boundaries, but they also don't want to turn the strike over. It's the problem with cricket. You need more than 11, don't you? Because you want your 3 slips in place, but you also want a point-saving one. Where's it going to come from?
I would be tempted to bring in deep point, especially early on in the day. The ball's moving. Encourage Surrey to look to pierce the infield.
Now, Freddie has been in touch with a point that I was thinking about yesterday, but he has managed to articulate in red. Oh, that's another tight leave, folks. He's really toying with his off stump. End of the over, 61 for 3. The lead 143. And Freddie says after this replay, which is a rare example of Snater bringing the ball back into the right.
Really jags in off a length, and Folks actually does very well to get his gloves out of the way.
Yes, I like that leave. We had a little look at Ollie Pope's leaves earlier on in the season and compared them with Dom Sibley's, and Pope's leaves are a bit low. Sibley's and Folks there really high. But Freddie gets in touch and he says, "Thank you for the excellent coverage as always." No, thank you, Freddie. interesting, now moot point. If a team had not one but 2 players unavailable due to appendix surgery, I'll come back to it in a moment, would there only be 2 bowling points on offer rather than 3, as the innings would end after 8 wickets had fallen? Well, there would, Freddie. That is absolutely correct. There would only be 2 bowling points. It would seem, on the one hand, unfair on the bowling side, but then, on the other hand, they've only got to take 8 wickets, and it seemed rather unfair on the batting side that they're not allowed any substitute. We talked about this a fair bit yesterday. My settled opinion is that while understanding that we need to be careful about substitutes, what we're trying to be careful about is skullduggery. And there is a very easy way of determining whether or not somebody's player is in hospital with a scar after appendicitis, and that's getting a picture of it and maybe asking a doctor to sign a piece of paper that you could then photograph and WhatsApp to the umpires.
No, I completely understand why cricket is hesitant to allow substitutions of any kind, but I think in a case like Cox's, there should be room for substitutions when it's that clear cut. If the guy's literally going under the knife in hospital.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is that I don't think you should be allowed, once the game has commenced, to change the type of player. You know, Cox is never going to bowl. So I think whoever came in for Cox, you could say, as a compromise, cannot bowl.
Mm.
And that, I know, opens up a certain grey area, because Jordan Cox might have bowled, but he wasn't. You know, we all know he isn't going to bowl.
We mentioned Alex French getting a call up.
Yes, you've seen much of him.
I've seen a couple of highlights, and he is as tall as you said he is.
Well, I would hope so. This is an organ of record we have here. I'm not making it up.
But he's not the only Surrey player to get a call up this morning. So Sai Sudharsan has just been called up by India. Sudharsan has been brought into the India squad for the first half of their T20I series against Zimbabwe in Zimbabwe.
When does that start?
That starts on Saturday, and Sudharsan is in theory available for the game on Saturday. So given that this game will almost certainly be done on Wednesday, and Harare is not close to London.
Right.
Sudharsan's got a fair bit of travelling to do in the next few days.
Maiden over from Porter. Surrey just gradually building that lead up to 143 now.
So Sudharsan is one of 3 India players called into the squad for the first 2 games of that series, as basically 3 guys who are in the World Cup squad will join that India squad after the first 2 games.
Right.
So it's possible that Sudharsan flies to Zimbabwe for 2 games that he doesn't actually play, and then fly back home to India.
The lot of the cricketer, eh?
Yeah, it'd be fascinating to find out which cricketer has travelled the most over a calendar year.
Dwayne Bravo. Dwayne Bravo flew in for finals day, didn't he, at one point?
There was that England-Australia ODI series that started a couple of days after the T20 World Cup
final. Oh, that was
final
superb. Moeen Ali.
In 2022, and Moeen Ali was playing in the Abu Dhabi T10.
After complaining about too much cricket.
48 hours after the final.
No, like 24 hours.
Yeah.
It was extraordinary. He had to have got on a plane within about 3 hours of the final ending.
Yeah.
And then playing a T10.
Sorry, no, it wasn't the final. It was the ODI series afterwards. So they stayed for the ODI series. And
that's right. The ODI series.
James Vince was in similar. He was keeping wicket in the Abu Dhabi T10, something like 48 hours after the final ODI. And this was a series that everyone involved in that series was complaining about the series.
So were the commentators, I hasten to add. I managed to skip that. I avoided those games. But yes, Joss Butler was pretty vocal, wasn't he? Having won the World Cup, sort of wanted to revel in it, and then goes and plays 3 utterly pointless games, and he made it absolutely clear where his feet were.
It's interesting though, because I understand why someone like Butler views him as pointless, but someone like James Vince or Darren Milan, I'd pick Darren Milan because Darren Milan basically used all those, in inverted commas, pointless series over a year or so period to get into the ODI side.
And score quite a lot of runs,
yeah.
didn't he? Yeah.
I think he made a 130 odd in one of those games against a really, really good Australia attack. And it was performances like that. There was another series that everyone would have forgotten about against Bangladesh that was only just over a year ago. Yes. He scored an amazing 100 in one of those games, and it was performances like that that made sure that he displaced Jason Roy at the top of the England ODI order for that 2023 World Cup.
Squeeze that away for a single. Now I have an update. I was wrong about 8 wickets only being 2 bonus points. According to Debbie Beasley, the Surrey scorer, they would have counted as 3 bonus points as the team would effectively have been all out. You see, now isn't that curious? Because they couldn't extend the middle session yesterday by taking the 8th wicket with only 1 wicket remaining, because in theory, apparently, Jordan Cox could have batted even though we knew he couldn't. So that wouldn't have been 9 down. It was still 8 down. But when it comes to bonus points is about being all out. So if your opponent on the fall of the 8th wicket then declares, what happens then? If you've got your sort of Jordan Cox on a drip in the changing room, but no, we decided to declare.
Which, in this situation with Essex and Surrey fighting it out at the top of the table,
every point could be vital.
It would make sense. And I think justifiable from an Essex point of view as well, because they are deprived of a shot of getting another bonus point because Jordan Cox is not there, so why should Surrey get an extra bonus point for not taking a wicket?
There was an argument yesterday for them declaring 8 down, wasn't there, when Porter came out to bat? And I have seen things like that happen in the county championship occasionally. End of another over, just a 2 from it, 63 for 3. Surrey began the day on 44 for 3, so they've gone along reasonably well. 19 runs in the first 28 minutes, or 7 overs. Over 8, pretty decent. I remain fascinated by Jamie Porter's action. The amount of elbow that goes in. Honestly, it's like a defender in a facing a corner. Oh, now then, a genuine, authentic beat of the bat.
He's bowled really well this morning, Jamie Porter. Luckless
all match,
so far.
hasn't he?
Yeah. Just a hint of movement off the pitch just means that the ball beats Jamie Smith's outside edge.
It's getting deeply murky out there at the moment. Now he uses his feet to try and again negate that swing. Andrew Samson has put something on my document in red, so I know it's important. What's going on here? I think there may be some rain in the air, you know. I think the players are going off and the ground staff are running around. I thought it was getting murky. We had no forecast for rain, but rain there be. So the players are going to troop off. This is extremely frustrating. It's going to extend the day yet further, and also give an opportunity for Essex bowlers just to put their feet up after that wicketless burst. Half an hour we've had today. 7.2 overs, 19 runs have been scored. Apparently it's raining at the pavilion end, but it's not raining at the Vauxhall end. That is a particularly irksome rain shower. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you the news that Andrew Samson's just given me before we take a break. that Abdur Rahman, you remember him? Who could forget? Slightly prematurely aged from recollection. Pakistan left-arm spinner. He took a wicket in Abu Dhabi and a wicket in Taunton on the same day. An ODI in Abu Dhabi in August with a 6 p.m. start because of the heat in summer there. He took a wicket after midnight, flew to the UK and took a wicket for Somerset. Oh, that's marvellous.
Brilliant.
Good old Abdus. Right, there you have it. Rain is falling. Not a lot of rain. You can tell, actually. I don't know if we can get a look at the Essex players as they walk off. They're walking off with no urgency whatsoever. I see no umbrellas. I look around the crowd. There's no sort of mad dash for cover. But the sheets are coming out. And when the sheets come out, that means that we don't get play for quite a while. You can see there on that wide shot, you can see the Essex players still haven't made their way off the ground. So they're obviously not particularly perturbed by the rain.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect this to be a particularly lengthy delay. Looking at the forecast, there is some light rain forecast this morning and early afternoon, but not a lot. And you're right to say that, well, first of all, it's only raining on one half of the ground. The Essex players not walking off with a lot of urgency. They want to be out there.
They're actually almost milling about,
yeah,
as if they're wondering if they might come back out. But I tell you, once Lee Fortis gets that cover down, and if they put a peg down, we're out of here for at least 15 minutes, if not a little bit longer. Away to my left, it's a bit brighter, but I think the weather's coming, as it has done in this match, from the sort of the west-northwest. So not entirely west, a bit more north than west, but certainly not northwest. You get that? Sort of basically coming from
Wembley.
If you like. Wembley's a bit too northwest. I was going to go around Gloucester.
Okay.
If you get me. So we're going to take a break, because otherwise we're just going to bicker about where is east, west, northwest from the Oval. And no one wants to hear that. And frankly, I think we could all do with a cup of coffee. But we will be back as soon as the covers come off and the players come out, which we hope will not be too long, with Surrey having extended their lead this morning to 145 without the loss of any further wickets.
Right, welcome back to potentially live cricket at the Oval, coming up to 12:10. Play is about to resume after a break of 10 overs. We've lost 10 overs because of a rogue shower that came over the ground. It is raining in the distance behind the pavilions. You can probably see behind the players' dressing room. There is a dark cloud that's come over the ground. The lights are on. It's murky. In theory, good bowling conditions, and Essex will need them because they are 145 runs behind at the moment. Well, Surrey 145 ahead, and Smith and Folkes have negotiated what cricket there has been this morning. It's been tricky at times. The ball has gone past the outside edge of the bat on numerous occasions. Jamie Porter is still waiting for his 500th first-class wicket, and Surrey have not exactly a firm grip of this game, but they are in control of the match at the moment. Cameron Ponsonby alongside me. It's been a frustrating morning with the weather around. It's been a strange old game, actually. Lovely weather in London last week, not so much this week. We've had delays on each of the 3 days, and here we go again then with Smith on strike and Porter moving into bowl to him, and Surrey underway straight away after the resumption with a single. There is a man back there. There we go. Backward point. So that Surrey lead is building gradually. 146. We often ask the question in these circumstances, how many do they need? How many would you like? And players always say, 500.
Absolutely.
You've got to say that, haven't you? But I mean, realistically, what would make it difficult for Essex in their second innings? 310, something like that. Here's Porter now then. Oh. Well, it's deliveries like that make a potential target of 300 look very distant for a side batting fourth.
I think even, of course, Surrey would want more than 250, as we just see this replay from Porter. Ball's jagged back in off the seam, cutting Ben Folkes in half. I don't think Ben Folkes reached for his helmet there in disbelief, but it does look like it's slightly as he readjusts his helmet. But no, anything north of 250 I think will be very challenging for Essex to chase.
He nearly gets through onto that front pad, but Folkes gets the bat down in time, so picks up another single. Surrey inching forward. It has been a test for them today in the play that we have had. Play starting on time at 11 o'clock. It's been one of those games where the ball has beaten the bat a lot. Mainly on the outside, but sometimes on the inside, as we've seen in this over. This is an important partnership between these two. And Smith there advancing, he's looking for a single, he won't get it. Brown with the fielding. Interesting change of tactic there from Smith coming down the pitch. That dark cloud you can see over the players' dressing rooms, it really needs to stay away, otherwise we could be off of more rain just before lunch. I've had a look at the rain radar, and there's a bit of, we've had a bit of rain around London. There's not a huge amount of rain around London. It's sinking south and disappearing into the afternoon, middle of the afternoon, but there's a possibility of a bit more before the tap is turned off completely today. The forecast for tomorrow is a bit better than it was, but then I didn't see any rain on my weather app today, but it popped up.
No, I think the rain's taken quite a few people by surprise around London today.
Nathan Bosch. Oh, it's a shout for LBW. A rather half-hearted one from the bowler. More interest from those behind. Another good delivery. A leg by signal. It's one of those you might be signalling for the DRS.
Yeah, it was a very bizarre kind of spread of interest from Essex there. Bosch didn't seem too interested. The wicketkeeper and Slips did. I must admit, from our position here, I was quite interested to see.
Yeah, it looked quite a good shout.
I'm intrigued to see the replay and just how close that was for Folkes. Be interested to see if Smith advances down the track again, just as he did to Porter earlier.
Well, that's in his hitting zone. Beautifully put away, nevertheless. but it was there for the shot, a bit too full on the pads, and a player of the class of Jamie Smith is going to put those sort of deliveries away just where you like them as a batter.
Absolutely, and it's Bosch. That's always the kind of fear for Bosch, is that he gets that natural shape away from the batter, so has to set the ball angling into the pads, with the hope that the ball will curve away and take that outside edge. But when it doesn't, it slides onto the bat and down leg side, and you see a player like with the quality of Smith clipping the ball away.
It's time to get a single. Essex with that man back. Deep backward point. At lunch, which is at 10 past 1, I say it's at 10 past 1, fingers crossed. I mean, it depends on the weather. I mean, possibility of an early lunch, who knows if it rains again. But at the moment, scheduled for 10 past 1, an interview with Brian Lara, courtesy of the Wisden Cricket Podcast, with Phil Walker, Yas Rana and Joe Harmon. Any Lara memories? surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Well, my main memory of Brian Lara is batting for 2.5 days at Antigua to score 400 not out.
Were you covering that game at all? Or?
I was there, yeah.
Wonderful.
And I mean, I've told this story many times, but he was 70 not out. He's going to break the world record, which is ridiculous because he was about 300 away from it. But he was just so set, and you thought, yep, this is going to happen again. 130. He got to 130, whatever. He's going to do it, even though he needed another 240. It was just absurd. Well, I was working with Geraint Jones during the Men's T20 World Cup, and he was saying they were absolutely convinced they had him caught behind early on.
Yes, of course.
I think it is raining again, by the way.
Has Lara ever admitted to getting a further behind, or?
Well, I don't know. Did Phil Walker, Yas Rana and Joe Harmon ask him?
We'll find out. Well, if you tune in at lunchtime.
Yeah.
I know another colleague of ours, Taha Hashim, is interviewing him today and kind of is desperate to ask a number of questions about the 400 innings.
Well, the rain is falling. Bosch is bowling. Oh, I think it's an outside edge there. Squared him up then, folks. He's going to get a single, but I think that might be it. For now, anyway. Yeah, that cloud that's over the players' dressing room just advancing on the ground. And the players are going off again. That's been one of those mornings at the Oval. We didn't see it coming. It looked like a dry day ahead. It's not much rain on the radar. It's just a little finger, little splodges and a finger of rain that's just advancing from the north down towards the southeast and then will disappear. So the players moving off the field in no great haste because it's very light rain. It's so light that you feel it might have already stopped. It's hard to see through the window of the commentary box. It's that light. But frustrating, and some more work for the ground staff to do. So Surrey, yeah, well, they've inched forward, 154 ahead. It's 72 for 3. And what we will do is we'll let the ground staff put the covers on, and we'll be back with you when there is more play. And there will be more play today, just a question of getting rid of these annoying light rain showers away from London. So I'm fairly confident about that. We'll be back with you when play resumes.
7 more overs have been lost.
Well, as you can see, the good news is play is about to resume at the Kia Oval. We're going to have half an hour before lunch. Lunch is scheduled to be at 1:10. It has been a morning of interruptions. No fluency to the play today at all. Fingers crossed that might be it for the showers that are passing through London, and that will be uninterrupted for the rest of the day. I say uninterrupted the rest of the day. Light might be an issue later on. The floodlights are on at the moment, and it is forecasted to be cloudy all day. And we had that situation yesterday where the players came off a bad light, went back on, came off, then went back on right at the end of the day's play, around about 7 o'clock last night. It was one of those passages of play that might have been easy to miss for some people. People who were here yesterday, lots of people left the ground at around about 6 o'clock when the players seemed to go off for the last time. Right, here we go then. Here's Snater bowling. Oh, and a good one first up. And it's been that sort of game. You've done well to survive if you're a batter and score and thrive on this surface. Jamie Smith, 129 runs in the match.
Just had a note from our director that it is indeed raining again, so we've had one delivery, and a very fine delivery it was. But we may not be long for this session. Folks just walked away, he's not having it.
Well, off camera there, Snater was about to bowl, and he looked up to see that Graham Lloyd, the umpire, had moved away from the stumps to have a chat with Peter Hartley. I mean, we might be in a situation here where it would be better for the players to go off and them to take an early lunch.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going off. Well, I spoke too soon about that's it for the day in terms of the shower. Right, sensible thing surely at 20-1 is to call for an early lunch. Lunch is scheduled to be 1:10. This is the madness of cricket, really. The infuriating weather delays. How on earth was this game invented in this country without stadiums with roofs on them? So on come the covers again.
The slightly bizarre kind of contradiction we have at the moment is because the conditions are so kind of nasty for batting and it's kind of stop-start, as we saw there, Ben Foakes was so keen to get off and Snater wanted to sneak another delivery in. But given the match situation, Essex will be very pleased with the delays in the match. At this point, they're probably edging further and further behind. There is still the chance for them to kind of turn it around with a flurry of wickets. But at this point, if you were to offer the two teams a draw, Essex would be far happier with it. So at some point we might see Essex with their feet up in the changing room saying it's far too dark, Mr. Umpire, we'll stay here.
You feel that on this surface and in these conditions, given enough time, there will be a positive result one way or another in this game. But the chance of that just receding a bit with the weather around it. I mean, there is talk tomorrow that it's going to be dry now, but we thought it was going to be dry today, and some showers sneaked in, which is really restricted play in this first session. But we saw yesterday the game can move quite quickly. I think what did we have in the day's play yesterday? Was it 14 wickets in the day's play? Yeah, 14 wickets because Essex only lost 9, and then 5 Surrey wickets in all. Well, we haven't heard about an early lunch yet, but surely the sensible thing is to call for an early lunch, or lunch at 12:45 or something like that, which is what I think. Was that 12:45 lunch on the first day I think we had. Anyway, when there is some play, we will be back with you, and if the umpires do officially call for lunch, then we will bring you the Brian Lara feature, courtesy of the Wisden Podcast, in conversation with Phil Walker, Yas Rana and Joe Harmon. Okay, so as you can see on your screens there, lunch has been taken early. Play will resume at 1:25. The players actually came off at 20 to 1. Official lunch 12:45 to 25 minutes past 1 o'clock. There you can see. Sorry, 154 ahead. Truncated morning, lots of weather delays. But the game is sufficiently far advanced for there still to be a positive outcome, as long as the weather plays ball over the next 5 sessions of this match. So it is lunch. So what we are going to do is we are going to hear an interview with Brian Lara, courtesy of the Wisden Cricket Podcast, and he is in conversation with Phil Walker, Yas Rana and Joe Harmon.
So, Brian Lara, The England Chronicles, your autobiography, is out now. Most important question, what was it like working pretty much every day for 2 months with Phil Walker?
Well, I think I'm not sort of, I wouldn't say spontaneous, but when I put my mind to something, I really want to get it done.
You could say that.
Yeah. I looked at the timing of everything when the opportunity came, and I grabbed the opportunity, but I made sure I said that this is only going to be done if we can do it with the West Indies team coming to England, because I don't see any other time it being a popular book or popular time to launch. And I think, Phil, we had like not a sabbatical, but we actually did, like, the decision was made, and then, I didn't speak. I think I was at the IPL. I didn't speak to Phil. He didn't call. And all of a sudden, bam, we said, let's do it.
Yeah, that's one interpretation of matters, yeah. No, it's not far off. We had one chat, and we both put the phone down. I thought, okay, all right, maybe not. Still finding our way a little bit. And you were busy, and I was terrified. And then you had a few days off, and you went away for a few days, and then you said, right, let's go. Yeah. And so then we had three lots of 3 hours across 3 days. I was exhausted emotionally and mentally by the end of it. But you were just getting going. And I think you said to me at the start, right, if we are going to do this, then we're got to do it properly. And I think you got into the rhythm of it, right? Yeah. And then you thought, all right, this might actually play out quite well. And then it deepened from there, really. I'm still in the recovery position, but my word, what an experience.
Did you enjoy the process of it?
Yeah, definitely the process of it, because it was a bit different to my the one book that I authorized many years ago, where at age 25, I spent 3 days with someone in my apartment in Birmingham during my county season, and they pitched up with a manuscript. I had a quick look at the title and felt it was good enough. This one, I wanted to make sure that my contribution to it was heavy. And I enjoyed it. And I think where we really kicked off was when I was in the Maldives.
Yeah.
You go to the Maldives and, there's not much to do.
We should say Phil wasn't in the Maldives. You were in the Maldives.
No, I was in my spare room in southeast London, and he had his own private beach. But somehow we met in the middle. Yeah. Somehow.
And it is Brian Lara, The England Chronicles. Why have you focused here on England? It sounds like there's more to come as well.
Well, first of all, the late Mandela, Obama, those sort of figures are guys who are entitled to 500, 600, 700 pages. And I see some cricketers writing these massive books, right? And I could understand it now, because, I thought I was going to churn out something, maybe 250. I see it's crawled to 300.
It's a lot of scorecards and pictures.
Yeah. So hopefully, let's make sure that the reader understands that it's not
crawled to 300. It's in a blast of shots all the way to 300.
But I just felt that I wanted these nice short stories on a particular country or area that I've played against, and not to have it, all mixed up into one. And I can share my, a lot of people, when they're reading a book, they want to find out about your days before you began. I can share that up in 3 or 4 different versions on what England meant to me as a youngster, compared to, when I do launch Australia, what Australia meant to me. 1975, West Indies beating Australia 5-1, I think. And then obviously Australia being such a threat back in the day. And then, of course, Grovel by the late Tony Gregg, and what that meant to me. So I find that it's a possibility of doing it, right? And I think a true cricket fan will pick up all the books that I produce. I want to know exactly what happened. But it's a great definition on my performance, my life against England, living in England in the Caribbean. And
there's a sort of a social history backdrop, right? You mentioned Grovel, but there is definitely like a sort of social political theme running through it.
Yeah,
right?
there's a lot to go with it, and what England. I think obviously as when you get to the other books, it might be a little bit different because the connection between the West Indies and England goes way back, and that of course can produce a really mouth-watering story.
I've worked with Phil for about 15 years, so I can have some understanding of what you've had over the last few months. No, but no, in all seriousness, it's you've told your story to the world, but first you've had to open up and tell it to Phil, who was a bloke that a few months ago you didn't even know. I don't know if you'd heard of him, possibly. How was that experience building up that level of trust? Because you've been very, very honest in the book. There's lots that people will have no idea about, and I think stuff that you've never really spoken to people outside of your kind of close friendship groups. So how was that opening up to a stranger and telling them your story and together crafting it into a book?
It's not difficult. I mean, you have to trust people that are doing something in the field that they are professionals in. So I feel in today's world, when you do make that decision, you have to trust your instincts. And I think with Phil, I felt that there were some last minute changes that he might not have been happy about, but he conformed and he was fine. But
I know what side my bread's buttered. Don't worry about that.
But it's a situation where you have to in this world. And I'm someone who taken a long time to produce something like this. It's been 17 years since I last hit an international ball. So for me, it wasn't difficult, and I know where he lives. I know what to do with him.
I think that's one of the great...
That's a famous part of the book, huh? I know where I know where he lives.
No, indeed, yeah.
But I do think that's one of the great appeals of the book, in that some big figures in cricket or in sport, you see them all over the place all the time telling the same stories. They're broadcasters. They release 10, 12 books. But actually, we haven't heard that much from you since you stopped playing. And I think that's going to really appeal not only to cricket fans, but perhaps people who followed cricket in the 90s and haven't really followed the game since, that they will know your name, remember your story, and want to read it. So I think it's going to have widespread appeal outside of cricket, which I think is a really good start for any cricket book.
And outside of English cricket as well. That's the setting, but it's a universal story. And some of the most fun I had was the little pen portraits. Carl Hooper. Asking you about Carl Hooper was fascinating to me. And these kind of enigmatic names from the past that you get a sense of, but then to hear what was your views of them, that was fascinating to me. And so, and you the stuff on Jimmy, the stuff on Shiv, Kirtley, these kinds of big beasts, right? That live in your mind, but you don't quite know who they are. Well, it comes out a lot in the book, I think. And while we didn't muck about with the granular stuff, I moved from 250 to 300 with four fours and a six. We don't do that.
The most boring stuff of all cricket books.
But you do get a sense of the theatre of it, I think. And there's certain things that stick in my mind. The 3-day story of the 375 is kind of legendary, playing golf on the third morning, not sleeping, going out and about in the middle of the night and all the rest of it. But your relationship with certain England players fascinated me, right? And when we were talking about the Wasim thing earlier and Jimmy bowling that Jaffa to you, Flintoff emerges as a big figure in the latter years of your time. And you said that you found him as hard to face as any, really. And so it's full of these kinds of details, but you forget the power of these cricketers from yesteryear. And just mention on the Fred thing, because there's something fascinating about his wrist, right? That
Yeah.
keeps re-emerging through that final year of your relationship against England in Test cricket 2004, when you played those scarring Test matches home and away. And Flintoff kept coming at you, and you said, "Look, I was his bunny by the end of it because of the wrist, right?"
Yeah.
So explain that.
I just wonder if Jasprit Bumrah has that same effect on the batters, because it's just to get his. I think what Flintoff did is that these two fingers with the ball, right? I can't do it. I mean, so I really have to do my hand like this, and so that if you look at this is the ball could
It's
hardly
like a
be
catapult,
seen,
isn't it?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can hardly see the ball at this stage,
Yeah.
and he was able to do something like this and then fire the ball. And I remember batting at Edgbaston and just did not pick up the ball. Last minute, I think I tapped one out of a Yorker out, and I maybe missed a couple. And eventually, looking for my first 100 at Edgbaston in a Test match, just pushed forward and got caught by Graham Thorpe. But yeah, just getting back to the book as well. You're talking about different aspects of the book, but I watched a movie quite a few times called Blindside, which was an American footballer growing up in a very poor area and being taken in by a white family. And I'm not an American footballer. I'm a fan. And that story and that movie stayed with me. And it's the sort of effect that I want to have with a book, or with maybe even, some sort of show or some documentary where an American or somebody from Europe can look at it and say, well, wow, I'm not a cricket fan, but this is a wonderful story. And that's what I'm trying to capture with anything that I put out to the public.
Well, there's some fascinating human elements in it that I think you're completely right in saying that someone who's not even a cricket fan would really appreciate. I think one of the most fascinating parts of the book for me was early on when you describe breaking into that great West Indies team. And I think it's the sort of thing that maybe people don't realise, that it was very hard on quite a few levels. It was, first of all, just very hard to get into the team.
Yeah.
Like, you only played a few Test matches in your first few years as an international cricketer, and you got that West Indies team full of great names, huge characters, and it sounded like quite a difficult thing for a young man to navigate.
Yeah, it was difficult because you're walking into a team of guys who you were pretty much lying in bed with your dad, listening on a transistor radio, age 8, 9. These guys were wrong. I mean, I did first get into team in 89. So just go back sort of 14 years, right? Greenwich, Viv, Clive Lloyd, who was the manager when I got in, all these great guys, all great players, guys who I was a little boy, as I said, transistor radio, 8 p.m. at night, Test match starts in Australia. And now you're walking into this environment. Yes, they're late 30s or whatever the case may be, but you're now a member of this cricket team. How do you function? How do you put your hand out for the first time, to shake someone's hand or this, and it was a sort of a scary sort of, nervous situation for me at the beginning. But that's what happens when a dream comes true. Saying that's my dream and that was my goal, and sort of my dad made sure that I had everything possible to reach my dream. So it was fascinating. It was great. It was an experience. It was tough. It was great. But at the end of the day, I just loved my first year and I loved my 17th year playing for the West Indies.
It sounded tough at times, and reading some of the stories, won't get into them now. People can read the book to find out everything that happened, but it sounds quite old school. You feel like that environment wouldn't exist now. But do you think, looking back, do you think it sort of made you the player you were in a way, going through those tough experiences early doors?
Listen, man, I used to cut. People may not want to hear that. Parents may not want to hear that. This present world wouldn't want to hear that. But I used to cut the branch from the tree to give my dad to smack me on the butt, right? I used to go, he said, go cut that branch there, and bring back. So you bring the thinnest branch. Now, that's me growing up. And I can tell you, it made a significant difference in my discipline as a young boy coming up. Now, I'm not going to do that to my kids in this present day, but growing up in that old school environment where you had an apprenticeship period where, you had to do things, knock players' boots out, put your clothes, out to dry. You're the 12th to the 13th man in the team. You have to carry the water. You have to do everything. And I think it worked perfectly for me. It created a lot of discipline, but also a determination of, what I need to do when I get into this team. And I mentioned in the book, walking through Heathrow, following Viv Richards out of the immigration into the open, and the photographers and the journalists would just stampede over us to get to him. It was his last tour of England. Now I look at that situation as, I'm envious of it in a good way, and I think all that apprenticeship period at the beginning served me very well. And I tell people today that they wanted me in a team. A lot of my fans say, he should be in a team, he should be in a team. But those 2 years on the sidelines was a perfect setup for my career.
There are two excellent forwards which give quite different perspectives.
Yeah.
You've got your great mate, Dwight York, and then there's Jimmy Adams, which I particularly enjoyed. There's a really interesting line I thought from Jimmy where he says, there have been times over the years when I've wondered whether he is content, something I've wondered about a few of our great players in the past. And there is that sense of like restlessness through the book at times. And I wondered from your conversations with other great cricketers and great sports people, is that a common trait in great sports people? Do you recognise that in other people? And is it a useful trait to never be at rest, to never be satisfied with what you've done?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's it's two different mindset. I think Jimmy Adams, and when I read the forward, I was amazed by it as well. It was very honest. It was not pro Brian or anything like that. It was just an honest feeling of a guy who I spent a lot of time with. And I would say that, in the book you'd read that, why did I play the game? I played a team game. I didn't play tennis. I didn't play golf. I played football. I played cricket. And what I saw for West Indies wasn't world records for myself or all these achievements. I just saw the 70s and 80s continuing into the 90s, and it didn't happen. So my restlessness was based on my sadness of my career was based strictly on the fact that I couldn't get us across the line, more times than how we did, and we had the potential, but I just couldn't conjure up, and I was always restless in the fact, what am I doing wrong? As a captain, as a senior player, as a senior batter, what am I doing wrong? Why, because of 400 or a couple of the innings. Let me see, 226 against Australia in Adelaide, and you still lose the test match comfortably. You score 600 plus runs in Sri Lanka and you lose every single test match. You walk away with the man of the series in a 3-0 defeat. That's not satisfying. So that's my restlessness was based on the fact that, I wish I could have done a few things differently to get us across the line more often.
Being here at the Oval, late September 2004, after a chaotic summer, when you were in charge of a test team that couldn't buy a win against a really good England side, and you write in the book, in that chapter, as you referenced earlier, the 2004 Champions Trophy win, that a team that was knackered and fragmented and perhaps disunited in certain ways came together in some miraculous moment, right? And for that 2-week period, you were unstoppable. So you kind of feel that when you walk through the doors today?
This is iconic ground. When you look at the West Indies, if I remember the patched outfields, when Michael Holding running into bowl in the 70s, I remember that very vividly, and I always look forward to coming here because the pitch here is beautiful to bat on. And 95, the faster Devon Malcolm came, the faster it went to the boundary. So I just love batting at the Oval. And of course that victory in the Champions Trophy back in 2004, again a momentous time in my career. So it's all the more ridiculous when you think about the backdrop to it, though. When you had to fight tooth and nail to get a couple of players in who, in the book, I don't know if you've read this chapter, Joe, but
he calls up Courtney Brown, who's kind of semi-retired, thought he wasn't going to play for the West Indies again. Calls him up one Saturday night, I think, and you're in London, and he calls from a London hotel. Courtney picks the phone up we think at his cricket club, and he's had a few rums, and wakes up the following morning. Courtney Brown looks at his phone and sees a London number, like +44, thinking, "Oh, did Brian call me last night?" So he has to call you back, and it turns out that Brian's desperate for him to get in his squad, desperate for that experience after what's been a tough summer. So Brownie goes and gets fit-ish, turns up here, and it becomes your lieutenant, basically, right, across that period. And from nowhere, they become this sort of unstoppable cricket team. But the story of that final hour or so in the dark here, were you there?
With Brown at the heart of it. I wasn't. I was watching the telly.
Right, I was here. And Brown and Bradshaw, you need, 70-something, 71, 2 wickets in hand in the dark against Flintop and Harmson.
It was dark.
It was really dark. But also, it's an England team that had a lot of success against West Indies that year.
And it was pre-floodlights as well, 2004. So there wasn't any floodlights here, and so it was getting darker and darker and darker. And miraculously, Harmison, I think, bowled 96.7 mph one delivery, and Bradshaw just got in behind it, just punched it through the colours, and they won it with 2 wickets to spare. It was extraordinary, really. And so that chapter. That really comes to life, I think. I love doing that chapter. And we spoke to Bradshaw and Brown and your coach, your trainer, Ronnie Rogers.
You had a Zoom call with everyone together, right?
All 5 of them together, and it was great. It was a really good way of doing it, and it brings out the life of that moment, but also the audacity of it, really, considering what you'd gone through up until then.
Stuff.
There were a couple of things that stood out in terms of like what brought you most joy as a player and how much you care about the team's success was definitely something that comes across. Another thing that I really enjoyed was your sense of the show and like for a couple of things that stand out. In the 375 game, for example, you receive your bat from the TV pundits as you walk out to bat because it's just part of the show and you're there to entertain. There's a line as well about your 501 where you put on, hang on, let me get the numbers up because this is great. You put on a 314 run partnership with Trevor Penny. He scored 44 of them, and he complained that you kept on nicking the strike off the 5th and 6th balls of the over. And you said something along the lines of, "Well, they're here to see me."
I actually interviewed Trevor Penny about that partnership a few years ago, and I think he agrees with Brian now that he played it right.
But how much was that part of how you view like just not only your own game, but also like what cricket is about?
I think from batting in the streets, from batting at Harvard Coaching Clinic, or even school cricket, I mean, any young sportswoman, if they tell you that sort of adulation isn't something that they seek, I think they'd be lying. I think for me, as a schoolboy, picking up the newspapers or playing for Trinidad for the first time, picking up the newspapers and going to the back page to see the sports pages was so important. And I felt that I carried that sort of motive in terms of being able to please people, coming out to bat, to even if I have to defend the ball for an entire session to draw a test match, you'd make it's exciting. For the viewer years back, that was exciting, and being a part of that was exciting, and taking bowling attacks apart is exciting as well. And I think it's something that just happened instinctively. I would look at a bowling attack, and I'm not looking at what everybody does technically. I'm looking at how I can overpower this bowling attack mentally. And if it's a Glenn McGrath, Jason Gillespie, Brett Lee, along with a Shane Warne, I would know which part of that attack I need to take advantage of, and which part of that attack I need to maybe hold back and sort of, play around. And we spoke about, I'm not in this book, but I've spoken about in the past about McGrath will come back for a 6-over spell in 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'll face 10 balls. Jimmy Adams will face the other 26 balls. But then Shane Warne will come back, and then I'll face 26 balls, because that's the time for me to go on the aggression. And I think that instinctively led to being a fan, sort of a favorite, because, I played the game in a way where they enjoyed watching. So they enjoyed a battle with McGrath where I was not getting I wasn't getting the ball off the square. But when I was taking apart Brett Lee, or when I was taking apart in sort of Andy Caddick, for instance, it's different. So, I think I played the game instinctively. I played it from the heart. I played it from the mind. And I think it resonated with a lot of the viewing public.
As a fan yourself now, rather than a player, who are the players that you sit down and watch? Who are your favourites to watch?
It's quite a few young players. Just one in India called Abhishek Sharma, because I spend a lot of time in the IPL. I love to watch Abhishek Sharma bat. And
he was
Test
brilliant
cricket.
this year, wasn't he?
Yeah,
He was
brilliant.
on fire
I had
this year.
a bit to do with him at SRH. Jaswal is also very good. I enjoy watching Atinez. I wish I can get through to him some more.
So tell us a bit about him.
Yeah, I think he's a wonderful player. He just doesn't understand just yet how to put an innings together. What it takes to put an innings together. How to view each and every single bowler. As a batter, you could literally close your eyes and hit certain bowlers in a test match or not. And then on other occasions, you need 2 pairs of eyes to pretty much see off a particular bowler. I don't think they give sort of a lot of importance to that side of it. You look at a bowling attack like Australia, I mean, I know this may get out, but I'd be thinking Mitchell Starc is a sort of bowler who swings the ball early up. I'm gonna get on my front foot and I gotta score runs. Hazelwood is dangerous for a batter like me, my style. And they don't do these sort of analytical assessments before they go to bat. And he's one of those players that have all the batting skills, right? But you just can't go out and just play each ball in its merit. I think that is such a wrong thing when people say, I play each ball in its merit. You don't. You pretty much have to go out there as a batter and assess the situation, take chances when you need to, go back into a shell. I would not be driving on the up to McGrath. I might be driving on the up to Brett Lee. These things are things that, I call it classroom cricket. Got to go into the classroom and learn that side of the game. You don't learn it just in the nets.
The period that charts the 1994 period with 375, 501 is fascinating. How quickly your life changes. How you're playing. You're in Birmingham 8 days after the 375 or something crazy like that. But one thing that I guess comes up a few times in the book is your love and respect for several great figures in West Indian cricket. But number one, Sir Garfield Sobers. What is it about Sobers that means you have so much love and respect for him?
I think it's definitely his belief in me. I think he said somewhere, that's one thing I can't recall because I don't see it, I don't see it coming out my mouth. But he said, are you, I said, are you Sir Sobers? And he said, yes, I'm Sir Sobers. He said, yeah, I'm gonna break your record, And he said that somewhere, but I really don't know if
he told, when I interviewed him, he told me that he said he would come to your house and you told him I'm gonna break your record one day.
But I think I was about 14, 15, and there was a lot of talk around about my cricket skill. I played cricket in a school team with a lot of former Test cricketers' sons. Joey Carew had a son called Michael and David. Brian Davis had a son called Gregory and Barry, and Nicholas Gomez, and all these guys that their fathers and played back in the day. So there was a little bit of buzz around, and Sir Garfield Sobers was the one sort of icon that looked at me and said that I had a great future, and he looked at me and said, he's going to be something special. And then you'd hear in the background, he's too small. Look at the towering figures of the batters that we have, the Greenwich and Haynes and the tough-looking guys. So to have that sort of belief from him, I just immediately fell in love with him. Never saw him play. It was too old. I was too young. He finished before I really started looking at cricket. But the belief that Sir Garfield had in me kept my relationship with him very, very close.
And you shared a very special moment when you got to the 375 with him as well.
I shared an even better moment in the dressing room when I scored 277 in Australia, and he came in and berated me for getting out.
For giving it away.
Yeah, for giving it away. So that's for the next book. But But the 375 in Antigua, and so I think Barbados might have been doing a tourism run that time, and he was there along with the Prime Minister of Antigua, and to have him out there was very, very special. I mean, and you can feel, I mean, nobody would want their record broken, but you can feel the love and appreciation that it was taken by myself.
As much as I'm loving this conversation, I don't want to give too much more away from the book. Phil, is there anything else you want to talk about? I can see you flicking
We'll probably
through
have to cut this because it'll be too cringe, but I can't resist reading out a little bit of the epilogue, right?
Go for it.
Because it's about Sobers. And it's about that net session. And it's very short, right? So don't panic. I'm batting in the nets. This is obviously Brian. I'm batting in the nets, preparing for a test match when I see Sobers walk over from the pavilion to stand behind me. He sees me play a few deliveries and picks his moment. You're not looking at the ball. I'd never address the Garfield without stopping to face him, so I turn, ready to give him and his ideas full attention and respect. He's the greatest cricketer ever to have played the game. It was true when he played, and it's true today. He also loves me, and I love him for that, which is a lovely line. From an early age, he believed in me and expressed it openly. Such outward support from a legend as vast as Sobers might injure as much as inspire a teenager, but his words always gave me strength. He rejoiced in my successes, and now he's volunteering his advice at a time when I wouldn't trust anyone but him. Doesn't mean I'm not going to shoot back. What do you mean? Of course I'm looking at the ball, says Brian. He smiles back, doesn't say another word. It's his way of saying, I have permission to face the next ball. So Lara knocks his bat on the ground, with fierce intensity, moved back and across, then onto my front foot to slap the next ball through the covers. It's a rebuke to his statement, and I'm nodding my head in appreciation of the shot. Sobers turns to me. Now that's looking at the ball. Is the great man here to confuse me, to play with my mind? I respectfully ask the obvious question, what did I do differently? There's a hint of sarcasm in my tone. You looked at the ball before it was delivered, says Sobers. I didn't know I had to do that. With all the negative thoughts I had in my head, I just didn't know. I'm dumbstruck. He's right. He says, you see the bowler at the top of his mark in the distance? Find the ball in his hand and watch it all the way. Don't take your eyes off it till it touches your back. The next ball is dug into the surface. I spring back and across my stumps, get up on my toes, smack it right out in the middle. No chance for the imaginary fielder on the square leg boundary. My eyes open wide. I haven't played a shot with this kind of ease and timing in weeks. He slips away. The rest of the net session is a joy. I don't see him for the rest of the summer. After a poor start, I end up with the most runs in the series.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I think that's...
so he's like this sort of ghostly figure,
I was going to say, it sounds like an apparition.
Yeah, this is it. And he re-emerges, rematerialises throughout the book.
I think that's the perfect place to finish. Brian,
we'll cut that.
It has been an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. And remember, folks, Brian Lara, The England Chronicles, is out now, and we'll leave a link to the book in the description for the show.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. The second session is just about to get underway, slightly later than advertised. A very brief and very light shower has delayed the start of the afternoon session by 7 minutes. It's been a frustrating day, off and on and off again, but we're back on. Shane Snater will continue from the pavilion end into Ben Folkes. That's left alone. I'm joined by Ben Gardner. Ben, whilst there's not been much cricket here today, James Anderson has been doing well in his first proper serious bowl of the 2024 summer.
Yeah, they couldn't get the ball out of his hands. 10 overs on the bounce. I imagine some people might have been wincing slightly at that, but bowls unchanged for 6 for 19 for his first spell for Lancashire of the season, which is handy. He could turn out to be quite a good bowler.
And they're proper wickets as well, good players.
Yeah.
And on a pitch that has seen a lot of runs scored on it up until now, and now he's been taken out of the attack. Actually, the flow of wickets has stopped for Lancashire.
Yeah, well, if anyone's going to stop and take him alternate, probably Nathan Lyon. But yeah, Hamid and Will Young in there, Test players. And yeah, it's just classic Anderson. County Championship official account have put up a nice package of all his deliveries. Of all his deliveries in that spell so far, and it's just lovely to watch a master at work. And you know, he's still got that pace. He's still at times England's quickest bowler. I mean, in India he often was, and he's has Hamid hopping on the back foot. All those catches, sort of proper wickets caught in the cordon, one at short leg. Bowls Hamid off the sort of inside edge. He's got hopping up. So yeah, lovely to see.
Do you think England made a mistake calling time on Anderson's career when he's still capable of putting in performances like that? Or appeal? Folks got across his stumps there. Snater was briefly interested.
I think that they'll be glad that he's fit and in form for that first test of the summer, because there's always the worry, I suppose, that you've picked this guy for this swan song test match and then actually hasn't played at all in the build up to it, and he comes in sort of a bit cold and it's a bit awkward. But they haven't picked him because they don't think he's not good at bowling still. And also, we've known Anderson can bowl the first spell of games very well.
Driven down the ground, no run. That completes the 28th over. Sorry, 72 for 3, leading by 154. So yeah, why did England call time on Anderson's career if he's still very good?
Well, so he's very good with the new ball, and not just when conditions are in his favour. He's good at, when he is able to bowl, he bowls dry very well, and when conditions are in his favour, he can take wickets still. The issue in India, for example, was that he wasn't able to bowl for as much as England needed a main member of their attack to bowl, especially when you've got spinners who can maybe need a bit of protection, or you want to play a Mark Wood, and so you want your other team to be taking a lot of the workload. Anderson wasn't able to do that as much, and as much as he is still capable of these brilliant spells, there were just signs that effectiveness was on the wane. His second innings average had risen quite considerably. That last summer was a poor one, and also England have looked at this summer, thought West Indies and Sri Lanka, as Jamie Porter runs into bowl.
Pushed into the offside by Smith, who's into his work straight away at the start of the afternoon session. He picks up a couple.
They've looked at it and thought, these are good teams we need to pick. We need to take seriously, but also we've got India next summer and Australia next winter, and we've got to pick players and find out about players who we want to be in the mix for that. It is just starting to spit again here, but they're out for the moment.
All that beats Smith. Second delivery in a row from Porter where the carry's not been great. It feels like England have pressed the reset button with a few of those selections, effectively calling time on Johnny Bairstow's Test career for now. The door's not completely closed, but at 34, turning 37 later this summer there won't be too many options to get back into the side for Bairstow. Ball beaten again. It's a really good start from both Essex bowlers here. Snater from the pavilion end and Porter backing him up. Porter's been brilliant throughout the game. Luckless. Just the one wicket so far in the first innings after going wicketless in the first innings and just one wicket in the second innings, but he's bowled really well, much better than those figures suggest. Yeah, you know, Bairstow, but also Leach I thought was quite a bold call. Leach has been very dependable for England. Stokes clearly trusts him.
Yeah, Stokes trusts Leach, and he's also invested so much in him. He was almost his project bowler for a time. But I think it's a reset button to an extent, and they've also just looked at the pool of players and thought, who do we think out of all these players are going to be the best Test cricketers at some point? And Rob Key was quite firm on that in his press conference, that he was selecting basically based on potential, and that goes for Smith and for Bashir.
Appeal. Yeah, not a totally convincing appeal from the Essex cordon, but for the third delivery in a row, Porter beats Smith's outside edge. This ball, 29 overs old, still very helpful for the Essex Seamers. The rain, I'm afraid, is getting heavier. This is heavier than it was when we had that delay at the start of the session, and I'm afraid they're off. Fewer than 2 overs possible at the start of the afternoon session, and I'm afraid it's as heavy as it's been in a while. The covers are coming on, and I think we'll be off for at the very least 15 minutes here. It'll take a while for the covers to be put into place. It takes some time to take them off, and it is falling pretty steadily. We're going to take a quick break up in the commentary box, but stay in touch with what's going on here by following the Surrey social media accounts. I'm sure we'll be back on reasonably soon, so stay on top of what's happening here, and we'll be back when we have some play. Welcome back to the Kia Over. Only 2 overs, less than 2 overs were possible at the very start of the second session. Another brief shower causing a delay in proceedings, but we are back. Tea has been moved from 3:50 to 4 o'clock, so still potentially more than 2 hours left of play in this session. A whopping 68.1 overs remain over the course of the entirety of the day if the rain stays away. Light's been an issue throughout the game, and it's been dark all day. We're yet to see the sky, I think. I'm Yas Rana, and with me at the moment is Ben Gardner. It's been an odd day, Ben. Sorry we've added 30 runs without losing a wicket. How hard must it be for the batters having to come on and off so often? And is it harder for the batters compared to the bowlers?
Well, that's the general wisdom, and you can see why. They talk about the tricky thing with batting is getting in, and then once you're in, you're sort of fine. But this is just pure getting in, isn't it? You have to do that again and again.
And Smith this time uses his feet to advance down the ground. First ball after the resumption. It's full from Porter. Smith almost turned it into a Yorker and actually did very well to whip that through the vacant mid-wicket region for 4. He moves on to 35. Surrey are up and running again after the rain delay.
Yeah, no issue getting in there for Jamie Smith. But then there's also just the conditions. It's murky. So you'd think it would be conducive for swing bowling. And yet, I think that because of the state of the game, with Surrey ahead in it, Essex kind of needing to sort of take a few quickly, each little passage, each 2 over burst even that they can get through, and then the rain comes again, that will feel like a little win for Surrey. And it's also a low scoring enough game that those runs will start to add up. So it's really intriguingly poised, and also just intriguing just because of who the 2 batters are in Smith and Folkes. Rob Key was pretty adamant talking yesterday about Smith's selection, that they didn't just pick him because he can play all these amazing shots, but because they think he can do both roles. They think he can soak up the pressure and apply the pressure back, whereas they felt that Folkes needed to add that sort of second part to his game. Well, Folkes is doing the first part pretty well here, and Smith is showing he can do it too, but has played two shots through mid-wicket that have really caught the eye. Obviously they're there to be hit, but it's the placement as well as the timing of them. I think there's often been a fielder there that he's been able to evade.
Stater continues, and that's caught. Edged by Folkes, pushing away from the body. Snater strikes with his first ball after the rain delay. It's a sharp catch at second slip. Essex are up and running this afternoon rather.
Deserved reward that, really. I mean, as much as Surrey have sort of survived, Essex have bowled well, beaten the bat a lot, and will feel frustrated that they haven't got the reward in these mini passages. And this is, as we see, a bit wide. Would he have left that alone had he had a bit more time? Sort of, had it not been his first ball after the break, you're sort of not sure.
Looking to get a bat and ball, yeah. We've seen just the odd sign of inconsistent bounce from that end all game, and that one perhaps getting a bit higher than folks maybe initially anticipated. He was at the crease for 71 minutes. Faced 50 balls for 13 runs. It's a big wicket. It's one that brings in the Indian overseas player Sai Sudharsan to the crease at number 6. Very handy man to come in at number 6. Ben, today he earned an India call-up.
Yeah, a funny situation that, where he was named as a Surrey overseas last week, a day after India had named a squad to play in Zimbabwe, and he was not in that squad, and so you sort of assumed, well, they were waiting to see if he'd be named in that squad, and then when he wasn't, quickly signed him up. And then now because of Hurricane Beryl and the India team not being able to fly out of the T20 World Cup, the players who were in that squad, who are also in the Zimbabwe squad, aren't going to be able to arrive for the first 2 games, and so Sudharshan's going to go, I guess, from here straight to Zimbabwe for that series, or at least for the first 2 games of it so far.
Yeah, the first game's on Saturday, so fair bit of travelling for young Sai Sudharsan in the next few days, but he's got a job to do here. Sorry, leading by 160 on top in this game, but the door is open for Essex. And Sudharsan's off the mark straight away. Dabs it down to the man at deep fine leg for a single. Throughout this innings we've seen the Essex seamers get the ball to talk. Still just the 3 bowlers used so far. Snater, Porter and Bosch. No sign yet of either Tall Paul Walter or Simon Harmer, who bowled 16 overs, 1 for 32 in the first innings.
But that's the other thing about the rain, I suppose, is the bowlers just stay fresh. There's no need to rest your key seamers if they're getting 20 minutes off every couple of overs.
Yeah, it's a good point. 30 overs into the innings, just 3 bowlers used. You don't often see that, but the rain delay is definitely helping keeping those Essex seamers fresh.
It'll be interesting to see how they choose to play it as well, with time sort of slowly getting sucked out of the game, and you're never sure with the forecast when you might lose some more time.
And that's guided through the gully region, all along the ground for 4. A second boundary for Jamie Smith since the rain delay.
Even that's beautifully timed, isn't it? Some players play sort of dab down to third man where it kind of hits the bat and runs off, but this is just lovely angled bat there.
Yeah, that ball maybe kept a touch low, and Smith did well to really wait for it, but also direct the ball past third slip, but also to the left of the man at deep third, because there is a fielder there. He moves on to 39 off 67 balls, still managing to score briskly in testing conditions. And that one just pops off a length. Smith takes his bottom hand off the bat. And yeah, we've seen, as we take a look at the replay here from side on, yeah, that ball striking the shoulder of the bat. It's been a difficult pitch for batters to really get in on. Smith, one of the few players on the other side really to find rhythm. 2 high quality bowling attacks on show, and that completes the 30th over. Surrey now 83 for 4, leading by 165. Yeah, you're right, there's time. We've lost a fair bit of time today, and what's been frustrating is the forecast didn't really telegraph it. I knew that it was going to be overcast, but I don't think we anticipated the number of rain delays that we have had.
No, I mean, even before lunch, we were sort of thinking, well, if they take an early lunch, it looks like it's going to clear up after, and then even then we get another shower. And so the worry is that tomorrow there might be a few scattered showers in the morning before plays what it looks like at the moment. But Surrey might feel there's no guarantee that doesn't sort of push a bit later, and then all of a sudden there is a bit of a race against time. I suppose maybe the advantage there thing is that in terms of the title race, they aren't the team that has to make the running at the moment. I mean, they're not, they're not so far ahead that they won't try and win this game.
Yeah, it's a good point given the relative league positions and the impetus the two sides will have on trying to force a result, but from just concentrating on the game here, it's an awkward situation for Surrey, because even though you think a lead of 250 to 300 is a very handy one, and that would be very difficult to chase, you're not going to declare with a lead in that region.
And the other thing to think about is what if the weather turns the other way? What if the sun comes out, or the clouds ease a little bit, and then all of a sudden it gets that little bit easier for batting as well, and all of a sudden you've given your opponent the best conditions to bat in the game. So it is tricky. I think Smith especially is playing it pretty well. He's taking his opportunities to score, but is giving the ball the respect it deserves as well. And they're not too far away. The side's not ready there. Porter forced to begin his run up again. They're not. They just keep threatening to sort of pull away, but Essex kind of pulling them back, aren't they? And still a bit of batting to come in Ryan Patel and Jordan Clark in particular.
Yeah, Surrey back really, really deep. They always do. Even Tom Law's in at number 9. Very, very handy lower order batter. Porter gets on to jag back into Sudharsan. The Surrey pair players scramble through for a quick single. Yeah, it's an odd one for Surrey fans watching Jamie Smith today. They'll be thrilled that he got that first England Test call-up, but as ever, England call-ups means you're not around for your county as much as fans would like. And that's guided towards deep third again. This time the fielder is able to come round to cover it. Saves 1, and Smith comes through for 3. He moves into the 40s. Yeah, very feasible that this is Smith's last county championship appearance of the season if he earns selection throughout the Test summer, but also for the ODI series against Australia at the end of it.
Yeah, I think it's a sort of an effect of the T20 World Cup is that half of England's white ball summer has been pushed to the end. You might normally think that you'd get your Test stars back for the county championship running. Well, if they are in the ODI squad, as you know, Smith surely has a chance of being, given he was in that Ireland series at the end of last summer.
Sudharsan now guiding towards deep third. It's a shorter boundary on that side of the ground, and he runs hard and picks up 2. Good proactive cricket from this Surrey pair. They pick up 6 runs in that over. It was a good over 2 from Porter. Score moves on to 89 for 4. That lead now worth 171.
It must be frustrating when your good balls are getting sort of deflected for 1s and 2s. But yeah, that ODI squad, you'd expect Smith to be a part of that, really. I mean, I suppose depending how the Test summer goes. But yeah, that's one of those things that, you know, Surrey have the luxury of so much sort of strength in depth. Even the likes of Ryan Patel come in for this game. That's a very handy player to have when you're sort of getting down your list of players available.
At 7 as well.
Yeah.
Ryan Patel in 2022, when Surrey won the championship, I think he averaged around 40 with the bat, was pretty much an ever-present in the side that year.
Seemed to find a new gear to his game that summer as well, which should suit him now that he's down number 7, you'd think.
Dabbed into the offside again, and this time in front of square. That is timed so well from Smith. Picks up 2 more. He moves on to 44. We've seen it with other Surrey players. Someone like Will Jacks or Sam Curran, I guess, is the best example. Someone who's played Test cricket, played a fair bit of Test cricket, but given how in demand he is in white ball cricket in particular, his opportunities to actually represent Surrey in county championship cricket have been few and far between. And as such, it's now been quite a long time since he's played a Test for England. Pushed through the offside dismissively from Jamie Smith. Not a lot wrong with that ball from Shane Snater, maybe a fraction short, but Smith, with all the time in the world, finds a gap in front of square in the offside, moves on to 48. Crucial runs for Surrey.
That was a lovely shot. He's almost putting together a little bit of a wagon wheel, just just in each successive stroke at the moment.
What, so this one to the right of mid-off, you're calling it?
Tried to go back the other way there, to the other side of the man at cover.
Yeah, looking to get bat and ball and everything. Doesn't let too many through. Here is a wagon wheel for Jamie Smith. Look how often he searches for runs behind square on the offside, but also he loves that area through mid-wicket. A lot of those balls that he's flicked through that region before have not been leg side deliveries. There's one early today that he manipulated from well outside off stump, a full ball from Jamie Porter. Straighter this time from Snater, and that's well defended from Smith.
And that's one of the things that England will really like. It's not about, it is also about, being able to blaze flurries of boundaries, but it's also, can you minimise the zone that a bowler can bowl in, that they can feel confident that they're going to keep you tied down. And if you can, even your off stump or off a middle balls are getting pushed away, then that is such a valuable thing to have. But yeah, on Surrey's squad, I suppose, I don't know how much you can design this, but they have managed to also locate a certain seam of players who have that test experience.
Fuller, and that's driven in front of square, and it's 4 more for Jamie Smith, and that brings up his half century, the second time he's passed 50 in this game. Called up by England into their test squad for the first time earlier in the week, and here at the Kia Oval he's shown exactly why he's so highly rated. That's his 7th 50 plus score of the summer from just 12 innings. Ben, as the rain unfortunately starts to fall again, Smith has been outstanding here. 52 off 75. Strikes the pad and they'll run through for a single. That will bring up the 100 for Surrey. They now lead by 182. Smith will keep the strike.
Yeah, it would be so easy to go into your shell here, because you can think, I don't know when net's going to be off, let's just get through the next couple of overs. But instead he's just taking every opportunity to score that he can, and scoring off balls that aren't that bad, just sort of squeezing them either behind square or just in front of square or into the leg side. It's been really, really impressive. And the first time he's got to 50 in both innings in a first-class game, and he's just, he's been in form all season, but encouraging that test call-up has coincided with an even greater ascension.
Driven firmly down the ground. Those shots behind square from Smith have prompted a change in the field. There is now a man at a finer deep third as well as a deep point. So 4 fielders on the boundary for Smith at this stage, and I think, just for the context of the game, the fact that Smith has been able to score this quickly has just advanced Surrey's position in a really important way, because... And there's that shot again through mid-wicket, slightly straighter from Porter. Smith really showing his range here. But yeah, just in the context of the game, Surrey have only been batting for 32 overs, and it's been testing conditions throughout. Really quite dark for a lot of the innings. The ball's nipped about all through the 32.2 overs we've had so far. But because he's scored at this rate, he's been able to extend Surrey's lead to 186. In conditions like this, it wouldn't be unusual for a team to be scoring at pretty much 2 runs and over. Aware that you're not actually out there for that long, just trying to survive until the next break in play.
Which is now, yeah.
Which is now. It looks like it. Unfortunately, the players are coming off. We've not been on for that long, just 20 or so minutes, not even that, since the latest resumption. A lot's happened in that time, though. Shane Snater picked up the wicket of Ben Folkes. Snater's first delivery two folks after the resumption in play. But Jamie Smith at the other end has really moved the game on. In those 20 minutes, Surrey have added 30. Pretty much all those runs off Smith's bat. He's passed 50 for the second time in the game. Paul Walter, the only other man across the 3 innings so far to pass 50. And Smith is scoring those runs at a rate that is changing the dynamics of this contest. The covers, unfortunately, though, are coming on. It's not raining too heavily. It's not raining as heavily as it was when we came off immediately after lunch. But it does look like we'll have another break in play. So we're going to take a quick break up here, and we'll be back as soon as we have some more action.
Well, welcome back to our coverage from the Kia Oval. You can see the umpires are out there. We can get rid of that rain tag just above Jamie Smith's name. The rain has gone for now, hopefully for the rest of the day, and play is going to resume in a few minutes' time. The Essex team is on the boundary edge, and the not-out batters are making their way down the steps at the far end of the ground. Smith and Sudharsan on their way. It's been another excellent innings from Jamie Smith on a tricky surface. 100 in the first innings and a half century in the second innings. Let's have a look at the highlights of his latest half century. There we go, some of Jamie Smith's 9 fours in his 56 from 78 balls. So play about to resume, and let's hope that is it in terms of the rain today. There's not a huge amount of rain on the rain radar, just a little pockets of it, and it is moving south away from London. In theory, 56.4 overs left in the day. Right, here's Porter, still looking for wicket number 500. And Smith with a controlled edge underway after the resumption. I actually have lost count now how many times we've been on and off today. So it's about 4 or 5, something like that. Have you kept a tally, Ben Gardner alongside me?
Not quite, but we did have one ball passage of play, didn't we? Shane Snater, I think, got through the first ball of his over, and then they were off again. It's been frustrating because you say there's not much rain on the radar, but there hasn't been much rain on the radar all morning. We're not really sure where it's coming from. It's just appearing right above us, which makes it all the trickier for Surrey, I suppose, to work out quite how to approach it, because they're not quite sure how long they're going to have left in this game.
I believe it's 187. Is Sudharsan on strike now then?
So they lead by, if you look at it just based on the on what you can see on your screens, with just over 56 overs left, a full day's play tomorrow, then obviously that's plenty of time to get enough runs and to give yourself time on a helpful pitch to bowl Essex out. But we're going to, you'd think, come off earlier for bad light, even if there's no more rain today, and then tomorrow we again can't be fully certain of that forecast.
Controlled single for Sudharsan. He was looking for 2 there. It's not on. No, you think we probably are going to lose a bit more time. Definitely light later on. That happened yesterday evening. It has been uniformly grey over London the last couple of days. It was a sunny morning yesterday, and then once it filled in, it stayed. Players off a couple of times with bad light yesterday evening, and bizarrely coming back on again around about 7 o'clock, just before 7 o'clock, for a handful of overs when it looked done for the day. I know a lot of spectators have made their minds up and left the ground. Smith through the interruptions, continuing to tick over. Chance of 100 in both innings on a spicy pitch. Not a bad effort. He's still got a few to get, mind you.
Yeah, Andrew was telling us before the rain delay, this is already the first time Smith made 50 in both innings for first class games. That really would be something, and an amazing way to celebrate your maiden test call up. I was caught completely by surprise by that 4 overs last night. I was sitting up in our office, which sort of overlooks it from the other side of the ground, and I sort of caught a glimpse of fielders on the outfield, and was like, are Essex just coming out just to kind of have a chat? Surely they can't be playing now. They've just finished the first game of the Euros. That's we're allowed to play cricket now, and they did get through the 4 overs. Not a huge amount happened, apart from some excellent commentary from Phil and Dan.
Here's Snater. It does, I mean, it's so cricket, isn't it? Coming back for 4 overs at 7 o'clock or 5 to 7, whatever it was, when most people had given up.
Yeah, and in which most of the bowling was sort of outside the off stump and left alone as well, because, you know, that's how Essex thought was best to go about it, and how they would tend to bowl anyway. And Sussex were quite content just to bide their time.
And the ball continues to go past the outside edge. I mean, that's the thing that will give Surrey a lot of confidence they can still go on and win this game. That, you know, there's enough time left to win the game from here. It's been one of those surfaces where the bowlers, if you get it in the right place, frequently going past the outside edge. You can be 58 not out and playing really well. You can have 158 runs in the game, but there's enough there for the bowlers to think that at any moment they can make the breakthrough.
Yeah, and a hint in sort of both directions as well. Snater's got a few just to jump a little bit, as well as to find a bit of lateral movement.
There's another one, although that was from a more attacking shot from Jamie Smith. You can access that deep backward point, deep third boundary. There are 2 fielders down there, one in orthodox deep third and one at deep backward point. There's been a few through there. Essex down to 2 slips. It doesn't feel like a pitch on which you should be having 2 slips. You feel you should need a bit more than that. It's 107 for 4. The problem for Essex is that lead, that first innings lead. And he's found the gap. Well, you can have 2 fielders back. If you hit it well, you find the gap. 4 more. 10th boundary for Jamie Smith. Into the 60s.
That placement and timing has been wonderful all innings, hasn't it?
It's a bit of width, inviting the stroke. Yeah, it must be quite greasy out there as well after all the rain.
Yeah, that's the slightly shorter boundary as well.
I say all the rain. After the rain we've had, but there still would be some grease on the outfield near the rope. Yeah, that ball's come in there and they've just used the rag to dry it. Single this time for Smith.
And that lead is creeping up, isn't it? Nearly 200 now, and actually 204 on a pitch like this. That is a strong position. Not to say that, you know, Essex couldn't blow through Surrey and you know, keep the target sort of within reach, but Surrey have done well basically to, you know, tricky conditions, a sort of tricky match situation to approach, and they've not gone into their shell, but not felt they needed to, you know, push the game on too much, and have carved out this position.
Jim Troughton was saying in the lunch interval that they want to make Essex score the biggest total of the match to win the game. Single to Sudharsan, who's not long been in the country, and it won't be that long before he departs it as well, heading off to play T20s for India in Zimbabwe. The Indian cricket team does not stop. Well, it does stop. It stops for the IPL, but when it's not the IPL, it seems playing everywhere. And they've got so much talent, such a big pool of talented players that they can do that as well.
And it would have been a bit of a disappointment for him not to be in that squad, because it was already a second string squad after that World Cup. But the players who had sort of trapped in Barbados by the hurricane have not been able to get out and then into Zimbabwe quick enough for those first 2 games. And there'll be a bit more riding on it now that India have won that World Cup, and so Rohit and Virat Kohli have sort of sauntered off into the sunset. So we'll be looking at that opening spot and thinking, well, you know, if I get a score in a game against Zimbabwe, I can just start inching my way up that pecking order.
A fabulous time of it in the IPL. 100 in his last match. was it the IPL? 527 runs.
I mean, that's the strength in depth, isn't it? That he can have that kind of campaign with that kind of finish, and that even when India are going to their sort of second and third choice players, he's still having to, wait for some weather somewhere else in the world to get a chance, basically.
You feel as if India is set up to dominate world cricket for a long time to come. In the way West Indies did in the 1980s and Australia did in the 90s into the 2000s. There was a remorselessness about those two teams, relentlessness about them. You feel that India have got the potential to do that. Of course, it's been difficult for them. They've lost a couple of finals. They're white ball cricket. They just win just about every game in the World Cup, but lose the ones that matter. And they very nearly lost on Saturday as well. Probably should have done.
And I suppose that's the fear of the rest of the world, that's the sort of the monkey off their back now. And now there's, if that was a psychological hang-up of any kind, that's now gone. You'd say they've been probably pound for pound the best side in the world across formats for a bit of time, but not dominant in the way that
they haven't
Australian
won them,
West Indies sides were. Yeah.
And of course they weren't in the tournaments quite the same level of tournaments back in, well, certainly not in the 1980s, World Cups, but they weren't T20 World Cups, there weren't Champions Trophies, there weren't the World Test Championship. Sudharsan gets a single square with the wicket, although West Indies clearly were the best team in the world in the 1980s. They were sort of the unofficial Test champions in a way. I think is it one Test series defeat in the whole of the 1980s, Andrew, is that right, for West Indies?
They went without a series defeat from 80 to 95.
They went without a series defeat to 80 to 95. When did they lose that one in New Zealand?
1980.
That was 1980. That was the start of it. Well, they were pretty good before that, but yeah. And they probably shouldn't have lost that one in 1980 either. Beautifully played. Now that's the best of Jamie Smith. There's quite a lot to admire. Beautiful driving through the offside, but that was really neatly put away as well off the back foot.
I think the first time he's gone sort of aerial, isn't it? He's kept along the ground, but that maybe he's just ticking up the gears, sensing that maybe now's the time, maybe if the weather is going to clear, that he can put a bit of a string together now.
The lead is 200. Make that 201 with that single.
I have to say that New Zealand series was a bit before my time, but is that the one where Holding kicked the stump out the ground and where there was a bit of a shoulder barge with an umpire, is that right?
Yeah, that was Colin Croft. Michael Holding kicked the stumps out of the ground. I don't think they didn't realise at the time, did they, that it happened somewhere. There's a famous photograph, but it was only later, I think it sort of came to light, and the person who took the photograph was not a cricket photojournalist, and sort of took the photograph and didn't really see the significance of it, the relevance of it, I think, at the time. It was only later that a few days later it came to light and had this fantastic image of West Indian frustration.
The photographer thought it was part of the game.
Yeah, the photographer thought it was part of the game. Look at this photograph I've got here. This is what normally happens in cricket, is it? Oh, no, I don't think it is actually. Might have a bit of a photo story here. Cricket in the 1980s wasn't covered in quite the same sort of forensic way it is. I mean, the match would have been on television, wouldn't it? I'm surprised the cameras wouldn't have picked it up.
I saw highlights of it on SABC.
Andrew's saying he saw highlights on SABC back in 1980.
It was televised.
Yeah. I think West Indies felt that it was not quite 11 against 11. Crunched away and very well stopped. It's Bosch down there, deep backward point. Really good piece of fielding. That was hit hard.
suppose there's no way to know without going back forensically looking at those test matches, but you hear stories about some of the umpiring, don't you? With do you have me and Dad? Was he never given out LBW in a home test? I think might be the stat.
He was, but not for a while.
Not for a while. Okay.
He was, but not for a while, says Andrew. Andrew Samson is with us. I think. Was it Bill Lawrie was never given out LBW in a test match in Australia? He obviously just lined it up very well.
Jamie Smith doesn't look like getting out LBW here.
How many games DRS would have changed in those days?
An all change here, just waiting for the field to sort itself out. With the left-handed Sudharsan on strike. 3 slips for him. And then 3 in the line, as you can see, on the offside. 2 on the on, and a fine leg.
I guess this is the man they want to be bowling at. But he's only been in the crease for a little while, but has done a decent job of ticking the strike over and letting Smith do his thing, really.
There's always the possibility of a ball out there with your name on it, but he's actually lined it up pretty well. He's looked solid. Well, he's a very talented young player, 22 years of age. One of the hardest things for selectors when you have got a big talent pool is who is the better player. What is your top 6 for T20, one day internationals, whatever, test match cricket?
And how do you prioritise various things as well? If you've got Sai Sudharsan making if he does go on to make a score against a good Essex attack, could that mean more than runs in a test match against a side back home that you're expected to beat? And similarly, how do you balance in T20 cricket, the T20 series against Zimbabwe, for example, they're about to play, versus the IPL? But then also, how do you balance the bat who's in extreme form, but that's been for quite a short amount of time, versus the guy you've backed for such a long time as well? It is very tricky, and I think they struck the balance pretty well in that T20 World Cup in a way that perhaps hasn't always been the case, but they're sort of building up a bit more of a track record of getting those selection decisions right, it seems. And we were talking about the World Test Championship earlier. The tricky thing for India is that the finals always seem to be in England, and against to see a team who just have that more natural sort of experience in those conditions, basically, where it favours the fast bowlers. And obviously they've got that growing crop of fast bowlers, but it would be some occasion if India were to go into a test against Australia in those sort of conditions as favourites. They're not quite up to that stage yet, and so it's tricky to see where that win comes from.
Yeah, then over time there might be lobbying to move the final away from England. Now here's Bosch. Smith looking for 2. I don't think he'll get it. He's at that stage of his innings where you just want as much strike as possible. Sudharsan getting himself in at the other end, just building a partnership, trying to piece a partnership together. I suppose it's about the time of year you want to play that World Test Championship final. I mean, you couldn't, say, play it in Australia at that time of year. It's in the middle of their winter. India, you're probably talking about the monsoon season if you're playing it in June, July. Also very, very hot as well.
Yeah.
You could try and play it earlier in the year, but then you got the IPL slap bang in that part of the year, haven't you? Late March to May.
And I suppose from a competitive point of view, you'd like it to be that the team that tops the World Test Championship table gets to host it. But trying to squeeze a test in when it could be in April, or it could have to be in October, and then you've got to try and start another World Test Championship at some point is just too tricky to do at the moment.
Yeah, that's why sort of logic points towards England. You think that India have got a strong enough seam bowling attack, pace bowling attack to do well in a one-off test in England, though? And the game was here, 13 months ago. Australia outplayed them before the Ashes. And they lost that game in Southampton against New Zealand, outplayed down there as well. Now on the pads of Sudharsan, easy pickings. There is a fielder out there, so they'll only come back for 2 rather than pick up the 4.
Yeah, you'd expect it would happen at some point, and with how strong they are at home, something would have to go quite badly wrong for them not to make a final. And they've competed with England, obviously. There was that 4-1 series defeat in 2018, but sort of an even 4-1, and then a very even 2-2 the next time round.
Well,
what's happened there is...
I don't know what to say. Did he try to leave it and it flicked something on the way through?
I think so. And did it drop just short then? Or was it put down?
He definitely left it, and it wanted it hit on the way through. It's perhaps not the best angle. Might need the front-on angle just to tell us the full story. It was a strange incident where he was clearly looking to leave it. Dean Elgar there at first slip. Michael Pepper, the wicket keeper. Anyway, Sudharsan survives. But so far, he's very solid. Right, let's have another look at it.
Glove? With a glove, perhaps?
Daniel Norcross joins. Well, Pepper dives across. He doesn't get there, and I think it goes on the half volley to Elgar at slip. Might well have been off the glove.
I think you're getting to take a break if you want it. Yas is behind you.
Oh, right, okay.
He's lurking.
I'll leave it to you, Dan and Yas.
Thank you. Well, we're in the middle, or well, we hope we're in the middle of a Jamie Smith masterclass. If we are in the middle, it means we're going to get twice as much of what we've already seen, which has been fantastic so far. He somehow is mastering conditions that no one else really has managed. You'd say, I suppose, this man bowling, Paul Walter, and Matt Critchley gave it a pretty good stab yesterday.
Pulled to the man at deep square leg. It's really well caught. Aaron Beard, the fielder, I think. Smith looked to be aggressive all innings, and this time, well, he's not really mistimed it, has he, Dan?
No, he's timed it very well.
He's middled it straight to the fielder.
Yeah, well, there was a man out there. It was a bit of a sucker punch, and it's Walter's first ball. And Walter is having a pretty good game here. Good with the ball in Surrey's first innings. Good with the bat in Essex's innings. And now, his first ball in this innings, and he gets rid of the one man who's really looked in control. It's straight down the throat of the fielder. Good catch coming forward. 2 hands. And so Smith will be denied a second century. I wonder how many more times we're going to see Jamie Smith in a Surrey shirt, certainly this season, as he walks off, having scored 100 in the first innings, 70 in the second, 91 balls, 11 fours. Doesn't really do it justice. Some absolutely wonderful shots. It reminds me, people used to say about a 70 that Ted Dexter scored at Lord's against the West Indies back in 1962? Three, I beg its pardon. And
what were
it reminded me of that.
Okay. What did Dexter do on that day?
Well, they were very difficult batting conditions against a very fine bowling attack. Ball moving around, lots of silken drives, pure timing. We've seen some top draw shots from Jamie Smith today, but he'd be annoyed with himself getting out in that fashion. And Surrey will now, you would think, slow down a fair bit, because Jordan Clark to come, and then the bowlers, the leaders are still... Look, it's a very useful 205 on this surface, but it's a long way away from where they would like to be. They'd like to add another 100 to that. And it will not be easy. No one has found batting easy in this match. I'm sure Jamie Smith didn't find it that easy, but he's the one man to have been really productive so far, and he's gone. So Essex will feel another wicket or two here, get into the bowlers, and wickets can fall quickly on this surface.
Walter to the new man, Ryan Patel. Short again. Dabs it into the leg side and he gets off the mark first ball. Walter's looked dangerous when he's bowling this game, and I think he's obviously got the extra height, and we've seen variable bounce all game, particularly from the pavilion end.
He's bowling from the right end, there's no doubt about it. He had a few in the first innings that really climbed, hit gloves. I think he may have got Ben Folkes, didn't he, at one point?
Yeah, and Rory Burns too. Prodded past the diving third slip. He'll pick up a couple, but not comfortable for Sudharsan. His first delivery he's faced from Paul Walter in the second innings.
Well, these are pretty unusual conditions for him, aren't they?
Yeah.
Won't have played on many pitches quite like this. It's a Duke's ball. It's retaining its shine, and he's got a 6'7" bowler.
Murky conditions, as it has been all day. And 6'7" left armour. Not many of them in the world game.
No, Reece Topley, I suppose, be around that, wouldn't he?
Sudharsan picks up another single. I guess it's hard to criticise Jamie Smith when he's playing so well, and he plays so well playing aggressively. I guess you'd say from his point of view, taking Walter on first ball, he's not had a look at Walter, he's not had a look at the new bowler. It's a very different action to what he's seen throughout the game, throughout the day, throughout the innings so far.
Yes, but I suppose, you know, when you're in a zone, he was playing that well. You try to take that sort of thing out of it, don't you? You try to see the ball and hit the ball. And it was short. It was sort of feeding a shot that Smith likes to play. He's had a couple of monsters in this game.
Yeah, I guess I was surprised that he hit it so square.
Yeah.
He's very good at pulling in front of square. And in the end, he hit it straight to the man. That's left alone by Patel, and it completes Walter's first over of the second innings. An important over, one that got rid of the danger man, Jamie Smith, for a well-made 70.
I tell you how I know how good Jamie Smith is, and it is in the feeling you get when he's out, which is that you were so gripped when he was in. The sense of profound disappointment is immense. As a child, I used to have that with David Garrow when he used to walk out the bat, and you were just alert. You didn't move from your seat, you watched him with beady eye, and then he'd get out wafting to gully, and it felt like there was absolutely no purpose to your life anymore. Of course, these are the ridiculous overreactions of a person who invests way too much time and effort in cricket, but there aren't that many players who give you that feeling.
And also that he invokes that feeling in a lineup packed full of very watchable cricketers.
Yes, indeed. A very strong Surrey lineup, and yet somehow the deflation comes when he walks off because of what's been taken away from you.
I think it'll be absolutely fascinating to see how he goes against the West Indies over these 3 test matches, because had he been brought in as a specialist batter at 4, 5 or 6, I think you'd pretty confidently predict that he goes okay, but That's not what he's been brought in to do. He's been brought in to keep and bat 7. 2 things he doesn't really do for Surrey. Now we've seen in the not too distant past that it can be difficult for a guy who doesn't regularly keep at county level coming in to the Test setup, debuting particularly at Lords, a ground that's quite difficult to keep. And he's quite a phlegmatic guy, and I think that will help him, because it's going to be difficult keeping at Lords. It's an appeal given. Fuller from Bosch, and Sudharsan looking to flick it through the leg side. Feathers it through to Pepper behind the stumps. 2 wickets in quick succession for the visitors, and that lead of 209 with Surrey now 6 wickets down doesn't look quite as intimidating as it did a few minutes ago, Dan.
No, it's like a trifle flimsy almost. You're right, it's trying to work that into the onside. It's rare you see that, the outside edge, and it barely deviated, just a little flicker, no more than that. But it's a really big wicket for Essex. They've got the new man the other end.
It's a very, very thin edge.
I mean, it's almost hit the off stump, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's got that close.
Very full delivery from Bosch. Looking at the replay, I don't think it's moved that much. Sudharsan doesn't quite get in line, playing across the line, doesn't time it, feathers it through to Pepper. And Essex now, in what continue to be favourable conditions for the seamers, on a bit of a roll here.
Yeah, that braced front leg. They are on a roll. Jordan Clark coming in at 8 after this.
No ordinary number 8 though.
No, he's a very fine number 8.
Averaging over 40 and striking at 85 for Surrey in the county championship this year. Very, very handy man to come in at number 8.
You imagine he'll take a little look first, but then he'll probably look to be taking the attack back to Essex. Now I've got to tell you that you should get to the ground early on Friday if you're coming for the T20 at the Kia Oval, because you can get 25% off all food and drink if you get here. From 4:30 to 5:30 p.m, fans will receive 25% off in all food and drink outlets in the ground, including off members' prices in the members' exclusive areas. So get to the ground early, soak up the sunshine. Will there be sunshine? Whatever sunshine there is, it can be soaked, and enjoy a discount. But please note, this does not include the charitable donation on the reusable cups, which will remain at £1. And
Clark looks to leave his first delivery at the crease.
Well, that's fascinating to me, because if it's leg buys and he's not played a shot, do you see what I mean?
No, 100%.
If this has hit the arm and run away for 4, should that not theoretically be a dead ball?
Well, it's hit the bat.
Well,
it's very, very clear it hit the bat.
It should be 4 runs. Either way, it either had to be 4 runs or it had to be a dead ball, didn't it?
Yeah. The overall scores in the position it should be. Sorry,
yes.
Should have been awarded 4.
Yes, but Clark hasn't got off the mark.
Yeah. But good start from Bosch to Clark. Left alone more comfortably this time.
I should remind you, these timings are only applicable to the Vitality Blast fixtures, in which the gate opens at 4:30 p.m. Terms and conditions apply. So just a reminder, 4:30 to 5:30, 25% off. That's not an inconsiderable amount in the midst of a cost of living crisis. You'll be able to put the election campaign away, because it'll all be done by then. You will instead be able to elect to come here and get 25% off all food and drink. There's all sorts of food and drink, you know.
It's a big one too, the London Derby.
It is. I love playing Middlesex. I meant to ask Andrew Samson this. If you consider Middlesex to be a T20 franchise, right? Sort of like the Perth Scorchers or Mumbai Indians or anybody else, you know, they've been around for quite a long time. Have they got the worst record of any T20 team in the history of all T20 cricket? Because my sense is that they are beyond diabolical.
You've picked your audience well. I think
You've done a piece on this, have you?
No, but myself and Phil Walker do every Surrey home game, so I do look into the respective histories of all of Surrey's opponents.
Of course you do.
I'm pretty sure there's one county that hasn't got to a finals day.
Yeah, I'm talking about the whole win-loss record. Now, I recognise that Middlesex, I think, have won it once, haven't they? But
yeah,
if you
2008, I think.
Their overall record, the win-loss record, is truly eye-watering. Year after year, they end up propping up the table. Now, there may be, I don't know, the Sillet Stallions. They're one of the best, apparently. How dare I? The Dambulla dromedaries, perhaps. Don't think they exist. No.
So Glamorgan have never got to the final in the T20 Blast in the 20-year history of the competition.
Okay.
So that's not very good.
That's not very good, but what's their win-loss record?
I don't have that in front of me. But to be fair, where you have a point, Middlesex, the only finals day they've ever got to was the one that they won.
And I do recall them finishing sort of 9th quite a lot in the South Group table. It's a source of some bafflement to me because they don't look on paper to be a particularly poor team, but year after year I peruse that T20 Blast South table and I see at the bottom of it Middlesex.
Poor Fuller from Walter and gets the ball to shape away from the new man Ryan Patel, who plays and misses. Patel coming in at number 7, normally an opener, had a lot of success for Surrey a couple of years ago, batting at the top of the order, averaging around 40 in their 2022 title winning campaign. So we'll be used to these sort of conditions, if not the exact match situation. Walters looked dangerous early on in his spell here. Slightly shorter and Patel defends it into the leg side. Briefly thinks about pinching a single, but Jordan Clark sends him back.
Okay, I've got terrific news.
Please share it with us, Dan.
For any team that's played 80 T20s or more, with the exception of Zimbabwe, the country, they have got the lowest win percentage of 33.73. They played 254 matches, Middlesex. They've won 83 of them. They've lost 160. They've tied 3 and they've had 8 no results. So I think, actually, with a certain criterion, any team that's ever played more than 159 matches, they have got the worst win percentage. It's great when a kind of hunch comes off. Thank you, Andrew.
Just to pick a hole in that.
Really?
159 matches seems like a lot.
Does it?
Given that a lot of these leagues haven't existed for very long.
Well, okay, but I mean, all right, give me a cut-off of 100. Would 100 be okay?
Yeah, I'll be happy with 100.
What we want to talk about is serial incompetence. There's no point in looking at a side that's played 30 games, and only won 10.
The umpires are having another look at the ball, not for the first time.
Balls have gone manky, haven't they? Any side over 100. Okay, so Zimbabwe, the country, 32.48. Middlesex in second place.
I'm more satisfied.
Happy now?
Yeah.
So when you're on commentary, on Friday, you can say that statistically, the worst T20 team that's played 100 T20 matches or more will be going out to play against Surrey on Friday.
I won't be able to because it's a Sky game, Dan.
Oh, drat.
It's the one Surrey home game that's on Sky Sports.
Well, if you're listening, Nas, Wardy, Athers, whoever's here for the game, you get that for free from us. But of course, it means they win 1 in 3, so they're in with a 33% chance. It is one of the more baffling things, though, isn't it? I mean, also they feel like they've been epically poor over the last 10 years. So we're looking at how they've got on in the last 10 years. We're nattering about Middlesex because we're waiting for a decision on a ball, and then the ball's going to get changed, and it now has been changed, with Surrey with a lead of just 216. You're on at half past. Cameron Ponsonby's come in early. I mean, I'm happy to go if you'd like to come on early, but we're just in the middle of bullying our neighbours from across the river, so I'm quite enjoying this.
Well, we're about to get underway after another delay, not for rain this time, but I don't think today needed more delays. Dan.
It really didn't, did it? I mean, it'll get them, because cricket loves a delay.
Driven firmly, timed quite nicely by Ryan Patel, but straight to the man. Tom Wesley a bit off.
216 does feel a bit slender. 250 starts to feel quite chunky.
Well, you called it when Smith fell, that expect the pace of the game to change after his wicket, because all game really, other than Matt Critchley for Essex, no one has really scored fluently other than Jamie Smith. Sorry, going at 3.34 runs and over, and that includes Smith scoring at pretty much 70.
Well, actually, if you take out his 170 and the balls that he's faced, Surrey are about to come up to about 400 runs now. They've scored 397 runs in the match, 170 of them by Jamie Smith in how many balls? About 220, 230. So the remaining runs, that's nearly half the runs if you took off the extras as well, have come in about twice as many overs.
Bosch beats Clark on his inside edge, hits him on the inner thigh. Just going to go around the grounds quickly because a couple of fascinatingly poised games. Ooh. So Worcestershire 177 for 3, chasing 231, so they need 54 more runs to beat Durham, who are going well at the moment.
Well,
Kashif Ali has just passed 50. He's 51 not out, and Adam Hose at the other end unbeaten on 43.
They need that, Worcester, don't they? Bottom of the table, near the bottom of the table.
Yeah, second bottom at the moment. Yeah, second bottom in the table. Yeah, against a Durham side who are going well. A win would take Worcestershire pretty close to where Lancashire and Notts currently are, and Lancashire and Notts currently playing each other. So if Lancashire, who are on top in that game, force the win, Worcestershire wouldn't be too far at all away from Notts. Elsewhere in Division 1, Kent are following on against Hampshire.
Oh, they didn't quite avoid it in the end. They must have got very close.
Quite. Yeah, so Kent are currently 9 for 0, trailing by 153, so just 13 or so runs shy of avoiding the follow-on. Notts are all out against Lancashire.
Did Jimmy get his 8?
He did not. The final wicket was a run-out.
Oh, that's a bit mean.
So Lancashire bowling Nottinghamshire out for 126. Jimmy Anderson has never taken an 8-wicket haul in his first-class career. Came very close to it today, finishing with 7. A game that will be of interest to both Surrey and Essex supporters. Warwickshire 107 for 1 in their second innings, leading by 235 against Somerset, who are currently in 3rd place. Rob Yates currently 55 not out at the moment in the Warwickshire second innings. Dan is laughing, and I'm not sure why.
Middlesex. Andrew Samson has informed me that never in Middlesex's history have they had a winning record. In their first 4 games, they'd won 2, lost 2, and thereafter they've never had an even record. They've had a losing record ever since. And their last 10 years, they've played 143 matches. They've won 42. 30.43 is their win percentage. Well, that's spectacular, isn't it? Otago are next worst on that basis. And then really, you get into the high 30s very quickly, and the 40s, because that's where T20 is, isn't it? A good T20 side, really good T20 side, would win 60-40, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I guess that's why it's surprising that Middlesex have maintained that record throughout the entirety of their T20 history, because
it's culture. It's their culture.
If you look at, just for the record, viewers, me and Dan are offering very different things on Middlesex at the moment. I want to distance myself physically, metaphorically.
He literally has distanced himself physically from me.
But if you look at the IPL, for example, or if you look at a T20 Blast group stage, there's not a lot that separates the sides in the pack. You sometimes get one team that
runs away
with
yeah.
it.
But even then,
maybe one side at the bottom, but
they get dragged back a bit, don't they? And usually there's a net run rate at some point, isn't there, that determines the 4th qualifier.
You're rarely out of it before the last 2 or 3 games.
That's right. You've got to go some, really.
And you're suggesting that Middlesex have gone some.
They really have gone some. Well, essentially what it means is that after 10 games of a 14-game qualification programme, in the last 10 years they've usually won 3 of them. Now that does put you in a bit of a pickle when it comes to qualification.
Middlesex in a bit of a pickle at the moment, actually. They're 138 for 3, chasing 466 against Leicestershire at Grace Road.
I hasten to add that, many good Middlesex friends. And I think we like it when Middlesex can claw their way into the First Division, so that we can play that famous old fixture. But it's just something that's worthy of note, and I don't think we should shy away from facts, Yas.
I think it could be argued it's not strictly relevant to what's going on out there at the moment, so we've done quite well to bring it up.
It's relevant to what's going on Friday.
Yes.
Where you can get 25% off food and drink while watching, statistically, the worst T20 team in the country. And indeed, the world. That's what we're bringing here at the Kia Oval. True world... I was going to say world beaters, but that's slightly wrong. I mean, it's world beating in one sense, in terms of their loss ratio.
And a reminder of that deal that Dan's talking about. 25% off all food and drink at the Kia Oval if you get to the ground before 5:30. Gates open at 4:30. So in that first hour, 25% off food and drink. And Surrey, since the fall of Smith and then Sudharsan, slow progress as Patel and Clark look to build into their innings. Walter there completing an uneventful maiden over. Bosch continues. Oh, this one's come into Clark. Big appeal.
That looked tight. Umpire must think that's drifting down, I think. We'll have a look at the replay.
Yeah, that was dismissed pretty quickly. Bosch bowling a really impressive spell here. Bustling in. He's beaten the outside edge on a few occasions, but this one, on first viewing, wide of the crease, angled in.
Well, it's a good shout.
I think it's a good shout, but I think that's a fair call from the umpire, especially given Bosch's release point, really angling it in from wide of the crease.
You can certainly see why the slips were excited by that, because there was a lot of movement off the pitch at the last moment. So what you'll be seeing from behind the stumps, that line coming in, it'll have felt a little bit straighter than it ultimately was on impact.
Yeah, and yeah, where it hit Clark, that looked pretty straight. But when you factor in where it was released, and when you're in the slips, you don't always have the best perception of the release point.
We're not really looking at it, are you?
Yeah.
Much of the time. Well, are you a man who looks at the edge of the bat or watches the ball?
I think I fielded in the slips once in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
You're captain, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's the best place. You really don't have to do anything for hours on end.
No, I station myself at mid-off.
Do you?
Yeah.
Are you a talker to your bowler?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Because I'm part of the bowlers union. So,
I see.
I always just tell the keeper to look after all the angles. They can do that.
Well, you talk tactics. Dissect your opponent's
It's not
technique.
It's not always tactics. Sometimes it is. It's what we're going to do after the game.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That sort of thing. Oh. Bosch beats the bat again. This time on Clark's outside edge. He's getting the ball to move in both directions off the pitch. This time it jags away from Clark.
It has done it ball after ball this match, hasn't it? I mean, we've had a stop-start game, but it sometimes feels like we've seen as many play and misses as we have balls come off the middle of the bat. There have been difficult overhead conditions. The pitch has given some assistance to the quicker bowlers.
Bit of width this time, but Clark opts against leaning into it. Probably there to hit, but yet to really get into his innings. So,
well, there's a bit of pressure there, isn't there? Because whatever we may think from watching the game and thinking that 217 is already going to be challenging for Essex with only 10 batters, because they're missing Jordan Cox, don't forget. That's not the way you think about it when you're in the middle of the game. You're thinking, ooh, I want to get that lead up to 300, and that feels a long way away at the moment. It felt like it could have happened in about an hour when Jamie Smith was there, but now it feels like it's about 30 overs away.
That one, just the final ball of Bosch's over, another maiden, really dying on Pepper behind the stumps. Yeah, Clark batting with only 15 balls into his innings, but with a sense of responsibility here. He's clearly got his eye on a loftier target. Surrey's lead 217.
You're getting a break. I'm getting a break as well, but if we're going to do a double change, we might as well do you go, and then Simon will come in and then I'll go. So it's going to be tall ball Walter, a man who dislodged Jamie Smith with his first ball of his spell, caught it deep backward square by Aaron Beard, the sub. And Simon's back.
Does it feel, Dan, before you go, as if it's got to be now or never for Essex?
Yeah, well, I think it might. Now could take quite a while. You've got two batters who are taking their time, so it could be quite a slow now. But I think what it feels like is that they need to pick up 4 wickets for around about 30 runs, 30 to 35, I would say.
So that's the now.
Yeah, but that could take 15 overs, which could be an hour, an hour's now. I don't know if were you listening in? We've uncovered something remarkable about Middlesex.
Yes, I heard you just putting the knife in.
Well, anyway, I'm just going to thought I'd leave you with that gift. It wasn't Gloucestershire. It was
Securing
Middlesex.
poor old Middlesex.
I know, poor thing.
With stats.
I'm off.
Cameron Ponsonby is coming in alongside me. So these two digging in then, Patel and Clark, just trying to inch that Surrey lead forward. Now there's one more. They're going to look for 2. I don't think they're going to get it. Aaron Beard, the subfielder, returns it to Pepper. So 218 runs ahead. They've got 7 and 8, two very competent players out there, Surrey, so there's definite optimism that they can extend this lead to 250 beyond, possibly even 300. The lights are on. It's been a tough challenge for the batters throughout this game. I wanted to pinch a quick single there. Every run precious. This feels Surrey beginning to get away, and those couple of wickets have brought Essex back into it again. And they know that if they can take these last 4 wickets relatively cheaply, then there's a possibility for them, albeit that it's not the most straightforward pitch to bat on, and you feel there is a ball with your name on it not too far away. And of course the other thing as well is that Essex have only got 9 wickets available, so they're already 1 down when they start their second innings. And there have been, we did discuss it earlier in the game, there have been instances of players coming out, in incapacitated players or nearly incapacitated players coming out, but I don't think they're going to come out 2 to win, 9 down. What do you think? You're not going to ask a guy who's had an appendix operation to come out.
I do wonder if there is a number where they do give Jordan a ring. So would you mind awfully?
Well, I suppose the one thing, if well, it's not really the case anymore, is it? There may be a case if you were the non-striker.
Absolutely.
And you just stand there. You just stand there with your kit on and say to the other bloke, right, you're going to have to, whack a 4 or 6 or whatever to win the game. But of course, these days, when the striker is out, there's no crossing, so you don't have that situation. In the past, you'd have had batters crossing. I suppose it was a run out. It's the only situation
run
where
out work or last ball of the over. So basically, Jordan Cox needs to ask the number 10 to hit it up in the air only on the 6th ball of the over, and then they'll continue to play.
Yeah. I mean, things like this have happened in cricket matches. Andrew was telling us yesterday about the person who came out with crutches. The last wicket pair in match in South Africa. Colin Cowdrey came out with his broken arm, didn't face. Down the pitch there, Clark. A shout for LBW. It felt quite optimistic. It sounded as though there was some bat in that. Just scamper home in the end for the single. Let's have a look at the umpire. No, there's no signal of leg by, so Peter Hartley there clearly thought there was bat in it. It did sound as if there were 2 noises.
Absolutely. I think Essex were appealing potentially on the basis that it was pad first. See Clark advance down the wicket.
Let's have a look.
I think he's just hit that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an optimistic one. He was a long way down as well. If it had hit the pad, he might have given him out. If it hit the pad, I mean, umpire's more inclined to give batters out these days a long way down. Useful runs there for Patel. 4 of them. Short boundary. Someone like Ryan Patel, who's not a constant presence in the current Surrey team, you'll feel this is an important innings, a chance to get a score together and put his side in a really strong winning position, as opposed to a potential winning position.
It's a very important innings for Patel. It's only his 3rd match of the season. He doesn't get too many opportunities in recent times. It's quite a low bar for success here in this innings. A 30 is so crucial in the context of this match.
And every run, every boundary hurting Essex. It's a relatively low scoring game. Forecast for tomorrow is overcast but largely dry. There's a possibility of a shower around. I can see some blue sky there. Come away to the left hand side, a bit above us as well. First time today, first time actually for about a day and a half. Not an excessive amount of it, but we do get a little peep at some blue sky. The light's still on. Cloud cover, green pitch, up and down pitch.
No, it's been a real battle for the batters throughout this fixture, and it's a shame because it creates such entertaining cricket, and you almost want it in the context of the sun being out on a beautiful day, but then you probably don't get the match that we're seeing if it's cracking flags.
Yeah. Well, these two have got time to dig in. Not a question of Surrey scoring quickly to set things up to bowl out Essex on the final day. Things might happen a bit quicker on the final day than normal. Side who stick in because of the helpfulness of the surface. Surrey will not feel they've got enough just yet. That's a lovely shot. It's slowing up. Hit well enough to give Patel his second boundary of the over. So that lead creeping up, 228.
It's a beautiful stroke by Patel. Straight back down the ground. He's had a slight change in his technique. He used to adopt the same kind of look across to mid-wicket that Rory Burns kind of used, and the whole idea of that was to kind of almost act as a trigger, a focus to get your dominant eye tracking the ball. You see, he's been much more still at the crease. I know they. I think this is true, Simon. That Surrey starts. Surrey
flat.
Yes, that's the one I was going for.
I thought so.
I know that one's true. This one is might also be true, but slightly less dramatic. Surrey, as many counties do, will do their kind of yearly kind of medical testing, and part of those tests is to discover is your eyesight basically, and within that test you can discover which is your dominant eye. So that's where kind of Burns and then Patel's look across to mid-wicket kind of came from. They discovered that their left eye, I believe, was dominant, and so they'd look over to mid-wicket just before.
How dominant are we talking about? That's the other thing. Is it just fractionally, or is it significantly?
I don't know. I haven't been given access to Burns' medical records yet, but I'm investigating.
Inside edge,
but
single.
But I imagine if you are kind of in the elite performance world of marginal gains, if you're told that actually your left eye is X amount better than your right, and you will potentially perform better if you try this, it's kind of be worth a go. If anything, it's a more kind of finite version of discovering you need contact lenses and sticking them in and realising you can see the ball for the first time in kind of 2 or 3 years. But Patel might have found that it didn't work for him too much because he's not doing it anymore. So
no. Let's have a look at him as he sets up. Oh, there we go. Porter going past the outside edge of the bat. He's taken 1 wicket in the game. It's one of those matches in which he could easily have had 4 or 5 past the inside edge. If he'd taken the inside edge, he might have played on there.
And that's the shot of a player who's just creamed one down the ground and fancies his chances at doing it again.
So Porter's still looking for that 500 wicket. We did pose the question yesterday, how many bowlers English qualified bowlers have taken 500 first-class wickets in the 21st century. There are 32 of them, and we've been off-air and on-air to some extent going through the list, but we've still got a few to go. So we've got Swan and Broad and Anderson and Murtagh and Sidebottom, Panesar, Rushworth, Harmison, Wokes, Barker, John Lewis, Caddick, Hoggard, Batty, Chappell, Robert Croft, Bresnan, still not Porter, Finn, Rashid, Darren Stevens and Chris Wright. We reckon we've still got 10 left to go.
10 to go. 10's feeling like a very big number. I must admit, quite intimidating, but if you do have an idea, let us know at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. You'll do well to kind of remember all 22 that we do have, but we'll forgive you if there's any overlaps.
Yeah.
And I believe of the players we've got left, I think only 1 or 2 are still active players.
Well, Andrew posed the question yesterday, or set us the challenge. He's been giving us 1 or 2 clues. He's saying, do we want a few more clues? Go on, give us a few more clues, Andrew. It's 147 for 6, and the lead is 229. Jamie Porter, another unsuccessful over. Well, that's relative. He has bowled well. He's been a constant threat in the game, but he just hasn't picked up a bag of wickets.
The two that are still playing?
2 are still playing. One of whom made his test debut here in 2017 and did very well. Hardly played since for England. Right, there we go. Should better get that, Cam, shouldn't we, between us? 2017.
So that was Toby Rowland-Jones.
Toby Rowland-Jones, well done. Okay, there's another one chalked off. Here's Snater, meanwhile. Another single. 230 the lead. I think we're going to need some more clues, Andrew.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were getting a clue for the second active player.
Is the other Welshman in the list?
The other Welshman in the list. Hasn't played Test cricket. Is a Glamorgan player. Also played for Middlesex. Oh, I know who this is. Harris? Yeah. Okay, there we go. We are gradually working our way
Wonderful.
through. Helps with a few clues, doesn't it? Another single. Surrey manoeuvring themselves into that winning position.
It's just 8 to go now, Simon.
8 to go. We are going to need some more clues, I think.
I'm very fearful of doing my guesses live on air. It's much easier to do when you could do in the comfort of your own privacy.
I think people listening, they do like to get involved in these kind of cricket teasers. Most people quite like a pub quiz, don't they? Or
absolutely.
Yeah. 2 more Test cricketers. Another one. As that corridor throughout the game has been problematic for the batters. You get that just right, there's enough movement. There's the other thing as well, sometimes you can move it a bit too much. You don't want it to go too far, just a fraction to catch the edge rather than the thick edge of the bat. Drop to safety. So 2 more Test cricketers. Right, one of them has taken 700 odd wickets, 5th on the list. And this is, everybody, this is 500 first-class wickets in the 21st century. So there have been cricketers who straddled 20th and 21st who've taken 500 wickets. But these are cricketers who are England qualified, who've taken 500 first-class wickets in the 21st century.
And we have a further clue on how many Test wickets this...
32 Test wickets this bowler's taken. in 9 Test matches. That's neatly played by Clark. 4 more.
I have the answer, Simon.
Oh, he's such a key figure for Surrey in that lower middle order. Really nicely played. Wristy dab.
I believe the cricketer with 32 Test wickets and 9 Tests for England and over 700 first-class wickets is Mr. Graham Onions.
Graham Onions. Oh dear. How on earth did we forget the saviour of Centurion and Cape Town?
Famous for his batting.
As Andrew says, they're more famous for his batting in Test cricket.
Best batsman I've ever seen.
Andrew says he's never seen him get out. The best batter he's ever seen, because he did save Test matches for England at Centurion.
Yeah,
5 innings not out in that series. Right, 2:35 at the lead. We've got 25 minutes to go until tea on this 3rd day. And these two putting together a useful 7th wicket partnership that actually threatens to become a real irritant for Essex. They put on, what now, 26 for the 7th wicket.
It is approaching that point where you asked Dan Norcross as he was leaving, is it now or never for Essex? And the now you were both referring to is kind of approaching ever closer. We're further into the moment of now, where these 4 wickets do you feel need to come in the next 30 runs really for Essex if they're to be kind of content with the size of the task ahead of them.
So we've got a problem with the ball again. Of course, what Essex do have, they have a top-class spinner in their lineup, but is he bowled in the second innings? I don't remember Harmer bowling the second innings. Maybe he's slipped in for an over, but I don't think he has.
He is not bowled in this innings.
I mean, that is a potential option to have a look at that, but you feel on this surface you want to keep going with seam because there's enough out there, as we've been saying throughout the game.
A potential counterpoint would be the presence of Patel at the crease as a left-hander.
Yep.
I think Harmer's not had the same kind of outrageous statistical innings that he has done in so many previous seasons, where he is this almost cheat code in the Essex team. I think he's averaging in the 30s with the ball this year, but nevertheless, a player of his quality is a nice plan B to have.
That's Porter, who is continuing. It's tantalising for Essex, though. They know that there is enough there, and if they can get these last 4 wickets, then chase of 250. Is it possible? Well, yeah, it could well be possible. It won't be easy, and they know the prize ahead if they can win this game to take the lead in the county championship. And also, I don't know whether sportsmen and women think like this, but there'll be that nagging. I'm sure there must be the human, that thing in the back of their mind. If we lose, there's enough time to lose this game. You feel there's enough time for either side to win. It doesn't feel like a draw at this stage. Of course, the weather can intervene and turn it into a draw tomorrow if we get some more of that mizzle hanging around the oval that we had earlier today. Single to Patel, to fine leg.
No, a clean run to the finish line will definitely mean this fixture ends in a result. There's only 13 wickets left in the match. Of course, there could be 14 wickets if the dramatic scenario
that we talked
presents itself. That's Essex close to the finish line. Require a recently operated on Jordan Cox to make his way to the middle. I'd be fascinated to know what type of padding you come out with after.
Well, you wouldn't face, would you? Surely.
I think you've got the opportunity of an anecdote for the rest of your life. I think there's got to be some thought from Jordan Cox that goes into that. to be a hero.
Have you had an appendix operation?
I almost had an appendix operation, then it wasn't required. So I can't quite relate to Jordan Cox's situation. Have you? It sounds as if you had.
So I haven't either. So you'd have to know what that feels like to work out whether it's even possible to come out and stand at one end 2 days later. Another single. I suspect it would be really not the thing to do.
I'm sure it would not be medically advisable.
We're having some anecdotal evidence at the back of the box that suggests it's not possible. People from those who've undergone it. Solid from Patel. At tea, we're going to have another chance to catch the highlights of Surrey's T20 action from last week. So tea coming up in 20 minutes' time.
Well, the anecdotal evidence from our director Jake is that he couldn't lift a jug of water for until a week afterwards, but I'm wondering whether Jordan Cox can lift a cricket bat 72 hours after, and we have a different amount of time and weight. I think if you get on the phone to who sponsored Jordan Cox, GM, I believe, see if you can make a bespoke appendix.
The only possible scenario is to stand, is literally just to stand at the non-striker's end. That would be, and even that is going to be.
Could you get wheeled out in the kind of hospital bed and have a runner?
That's nicely played, but at least a couple there. Might go for 4. And it has gone for 4. Well, this is punishing Essex, this 7th wicket partnership. Well, it's full there, angled in on the pads.
Apparently a lot of this depends on whether you've had a full operational keyhole surgery.
Right, okay.
So we need to find out this information first, and then we can keep on theorising as to what's possible.
Well, the ball goes for 4, and then it goes past the outside edge. It's been very typical of this game. We also need to know where poor old Jordan is. I mean, maybe...
I was wondering whether we should mention that, kind of...
I mean, you might bring him from Chelmsford or something. I don't know whether he's had the operation. Presumably, if it was in a rush, it might well have happened in London.
Not far from St George's or Charing Cross Hospital. That's a bit further away. There's one on the river which is very famous, and I've completely forgotten its name.
Is it?
St Thomas's.
Anyway, there would have to be, I would suggest, an extraordinary coming together of factors for even to be remotely considered, i.e. you'd have to be 9 down with 2 to win, or 4 to win, or 6 to win, or something like that. And that might be a stretch in these circumstances. So he's still with 4 wickets available, a lead of 241. 242 with that single.
I do remember playing a club match a number of years ago where, when we were fielding, one of our players broke their finger and kind of went off to hospital and got it checked out, but was fine, and we were holding on for the draw at the end, and it looked for all money that we were just going to lose the game very comfortably. But we had a magnificent kind of 9th wicket stand, as it was at the time, for most of it, the last wicket stand, We realised with 2 overs to go, if we lost a wicket, we needed him back just to walk out there. And we got him on the phone. It turned out that rather than come back to our match, he'd gone and had some beers and watched the ones. And he was not the most popular person in the club for a little while.
What sort of club man is that?
Exactly. Quite Simon.
Sure, he'd be checking in on the progress of his team, see whether he was going to be needed or not.
I think he was searching for a promotion to the first team, so he knew where his best networking opportunities lied. Or lay even.
Cricket is such a mad game, isn't it? That we're even talking about that someone who, who's either injured or ill or had an operation could actually come out and take part in a sporting event. Because its very nature, the fact that you could just stand at the non-striker's end or just be at the non-striker's end, even sit at the non-striker's end. Although that was fraught with danger as well, because if you're immobile and the ball's drilled back at you, I mean that's potential problem for umpires in bad light situations, and we've seen a lot of that in T20 cricket where the umpire's just getting out of the way, or the ball even strikes the shin of the umpire. So anyway, it's a preposterous notion.
Yeah, I mean, it's a notion I'm enjoying the idea of. However, I've spent too much time on the Surrey live stream. I've heard Daniel Norcross's account of sitting down at the non-striker's end and watching the bowler run in as him and his friend were blocking it out for the draw, and kind of 2 hours of kind of complete boredom for everyone involved, basically, where they didn't attempt to run, they didn't try and do anything. And so rather than stand at the non-striker's end as etiquette would demand, they would sit down and watch the bowler run in.
He didn't actually believe that story, did he? Starting to rain again? Well, we are approaching tea, so the umpires could take an early tea and that could sort that out. They took an early lunch today, sensibly, when the rain started to fall. So we might not lose any time if there was another shower. Cracked away, there's a fielder there though.
To go from one kind of piece of hypothesising to another, if there is rain around and it potentially threatens to come back tomorrow, is there a world where Surrey may consider declaring in the not too distant future, or is their position in the county championship such that a risk of a loss is just nowhere near the reward of a victory?
I think the latter. At the moment, anyway. I mean,
yes.
You wouldn't want to declare this situation, would you? I don't think. You might if you were into the 300s ahead. But you also might consider on this type of pitch, you can bowl a team out in 55, 60 overs. So you wouldn't. The risk would not come yet, I don't think. They'd love to win, of course, so that would cement their position at the top of the table. And it is that they have a great opportunity to win this game.
I think less so for Surrey, but definitely for Essex, the kind of cliche that it's not necessarily a must win, but it's a don't lose. Don't lose and cede so much of an advantage.
A single there to Patel. The other way round, it might be a bit different. If you're in Essex's, if you're Essex in Surrey's position, then you might be prepared to risk a bit more with a declaration if you thought some time was going to be taken out of the game, because you probably feel you have to win. It ain't necessarily so. If this game is drawn, then on we go. Basically, the difference between the two teams is not that big, is it? I started off the difference between the two teams as being 12 points. It's now 13. Because Surrey have taken 4 bonus points and Essex 3. Having said that, Essex might also feel, would they risk losing to win?
In the context of the declaration,
if they were in Surrey's position, say.
Because I wonder whether actually the loss is more damaging for Essex than it would be for Surrey. If Surrey lose, they're still kind of within a game, as it were. They're still within a match of Surrey, of Essex even.
Well, there we go. Tea on this third day with Surrey in a strong position in this game. 244 runs ahead. Reminder, 262 is the highest score made in the match so far, albeit we only had 2 completed innings, but I think Surrey have to play well to get up to past 262 in their second innings. But Patel and Clark have just battened down the hatches for them and put together a very useful partnership after the quick loss of Smith and Sudharsan. Smith for a very well played 70, Sudharsan nicking behind for 12, and Ben Foakes out, caught by Harmer at second slip for 13 in a rain delayed third day. Lots of interruptions made in that first session. Porter still on 499, and just the seamers used on this greenish pitch, overcast conditions at the Oval, and a bit uneven as well. And that's the position of the match. Third day tea, Surrey 244 ahead. A decent amount of control over this match, but still a lot to be decided in the last 4 sessions. Okay, so players taking a break for 20 minutes. We'll be back with live coverage in 20 minutes time at 20 past 4 for what should be a fascinating final session. Will we see Essex bat this evening? We might well do. What will be their target? All will be revealed. Let's hope the rain stays away. Let's hope the light stays constant and that we don't have any bad light interruptions. The floodlights are still on at the Oval. I think the playing light would be, the natural light's probably okay at the moment. They could actually switch them off, but it may well be that we do need some artificial light to help us later on. Anyway, we'll find out 20 past 4 onwards. For now, we are going to have a look back at the highlights of Surrey's T20 action from last week.
Quite simple at the top of the order. You come in with generally speaking, obviously as an opening batsman you go in and there's fielders all inside the circle, so you just have to play strong shots. It's quite nice and simple.
Surrey have loads of all-rounders in all formats. The all-rounders basically give more freedom to the batters and more options to the captain.
I always grew up being a batter, and obviously I bowled as well, but when I got picked for Surrey, I got picked real young and naturally was batting lower down the order. And only in the last few years when I feel like I've sort of turned that finisher role into a bit more success, which is I guess one of the harder roles to be successful at, I've had a bit more opportunity up the order.
His batting is just a whole new level at the moment, where in some team compositions you'd call him a batting all-rounder.
I love my batting. It's definitely a lot more fun than bowling in T20 cricket.
To be honest, I'll be a little bit more gut feel on the day. You kind of gain all the information that you need to gain. Talk to the head coach. I'll talk to Gareth Batty, Jade Dernbach, our bowling coach as well, and see their opinions and take that all in.
Make sure the stumps follow it, and then it becomes a catching opportunity. The side's so short,
that it's like you're either side of him and it's 4 anyway. How do you reckon?
SG 2 out left side to start? I'm happy with it.
Not just his captaincy, obviously this year. I mean, what he's done on the Test circuit and with the England badge on his helmet, he's been fantastic, and it's incredible to see that, and it feels like time's flying because it wasn't long ago those guys were proper puppies.
No, I don't mind it. Like chopping the stumps is straight. I was just saying with Gus, like Escobar's in for example, I don't mind having 2 out on the next side and going. Because if you beat the infield here, it's 4 anyway. Like it don't make much of a difference. I think everyone's a different leader in their own way. I mean, it's all about the message that's put across and trying to do it in your own way. I mean, we're all on the same page in the Surrey team. I think we played together a lot. We have underperformed in the T20 stuff in the last years, but I want to sort of implement my own leadership style.
Our bowling attack certainly want to take the game on and grab the game by the horn, so to speak. You're obviously just assessing in split seconds after that event has happened.
Just had to try and sum up pretty quickly as to whether we keep attacking the top of the stumps or get some defensive balls in and just win the back of the power play.
It's a great thing being a bowler. You have 24 balls where you can have a direct impact on the match. That's the best part about T20 cricket, is that competition with the bloke down at the other end who's just trying to maximise each over.
Yeah, it's been like a little bit frustrating at times. So I feel like the group's been bowling well and been making some good decisions and having good conversations. I think we're starting to make some good progress.
And I find it's best for me to be aware of what I'm up against and having an idea of what they're trying to do, but as much as I can stick to things that I'm really good at and put the percentages in my favour as much as I can.
Bloody chuffed day. Like nice to get a bag full of wickets tonight at Lords, but pleased to have contributed, especially in an important phase of the game in the power play. Things on the pitch, we're trending really nicely, but we've got to turn it around tomorrow and improve again and go up another gear.
Can you give this to Dan? I should get stingy about it, 50p.
We've learned. We've been like an algorithm. We've been learning as we've been moving forward, which is very good, very pleasing. The captain mentioned that in the changing room, that we've got better and better and more unified understanding of how we move in the field, batters partnerships, bowlers partnerships, rhythm of the game. I think we've been really, really good, and that's why I keep championing the team aspect.
It's obviously the pace of the game so quick.
It'd be great if you can just have all these physical skills that run between the overs, be in position as quick as you can, all this sort of stuff. It's obviously great when that's flowing, and that's a sign that a team's flying.
It is about all the players. The very proud fact from a team point of view is that we are playing as a team. Individuals are always going to have performances within that, but I think the team performance on both nights has been the impressive part.
You played at the home of cricket last night, you played at the home of cricket here tonight. 2 fine venues, 2 good pitches, 2 good games.
There's only one home of cricket and we won here tonight.
To be stretching to 100 was great, and then once it's chased down was even better, so it's great.
We've sort of end this 8-game period in a position that we're relatively happy with.
So play about to resume after tea on this third day. Rain shortened third day. If you're wondering why just joined us for the first time, wondering why the scoreboard hasn't pushed on that much. Consider Surrey were 44 for 3 at the start, 162 for 6. First session we had, well, we lost count actually, 4 or 5 rain breaks, and a very frustrating morning session. The afternoon has been clearer, and I think the forecast for the rest of the day is pretty good. The only issue will be the light, which is fine at the moment, as you'd expect at this time of the year, 2nd of July, not far away from the longest day. But the clouds have hung around for the best part of the last 2 days. So Surrey looking to push on, extend their lead over 300. And it's going to be Paul Walter to bowl after the tea interval. And noticeable here that Essex have 4 men out. So they really don't want to concede boundaries. They might go short, let's see. Not first ball.
Now, that is an intriguing plan from Essex, and you're right in that there's 2 potential ways to look at it. It could be an acknowledgement that this is a crucial period of the game. They don't have that many more runs to play with. So they're trying to limit the boundaries, squeeze Surrey, and hope to eke out those last 4 wickets. Or it could be an attacking ploy where they're thinking, we need a wicket now. Can we buy one with some short stuff and have Ryan Patel caught on the fence?
Well, first 2 balls after tea and a full. The only issue here for Essex is they do need to take these 4 wickets quickly. You feel, but Patel and Clark both happy, and we saw that before the break. Well, Patel's 15 from 39, just happy to knock the ball around, put the bad ball away, but also just knock it around for singles, and those singles will inevitably just add to that lead and just make it that much harder for Essex. So there are lots of gaps, plenty of them on the leg side, and a big gap between second slip and extra cover on the offside. So you'd think in theory there are plenty of singles on offer. It just underlines actually that Surrey are in a pretty strong position in the game. It's theirs to control. It's up to Essex to do something decisive to take out the last 4.
It's been a gentle start from Walter. I'll be surprised if he digs one in short. It's not exactly like he's the type of bowler who's known for his pace and he's going to rush a batter. Did either get Jamie Smith caught with a short ball with the first ball of his spell?
Yeah, he did. Taken out deep square. Ryan Patel has been in determined mood since he came out to bat. In the 51st over with this ball. But there has been enough out there, even with a ball this old, to encourage the Essex bowlers. And there we go, right on cue. Past the outside edge of Patel's bat to end a maiden over. First one after tea. Still 38 left in the day's play.
It's a beautiful delivery from Walter, and very aesthetically missed by Patel as well. It was all very good looking bit of cricket. So Porter is going to continue from the pavilion end.
We're still 7 short of our 32 as well. We're going to need some more clues.
We've only got about half an hour left to get it as well. Then we'll be finished as a duo for this match.
Let's finish it off, I think, with a bit of help from Andrew Samson. Here's Porter, 499 wickets. Going to get a single there. They're going to look for 2, push for 2. They might well come back. No, they do. not, as Beard closes in on it. It's one of those you see in T20 where you nudge it to the edge of the circle and pick up 2 with the fielder coming in from deep mid-wicket. Beard was alert to it. So this is, for those who haven't been with us much during this game, or indeed in that session before tea, the 32 bowlers that have taken 500 first-class wickets in the 21st century. With Porter, well, he's been poised for a long time. We've been talking about it for a while. He's only taken 1 wicket in the match, looking for number 500. Sorry, there were 31. Is that right, Andrew? There were 31. He would be the 32nd. So we have got, by my reckoning, I think we've only got 6 or 7 left to go. 7 left, have we? We're going to need some more clues, Andrew.
You haven't got the Notts guy yet.
We haven't got the Notts guy yet. Surrey broadcast at gmail.com if you've got any clues. The Notts guy.
Play for Leicestershire as well.
Play for Leicestershire. There's an appeal from Porter. That's not going to be his 500th. Really
So,
not much support there from those behind. Famous film with a similar name to his surname or first name?
Until you said Leicestershire, animated film, famous. I was going to go along the lines of Luke Fletcher, but I don't know if he'll have enough. I mean, he's on 452. I felt nervous saying that guess. I thought I'd be laughed at. So the clue is he's played for Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, and shares his surname is also the name of a famous Disney animated film. Famous Disney film.
I don't know if it's Disney, but it's a
famous animated film.
It's a sequel or 2.
Cars, Monsters Inc.
Toy Story. John Toy Story. Yeah,
John
there
Story.
we go.
Yeah, he's a great player.
This is good from Porter.
He's green. Well, he's not. Shrek. Charlie Shrek.
Charlie Shrek. Wow, there we go.
We got given an extra clue from the back of the box about a green character. Yeah. I must admit, when I first thought of Shrek, I thought that was a bit of a Mickey take, and then I remembered it was not, in fact.
Crunched away. A really fine shot from Ryan Patel to end that Porter over. No protection out there. Width the key.
He's a player I really enjoy watching, Ryan Patel. I find him incredibly aesthetically pleasing, and he had a kind of shift in dynamic a few years ago. He had been known not necessarily as a blocker, but kind of a steady batter, and he had this wonderful one-day cup campaign where he scored a century at Guildford Cricket Club off really not many balls, and he all of a sudden became this kind of top order dasher that was very easy on the eye, and that was another glimpse into both his potential and his current ability. I think like many players on the fringes of this Surrey squad, you're kind of always presented with that decision: do I want to play a handful of games and kind of try and force myself into a more regular slot in this Surrey team, potentially have your head turned by a county down the road or up north or out west to be a more regular fixture.
56 first class matches, an average of 28 before this game. That's thumped away by Clark as well. Lead over 250. Again, the key there, a bit of width to work with for Jordan Clark.
See there the almost lack of pace on the ball from Walter, that Clark was able to cut the ball so far in front of square. He got that to the right of cover and split cover and mid-off. And how often, not just this season but in the years gone by, have we seen Jordan Clark playing this role of kind of snatching any hope away from the opposition and closing out fixtures for Surrey.
Just a single this time. He's looking to thread it through very nearly. Well, it's the mark of a good team, isn't it? When the opposition think they're getting through, they've got an opportunity, and you snuff it out. Just close down that escape route for them. And that's what this partnership between Patel and Clark is threatening to do. Single this time. And you go back to the last championship match that was played on this ground. Worcestershire must have thought what an opportunity they had when they reduced Surrey to 15 for 4 inside half an hour of the first day. And then what ends up happening? End up losing by 281 runs.
And the batting talent doesn't stop at this point in the lineup. Tom Laws, he only has a first class average of 15 at the moment, but in this day that is 46. He had a fantastic role in the One Day Cup a couple of seasons ago. Played as not pretty much, he did play as an all-rounder and made 4 half centuries across the summer. But I guess you could argue it's still a bit more of a kind of glint of light than most oppositions coming down here face when it's Jordan Clark at 8, Sean Abbott at 9, Gus Aktinson at 10.
Right, we need to clear up these last 6 names.
Yes.
Shall we do that?
Still haven't got the other test cricketer.
The other test cricketer?
All-rounder.
All-rounder?
2 tests in Bangladesh in 2003.
I feel as though I can get this, because I was there. 2 tests in Bangladesh in 2003, an all-rounder.
I'm assuming he's a spin bowling all-rounder. He's not.
Johnson, Richard Johnson? Another clue?
Started his career here and he ended his career here. Sorry.
Yeah, I was thinking a Surrey player. For now, it's going to be Porter to continue. He's the inspiration for our quiz. He still hasn't got 500. Well, he will do. It's just a question of when. But at the moment, these two working the Essex bowlers around. The lead starting to get concerning for Essex.
Finished his career at Surrey and started it and took 500 wickets in the 21st century. Suggests he's played quite a lot of cricket for this county.
Played for Warwickshire in between.
Ricky Clark.
Of course, Ricky Clark.
I must admit, I haven't found much joy in getting that one right. More disappointment that we hadn't got that one earlier.
Yeah.
It was Ricky Clark who told me the story about the eye tests and why Ryan Patel and Rory Burns started doing that kind of look across, and there it was the whole time staring at us in the face.
Indeed.
Well, me at least.
Okay, how many have we got left? Tell me it's only 5. Gloucestershire player?
Yorkshire.
A Yorkshireman who played for Gloucestershire.
For Gloucestershire. She also played for Samson.
Mike Smith?
Faster than Mike Smith.
Faster than Mike Smith. Mike Smith, who was part of that very successful Gloucestershire one-day team, but it had taken a lot of wickets in the 20th century rather than the 21st century.
I feel you might be on your own with this one.
Yeah. I feel I might not be able to help very much. So many cricketers that you're thinking about. That's the thing over the course of, 24 years of cricket. We're almost getting to the stage where you say, give me his first name. Give me his initials. Red hair. Oh, yes. I know you mean Steve Kirby. Steve Kirby, red hair, that gives it away. Okay. Only got 4 left now, Cam.
Very excited. I wonder if our producer won't let us off until it kind of is finished.
Come on, Andrew, let's have a few more clues.
There's one spinner left.
One spinner left. Left arm spinner. Min Patel? No, that's
Played almost all his cricket for Lancashire.
left arm spinner for Lancashire.
Not Stephen Parry. He played more white ball. And he also played for England.
Gary Keady.
Gary Keady.
Yep. 3 to go.
Also played for Surrey.
Essex have got 4 to go. We've got 3 to go.
We didn't play for Surrey. He did. I was getting very confused there because it wasn't listed on his teams on Cricinfo, but there was a photo of him playing in a Surrey jumper. So 696 first-class wickets.
So 3 to go, Andrew. Are we into relatively obscure names now, or are we into names that actually we should get? But
It depends on how much you follow county cricket.
yeah, okay. You're gonna need to give us counties and hair colour and things.
One who played his last game last year.
Played his last game last year for which county? For Somerset.
He started with Northants.
Started with Northants. Yorkshire, Somerset. Well, here's Bosch.
Oh. Mr. Jack Brooks.
Jack Brooks, yeah. Of course.
He started doing a lot of coaching, helped Lauren Filer redevelop her action and add several miles an hour, which saw her launch herself into the England team.
So 2 to go. .672 wickets.
Mostly for Essex.
Mostly for Essex.
Also Kent and Leicestershire.
Also Kent and Leicestershire.
More famous when he was playing for Essex.
More famous from playing for Essex. Well, there'll be Essex supporters on the stream who'll be shouting at their computers. Comfortable single. Essex 2008 to 2016. Of course, we'll know it as soon as you say it, or as soon as we work it out. Bosch has been really willing, carried a threat as well, but this partnership is now 1 short of 50 for the 7th wicket. And that's a lovely way to bring up the 50 partnership. Eased away by Ryan Patel.
It's another incredibly attractive shot from Patel. When he gets it right, there are really very few players who are more pleasing on the eye. It's a very important little hand he's playing here with Jordan Clark, just taking the game away from Essex.
Yes.
A rare short ball. We haven't seen that very often in this game. It hasn't been that sort of pitch. There are 2 men back on the leg side and 2 men back on the offside as well. It's a big hit now. towards the square leg boundary.
So he played for Essex between 2008 and 2016 and was also at Kent and Leicestershire.
A polite inquiry from the bowler. Almost though he's asking to go to the toilet there, Bosch.
We've seen that dynamic of appeal before from Essex, where those behind the stumps, the wicketkeeper Pepper at least, looked far more interested than Bosch. As you said, it was kind of a polite inquiry from Bosch. It's a slower ball, and I tell you what, until it bounced and looked like it was going over the stumps, I thought the line looked quite good.
Yeah.
But it was a change-up from Bosch there, variation.
So we have seen a bit of variation in this over. Then the slower ball and the short ball. The short ball again, biffed away. That's going out to the boundary before. Well, excellent from Ryan Patel. Two really sweetly struck boundaries in this over. One through extra cover and then one through deep backward square leg. Dismissed.
Bosch looking for the short ball again, but just a bit too full, so it couldn't quite get up and challenge Patel in a challenging area. He swiveled on the ball and pulled it powerfully behind square. 2 men out on the boundary, patrolling that area, and also 2 men left in our quiz, one of which Daniel Norcross walked into the room, showed a picture of him to Andrew Samson and said, "Is it him?" He said yes, and then he left with a smirk on his face.
So we're looking at a seamer or a seamer?
Both of them
right arm
seamers.
seamer. Both of them right arm seamers.
Who did the other one play for?
Warwickshire.
Warwickshire and Essex. And Middlesex. Warwickshire, then Middlesex, then Worcestershire.
Alan Richardson? Yes. So we've got 1 to go. Porter's got 1 to go. No ball. No, that's a ballooning bouncer.
We're faced with quite an unpleasant situation here where we can't get the remaining person, and Daniel Norcross comes on to replace us, finishes off the quiz, and Porter takes his 500th wicket.
Well, we've got 1 to go. Porter's got 1 to go. Who's going to get there first? The tension's unbearable. And there'll be lots of Essex supporters who are watching this going, come on, it's X. Oh, not far away. Not far away at all.
I must admit, Simon, I really don't know. I'm not even having kind of names.
Suddenly it just popped into your head, though.
I was very disappointed when I've discovered in this process that there are lots of people in this world on 450 first-class wickets. Graham Napier was one of them. He had several more wickets than I kind of anticipated.
No, we've got a bit of time here, Cameron, because the ball is going to be examined again, not for the first time in this match. So we've got an Essex, Northants, Leicestershire bowler. Kent, Leicestershire. Most of his wickets for Essex. Well, I apologise to all the Essex supporters listening out there who are going, it's obviously him. Now the box of balls is coming out. Here's the match summary. It's looking very favourable for Surrey at the moment, 268. But they'll be cautious. They'll be wanting a few more than this as well. When you bank 260 odd in a game like this, you want to bank a few more. We've got give us a clue now. We've got syllables and first name, is it? First name is 2 syllables. No. I don't know what's going on the back of the box.
Daniel Norcross doing interpretive dance.
Right, Andrew Samson gives a much better clue than the one.
Well, if Simon watches Andrew, I'll watch Daniel.
Sorry.
Get it straight away.
Go on then.
Augusta.
Masters.
David Masters.
Too easy.
What, can you finish, Daniel? Can you finish all?
Right, there we go. We've got them all, and Jamie Porter's got a different ball in his hand. I say a new ball. It's a different ball in his hand. He's on 499. And Jordan Clark gets another single.
Goodness me, I've had the explanation of Daniel's explanation, and I'll save the viewers and listeners from such nonsense.
So we've got them all now. All 31 names of the bowlers have taken 500 first-class wickets in the 21st century. England qualified, that is, or English bowlers. So if you want me to, I'll just nip through them, the definitive list, if you've just joined us and wondering who they all are. Well, there's the appeal, but it didn't feel quite right.
I think there's a little bit of bat on that, although it would have been fitting had we finally completed our list, then Porter was able to join.
It's become the 32nd.
Absolutely.
So the 31 are Swan, Broad, Anderson, Murtagh, Sidebottom, Panesar, Rushworth, Harmison, Wokes, Barker, Lewis. This is in the order in which we got them, actually.
Yes.
Lewis, Caddick, Hoggard, Batty, Chappell, Croft, Robert Croft, Bresnan, Finn, sorry, Finn, if you're listening. Took a while to get you. Rashid, Stevens, Chris Wright, Roland Jones, Harris, Onions, Shrek, Ricky Clark, Kirby, Keedy, Brooks, Richardson, and David Masters was the last one that we got. There we go, those are the
Fine
31.
work, everyone.
Yeah. Apologies to all those people who have been shouting at their computers saying it's obviously him and him and him. Another good delivery from Porter, but it does not bring him the wicket. As Dean Elgar throwing the ball at the stumps, actually ended up hitting Ryan Patel. What a nip. Just I wonder what was happening there, Patel. Suddenly to feel the ball on his back of his thigh. I think he was in his ground. Well, Essex will need to score the biggest total of the match to win the game as things stand. Has this pitch settled down a bit, Cameron, or is it to do with the fact, the psychology of the game, the state of the game? Perhaps the ball is not quite as new as it was.
I think it's a combination of the ball getting that bit older, and perhaps the kind of knowledge and the fatigue of kind of getting later into the match, because we have still seen deliveries from Porter not too long ago which kind of seemed viciously in and kind of cut Ryan Patel in half, and we've still seeing that exaggerated movement off the pitch at times. I think the downside for Essex here is if they do nip through these last 4 wickets and all of a sudden they're in the unenviable position of batting again this evening.
His partnership worth 60 now for the 7th wicket. And Sudharsan was out caught behind. You feel Essex were back in this match. And the way things are going, it looks like a 300 plus chase.
Just from around the grounds, and what will be quite an important result in Division 1, Worcestershire are going to beat Durham by 6 wickets. It appears they need 2 runs to win. Kashif Ali is unbeaten on 76, Ethan Brooks on 18, and that'll be their first win of the season and first win back in Division 1 and close the gap between themselves, Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. Lancashire chasing a win against Nottinghamshire as well, which will be very important.
Oh, another lovely delivery. Oh, it really went and didn't carry as well. It just shows a couple of the vagaries of this pitch, the movement, but also the bounce, the unevenness of it at times. Just held the line there. There was bat, Clark. Can chase it. So what have we had? Wins today for Sussex and Yorkshire. Sussex going well in the second division. Well, Worcestershire are going to score the biggest score of the match to win in their game, as you say, against Durham. Very low scoring game into Worcestershire's second innings. Once again, the ball going past the outside edge of the bat. Yeah, 190, 112, 152 suggested that 230 odd might be quite tricky in that fourth innings, but they've actually knocked them off, haven't they?
On the note of first-class milestones, Nathan Lyon has just taken his 800th first-class wicket playing for Lancashire. We can do that quiz next. Players with 800 first-class wickets.
A good maiden over comes to an end from Ethan Bosch, the South African. Umpire's having a chat. Don't think it's about the light. It's quite gloomy the oval, but there is some blue sky. There are some patches of blue sky above. A dark cloud over the ground at the moment. Second over. The second innings coming up from Jamie Porter. At the moment he's being faced by the solid middle of Ryan Patel's bat. Runs. That just emphasises that it's a bit greasy in the outer. I've seen a couple of fielders today sliding around the boundary edge. We had that rain earlier, not excessive rain, but enough to grease things up in the extremities. Well, these two, they play sensibly. They've ridden their luck at times, but they've worked hard, and they're earning the right now to tick the board over. That was a strange one. No real position to play the shot. There's that extra bounce.
I wonder if, yes, we can see the Surrey medical staff coming down to check on Jordan Clark. I think that ball did kind of bounce off his extremities and into his helmet. So the protocol will be to give him a concussion check, but everyone looks healthy and well currently. I've been reliably informed that in the current game there are only 4 active players with 800 first class wickets. 2 are playing at Southport currently.
Jimmy Anderson and
Nathan Lyon. 1 is playing in this match here, and he is yet to bowl in this innings.
Simon Harmer. And
the final one is Neil Wagner from New Zealand.
Oh, it's an interesting one, isn't it? You have a bowler with 800 first-class wickets who's not bowled in this innings, despite the fact that Essex are absolutely desperate for a wicket, or 2, or 3, or 4. It does underline the nature of this pitch.
Probably speaks to the fact, as well as what you mentioned previously about, like, has some kind of zip gone out of the pitch, or is it a case that Surrey have just batted well for a period, maybe rode their luck a little bit? And I think by the absence of Harmer, Essex are of the opinion that it's the latter, that Surrey have batted well, people are allowed to play well, but the best route to a wicket remains those 4 seamers that they're rotating. I don't know, I wouldn't mind seeing Harmer bowling at Ryan Patel, the left-handed Patel. He's so strong against left-handers. And Patel, yes, he's on 30, he's batting very nicely, but it's nevertheless a challenge. We're seeing a drastic change of field. We've got 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary.
There we go, there's the short ball, and there is a brilliant catch, is it? Well, it's brilliantly taken, but it's not come off the bat. It looks like it's come off the helmet again, so does that mean we're going to have another concussion test?
It does indeed. It absolutely flew off what Jordan Clark is intimating was his helmet. It was a fantastic catch by Elgar. The short ball was signposted. Essex had put 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary for that delivery. We'll see on the replay here. Essex were convinced it came off the glove, but no, very clearly clatters in the side of Jordan Clark's head.
Do you know, I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Successive balls, successive concussion tests.
It did give it. It was a very, it was a wonderful slip catch kind of training technique, almost acting as the catching ramps do. You see the players warming up before play. I think it would have been, I'd have felt very sorry for Clark had he been given out there, struck in the head, potentially with a bit of a headache ringing, and also to have been sent on his way. It was a fantastic catch by Elgar.
Yeah, really well claimed.
And Jamie Porter believed he did have that 500th first class wicket. Just the nature of how it looked, it was such an unusual scenario to see a ball fly off the helmet at that angle that you almost assumed it had to be glove. Or perhaps bat, given the pace that the ball came off Jordan Clark's kind of vicinity.
Jordan Clark making it quite clear to the umpire as well that it came off the helmet.
I think there was just a little surge of panic in him that he realised he maybe should have fallen over to make it clear where it had struck him.
There's that short ball again, and is this going to be the wicket? It is! There we go. 500 for Jamie Porter in first class cricket. It's come at last. And he's been hugged by his Essex teammates. It's been announced on the PA system as well. You probably heard that. And applause around the ground. Probably quite unusual circumstances. A catch at deep third on a pitch that's offered quite a lot for the seam bowlers. You imagine it might have been a nick behind or an edge to slip. He's finally got it. Caught at deep third. And Clark's innings is over. So struck twice on the helmet in consecutive balls and then having a swat to a short ball and comfortably taken at deep third by Bosch down there. Clark out for 30.
It's a magnificent achievement. That's the result of an utterly bizarre period of play. Clark struck twice in the helmet, once a glancing blow, the second flush that was then caught at first slip by Dean Elgar. Essex thought they had their man the ball previously. But as it happened, those two strikes to the head may well have worked in their favour as Clark's continued kind of rush of blood. Off the third ball in a row, he charged once again, swatted at a short ball, and Ethan Bosch settled under the ball to take what was eventually a very comfortable catch. And now is this just the opportunity that Essex need? It shows that even though they keep on kind of teasing themselves and us into believing they're still in this fixtures, the lead is, I say, only 274. It is still below 300. There's 3 wickets left to take. Tom Laws is a very competent player, but they're without doubt into the tail now. They'll be hoping, if they can keep that figure below 310 for instance, that they might just have an opportunity in this match.
Right, here's Bosch then, he's just taken that catch. Single to Patel. So Taylor and Worrell to come for Surrey. You always like a few more, don't you? Unless you're 550 ahead or 600 ahead or something. You always like a few more. Surrey, what were they like? 30 or 40 minimum here? Something like that from the last 3.
I think they'd shake hands on 40 immediately, really. That might not be as much of a show of faith in Tom Laws as he would like, but I think to get yourself up to a lead of 315, you'd be very content with that. Laws 15 in the first innings. It was caught by Simon Harmer in the slips off Shane Snater.
Oh! Threw him first ball. First ball for Laws. Suddenly it's 8 down. 275 the lead. It's amazing, this game of cricket, isn't it? A long partnership. Patel and Clark looking secure, batting sensibly, and then Porter changing his approach. 3 men back. Right, I'm just going to bang it in and see what happens. Struck on the helmet, and then forcing Clark into a swat down towards deep third, and then Bosch comes in, takes out Laws' stump. Not easy starting on this surface. Knocking back his middle stump, absolute bullseye.
I think that is a very difficult delivery to face from Ethan Bosch, who's had that natural shape away from the right-hander this whole fixture, and that delivery, rather than angling away and just curving away from Tom Laws' outside edge as he'd expect it to, seemed in off the pitch. And it is that movement which is both why Essex have felt in the contest this innings that they knew that wickets could fall quickly, but it's also why the challenge of chasing what is currently a figure of 275 could be so daunting. James Taylor now coming to the crease, and Essex will be very hopeful they can wrap up this Surrey innings in double quick time now. There's still 30 overs remaining today, in theory.
Yeah, the light has improved. There's more blue sky above, or around the oval. Anyway, there's probably more blue sky than there's been at any time in the last couple of days. There is a dark cloud over at the moment. There is a breeze to knock that dark cloud, a spaceship cloud above the oval away. Nice and solid first up from Taylor. How does Patel play it now? He's in. Seeing it away, he's looked very solid.
I don't know is the honest answer. I was trying to rack my brains as to whether it's a case of you twist now and start to play some shots, whether you continue as you are, because he's not batting slowly. His strike rate's around 50. I think there we're seeing why Tom Laws will consider himself so unfortunate and why Bosch's delivery to him was such a good ball. You'll see that shape away from Taylor. And the way Taylor's shaping up to defend is to kind of cover that outside edge. That's where you feel like Bosch is going to challenge you. That your risk of dismissal is caught behind, caught in the slips. But as it happened, he managed to get one to move back in off the seam and take out middle stump. It is a wonderful picture as well when middle stump is removed from the ground with off and leg remaining standing.
Yeah, all bowlers enjoy that. We had one yesterday where the off stump was knocked out and the leg bail remained on the 2 remaining stumps. You can see that happen very often.
Given the kind of domination of the seamers and the quality of the seamers we've had on show this match, we've had some wonderfully aesthetically pleasing dismissals across the course of the match.
Fine delivery, which will give Bosch a bit of encouragement. It'll also give Taylor and his cohort of pace bowlers some encouragement as well. So the over comes to an end. The wicket in it of Tom Laws, 193 for 8. The lead is 275. Yas Rana's coming in to replace me.
First class wicket number 100 for Ethan Bosch. That one, the one of Tom Laws.
There are milestones everywhere this fixture.
Milestones everywhere. And in that over as well, seeing him move the ball both into and away from the right-handers. Still a lot of movement on offer. 59 overs into this Surrey second innings. Porter continues. Driven, delightfully from Ryan Patel. Just straight of the man at mid-off. Bit of width from Porter. He's done well to hit it that straight.
No, Simon Mann was just wondering what approach Patel was going to take. I think here we have the answer. Yes, it's overpitched by Porter, but Patel taking the positive option. He has a chance to score some kind of heroic runs for his team here. And really take his team from a strong position to an almost unassailable one.
You called it earlier in his innings that he struggles for game time at the moment. The Surrey top 6 is stacked, getting an opportunity this week at 7, but given the game situation, a 35 not out here, as we see the field spread back, very, very handy innings for his team. Scampers through for a single. They briefly think about a second, but opt against it. He moves on to 36, but yeah, given the Surrey lead of 279, they've been very reliant on Jamie Smith's runs so far. Ryan Patel, this is the second highest score for a Surrey batter, not just in this innings but in the game. Highest score by a Surrey player other than Jamie Smith.
I think I had been unsure as to how Patel would approach it, but now we've seen that signal of aggression. We've seen at Essex that second delivery, they spread the field, almost everyone was on the boundary. It's a chance to play the kind of ultimate team innings with a maximum reward as well. Not only do you have the chance to score the runs and have the kind of tangible benefit that you've given to your team, if you get out, trying to do the best thing in an instance where you wouldn't be forgiven for kind of chasing a bit of red ink here, protecting your average, showing the gaffer, Mr. Stewart, at the end of the season, well, actually I've been averaging 36, sir, and I think another new deal and a pair of eyes would be very nice. So going about the best way to win your team the match.
Taylor shaped up well in the first innings, batted for 50 or so minutes. I guess his job here is relatively straightforward from a game plan point of view. Hang around, give Ryan Patel as much strike as possible. Or so we thought.
Rock back, get the pull shot out. No, I think you are right. I think Taylor is playing a game of time here, where his value, his currency he's dealing with at the moment is time as much as it is runs. So I give myself a tongue twister. We see with one ball remaining of the over, Essex's fielders on the ring have now spread out, protecting the boundaries.
Defended well from Taylor. That's the end of the over. Sorry, 198 for 8, leading by 280. Let's take a quick look at that extraordinary passage of play that saw Jordan Clark struck twice in successive deliveries before holding out to the man at deep third. We had the physio come in. There was a couple of minutes of a delay. Then next up, DL took a brilliant catch at slip. Essex thought they had their man, but the ball only struck the side of Clark's helmet. And in the next delivery, Porter bowled another bouncer. Clark looked to give himself room, but could only swat it to the man at deep third. I don't think I've ever seen 2 concussion checks in 2 deliveries. It was a good innings from Clark, an important one. 30 off 55 deliveries. In the context of what has been a relatively low-scoring game, those are really crucial runs from number 8. Bosch to continue. Patel drives firmly through the gap in front of square on the offside. That's a glorious shot. You've got 3 men, 4 men even, on the boundary on the offside. And Patel's found the gap between deep extra cover and long off. He picks up 4 and moves into the 40s.
It's the third time I'll say it this innings, but he's such an attractive player to watch, Ryan Patel. To be able to have got that so far in front of square and pierce deep extra cover and deep long off, it's a remarkable shot.
Yeah, I think he's someone who's been really unlucky. In 2022 he had a very good year when Surrey won the championship, averaging around about 40 in a season that saw Surrey lift the Division 1 title. And if you're averaging 40 for a team at the top of Division 1, you'd think, you command a spot aside, but Surrey go and sign Dom Sibley. Ollie Pope ends up playing quite a lot of games in the top order as well. Jamie Smith comes on.
Dan Lawrence arrives.
And often when he comes in at different positions. Driven, that's a chance for Bosch. It's a tough chance. It came back at him at a decent pace, but Patel didn't time that as he would have liked to. Let off for Patel, who survives on 40.
Now, it would have been quite a nonchalantly spectacular catch by Bosch, but he had a good look at it. It did appear that he'd seen it all the way in, and it would have been one of those that would kind of, to cricketing parlance, stick or not.
And it didn't. Pace off from Bosch, and that's driven. This time to the right of the man at deep extra cover. Whipped from Bosch and punished by Ryan Patel. He moves to 44, that's his 8th boundary. Really handy runs now. That lead now, 288.
I think Essex have got their field slightly wrong here, in that they're bowling to a 5-4 offside field, but the boundary to the offside is so short. Their one attacking fielder they've kept in position is slip, so the method of dismissal they're still trying to keep in play is to that outside edge, is to challenge that outside edge. Do they need a fine leg? Could they potentially have another bit more protection on the offside?
Flicked to the man at deep fine leg, who initially fumbles, but Surrey, with 1 delivery remaining in the over, content with a single. Patel on to 45 now. No, it's a fair point. If you offer Patel that much width, you're inviting him to attack that much shorter boundary on the Archbishop Tennyson's side of the ground. 3 sips in place for Taylor. Final delivery of Bosch's 16th over. Leg side and flicked towards deep square leg. They do run through for the single, so Taylor will retain the strike and get off the mark.
I think that was a bit of a brain fade from Surrey there. Last ball of the over, 208 for 8 off 61. I think Taylor just, and Patel potentially just reactive, instinctively set
shot,
off.
yeah.
It did appear for a period of time that the ball was going to split those fielders in the leg side and go away for 4. But as it happens, Shane Snater, who's returning to the attack, will have 6 deliveries at the tail ender.
Are you surprised we've not seen Simon Harmer in the second innings?
Yes, just because of the quality of the player. I understand when conditions suit kind of a certain skill set, but do you really feel like, for instance, when you have the left-handed Brian Patel in early in his innings, you have Jordan Clark in, who's known for wanting to take risks, especially against the spin. Could Simon Harmer create as many, if not more, wicket-taking opportunities than the seamers?
Snater in, and Taylor once more looking to be aggressive. The directive to Taylor doesn't seem to be just to survive. That's 3 balls in a row that he's faced where he's looked to play an attacking shot.
Could be a case here that the kind of dressing room message is different to the one in Ryan Patel's head, because we've seen him manage to strike a little bit at the beginning of kind of the previous over, which would mean in his head he's like, right, it's kind of 4 for me and 2 for you, or 5 for me and 1 for you. I think Taylor's quite fancying his cover drive at the moment and seeing them well.
Bit of width from Snater. Tempter for Taylor. How do you see this game poised? A lead of 290 looks pretty handy on a pitch where batters, really Jamie Smith aside, have struggled for rhythm on both teams.
I think you'd much rather be in the Surrey dressing room than the Essex one at the moment. I think your points about not just the quality and quantity of Jamie Smith's runs, but how far it is until the next highest score.
Taylor does very well to stop the ball rolling onto his stumps. He defended it into the ground, slightly late onto the ball. He also did very well not to use his hand, his glove, to prevent the ball from rolling onto the stump. That would have been a obstruction of the field in the end. He composes himself, gets his right boot in between the ball and the stumps and survives.
But as you referred to there, probably the true mean of this pitch probably lies at people getting starts as opposed to big scores.
We were just talking about it next door, that you're completely right. You'd much rather be in the Surrey dressing room than the Essex dressing room right now, but if there's a man in the world game who's made a career of difficult, gritty 4th innings knocks, it's Dean Elgar.
Yes, of course, and I agree with that symptom, that idea that he's likely to play a crucial role in any potential Essex victory. But the other style of player, I'd argue, would be so vital, potentially the one who's not here in Jordan Cox, and that Paul Walter might have to take that role where you have one end where it's the kind of backs to the wall, grinding it out, attempt just to get that ball a bit older so life's easier for your teammates. But when run scoring is so difficult, to have that one player who plays that attacking innings, who takes the total of 300 down to 220 between your kind of 9 other teammates in this instance, for them to contribute. I don't think this is going to be a fixture where you go, if someone gets someone get 100 and we win. It's like, no, this will be a team effort where we're all going to have to contribute and chip in.
Dug in short from Snater. Taylor doesn't really have to duck to get underneath it, but that completes an eventful maiden. Taylor now 1-15. This partnership worth 15 runs. Still 27 overs remaining in the day if the light holds, and the light is probably at its best. It's been all day. There are some grey clouds. That is a misleading screen because those dark clouds are not over the ground.
It is bizarre, you are correct, it's 5:20 in the evening, or the early evening, and it's the nicest it's been all day. 27 overs remaining, I reckon we could play 72. Just keep going.
.27 overs remaining in the day. Bosch to continue. To Ryan Patel, 45 not out. Short, pulled, and into the gap. Another boundary for Ryan Patel. This time dug in short by Bosch, and Patel quick to rock back onto his back foot, and he pulls that firmly between deep square leg and deep mid wicket. It's a long hit out to the leg side boundary, and he's done very well to pick up 4. He moves to 49 off 75 deliveries. Short again, and Patel's not interested in that one. Patel's done really well since Essex have pushed the field back. Quite often when you see a bowling side push the field back, the set batter sometimes finds it very difficult to score, especially if they're set on holding the strike.
Well, he's yet to kind of hit a fielder on the boundary. He's kind of played 3 or 4 attacking strokes and managed to find the gap on each occasion.
Pace off from Bosch. Possible opportunity for Patel to bring up his 50, but he's not interested in the single on that occasion.
No, I think Patel's creeping into the territory of kind of scoring hero runs here, where the innings is remembered by your teammates, and in the context of the match, where if, for instance, he only plays a handful more games this season, if it all comes out in the wash and Surrey do win the championship in a narrow fashion, you'll have your kind of fingerprints on it and know that you've made that contribution. That kind of the management and your teammates will appreciate.
That's knocked into the leg side, and this time Patel will take the single. He brings up his half century. Splendid knock from the Surrey number 7. It's not his usual position, but he's adapted really well to the game in front of him. Surrey lost a couple of quick wickets when he came to the crease, Jamie Smith and then Sai Sudharsan, in a short space of time, but Patel initially battled through a really good spell from the Essex seamers, but since the fall of Jordan Clark, he's taken the aggression to Essex and he's edged that Surrey lead up close to 300.
It's Patel's first 50 in the county championship since 2022.
Wow.
Just to give you an example of kind of both the lack of opportunities, how kind of relatively few times he's been able to make the most of them, and the domination of Surrey over the past kind of season or two. Patel has played 10 matches for Surrey over this season and last season, and he's batted on 12 occasions. So as a batter, he's still averaging only 1 innings a match. Last season he averaged 15 in 2023 of 9 innings across 7 matches.
Blocked into the offside, and Taylor will not take the single. That means Ryan Patel will have the strike at the start of the 64th over. Surrey now 213 for 8 after 63 overs. They lead by 295. Cam, you were talking about what this knock has been like from Ryan Patel, and it's one that the dressing will really appreciate. It feels like a sort of knock that if it goes well today for Surrey and it goes well for them tomorrow and the rest of the season goes well, it's a sort of knock that gets a shout out and a warm ripple of applause at the end of season dinner. Really, really important innings, one that has changed the the dynamics of this game.
No, it's a potentially match-winning contribution. When Jordan Clark joined him at the crease, and he had only been batting for a short period of time as well, the conversation, the context of the match was, if Essex can rattle through these last 4 wickets, and you've got potentially into, not the tail here, but you've got Patel, who's not had a major contribution in a while, this is Essex's opportunity, and he's kind of snuffed that out, and he still has Surrey in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, the lead was 205 when Ryan Patel came to the crease after the fall of Jamie Smith. Cam Ponsonby is taking a breather. Dan Norcross will come and take his seat. Snater in to Patel. Driven, edged. I don't think that's carried to the man at first slip, Simon Harmer.
What do you think about this refusal of singles at this point?
I don't mind it, because you look at the partnership, they've put on 20 in not a particularly long period of time. Taylor's looked resolute, and Patel up to now has done well to find the gaps. It can be frustrating if the set batter struggles to find boundaries. They're struggling to pierce the gaps.
And there aren't many gaps on the boundaries now. There's so many of them out there.
That's defended.
I've also been quite impressed with Taylor's technique. I just wonder if it betrays Surrey thinking, because they've been out there. Maybe they're thinking the pitch has eased a bit, and that 295 is certainly not enough, and they want a bit more. We've had a poem, by the way.
Yes, we do have a poem.
We have a poem
from Matt, who's emailed into surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Snater into Patel. Full and wide.
Is that not a wide?
No, not quite. So Matt says, I've been enjoying the Surrey commentary through my work headset today in the office, and
work in inverted commas, I think we can call that.
Yes, and thought I'd send you a poem based on one in an original Punch cartoon of W.G. Grace I was gifted recently. It's charming. I'll send a photo if it's of interest.
Yes, please.
It would make my day if you could slip it into the BBC Sport commentary. Well, here's the Surrey live stream commentary. There's a man in a baggy hat who said, my opinion is that if we're to be able to stay top of the table, we'll need a few more with the bat. Good luck to the Surrey 11. Thank you, Matt, for emailing in.
I mean, Matt as well also rhymes with hat and bat. And that.
Field in. Patel goes aerial, and it falls safely right in the middle of 3 fielders converging on the ball.
That is frustrating if you're the bowler there, because he didn't know a great deal about that, didn't Ryan Patel? He went after it and got an enormous amount of good fortune. There's a deep point, a cover and a backward point, and it's landed right between the 3 of them.
Yep, Essex brought the field in for that ball as well. Previously he had been operating with 8 men on the fence, but on that occasion he had a couple of guys there who really weren't that far away from getting underneath that ball. Taylor with 1 ball to negotiate the end of the 64th over. It's another refused single. I think that was the first over where this pair have looked like they're finding run scoring a little bit trickier, and that is when I think it's a harder decision to make whether or not you refuse the singles, because when Patel's scoring 1 or 2 boundaries and over,
it's fine.
I think it's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
but
absolutely fine.
But it's when you're basically going nowhere.
Well, they didn't have everybody on the boundary at the start of this, and now they do have everybody on the boundary, at which point really you're hoping that Patel can try to manufacture a 2 away to our left on the gas holder side. The deep mid wicket is about 15 yards in from the boundary,
a change in the bowling attack. For the first time in the Surrey second innings, we have spin. It's not Simon Harmer, it's the leg spin of all-rounder Matt Critchley. Critchley,
I like this move,
was used for 5 overs in the first innings. He picked up the wicket of Jamie Smith just after the New England man brought up 3 figures. You like this move? Why do you like this move?
Well, I like this move because you're basically saying to Ryan Patel, are you actually just going to defend the spinner, or are you going to try and hit over the top? Are you going to try and swing for the hills?
Yeah,
and I think there'll be a bit of a temptation here, especially with the leggy, just get the ball above the eye line. Patel thinking, oh, I can go down the ground, we've got a long on and long off. Well, you basically, we've got everybody on the boundary.
And this time Patel does take the single at the start of the over.
Because he's not worried about Taylor facing, evidently. Now, since we had a poem, and a delightful poem it was too, you seem like an erudite chap, Yas.
Well, hang on. We tested my general knowledge earlier in the day unsuccessfully when
that was only on philosophers.
where you tried to get me into philosophy.
You started it.
Not really. Not really.
You used the word.
I used the word philosophy. I did not get into the subject of philosophy.
So poets. You got a favourite poet?
Critchley into Taylor. And Taylor manages to get off strike first ball. I do not have a favourite poet.
Now then, just one thing here before we quiz how you cannot have a favourite poet. If they're putting everybody back on the boundary now, but they know that Patel's going to take the single, then currently Patel's going to do something that Essex want him to do, which is take the single, evidently, so they can bowl at Taylor. But I think Surrey are perfectly happy now to take these singles because Essex will need 300 to win at this point. I mean, I agree that I find poetry sometimes quite impenetrable.
I think it's the sort of thing that you need guidance to appreciate.
Yes.
And I've never really had that.
No.
I'm sure it's something that if I devoted time to, I'd get into it, but I'm yet to get to that stage, Dan.
Well, do you know what? I might kick you off with a poet that I think you're really going to like. Very accessible poet.
Defended into the offside.
Full of bon mots, and actually somebody I think is probably one of the wisest people in this Septic Isle. Pam Ayres.
Well,
if you've not come across Pam Ayres, I heartily recommend her.
Well, the producers next door have just suggested, this is not my suggestion, viewers, they've suggested that you guys should suggest poets for me to get into. If you want to do that, you can email in to surreybroadcast@gmail.com, and if you genuinely want to do that, I will actually try out the poetry that you recommend.
Well, in that case, as Bumble would say, there are lots of poets out there. So I start with Homer, one of the first. Now, he was good. Lots of swords and sorcery. The Cyclops, all that. Achilles sulking in his tent. And you've got your Virgils, your Hesiods. Then there's Beowulf, isn't there? Like a bit of Beowulf.
It's still pace from the other end.
John Dunn's not bad. Oh, now where's that gone?
That has gone for 6. That has gone a long way back.
Oof.
He was in the slot. Pretty much everyone back. And Patel's taken the shot on. And he's picked up 6. His first maximum. That Surrey lead passes 300. It's worth 305 now. That's a mighty blow from Ryan Patel.
That is huge. There was absolutely no interest from the fielders at all. It's gone into the Bedser stand, not far from the changing rooms.
Driven. Interestingly, Patel's not taking the single off Snater, but he's very happy to take the single when it's offered by Critchley. Why do you think that is?
Well, evidently he must believe that Taylor will struggle with the extra pace of Snater, but I mean, Snater's not been bowling a particularly rapid pace.
Is it that, or does he think he fancies boundaries off the quicks more than he does off the spinner when all the fielders are back?
He might think that. I mean, he has just hit that enormous towering 6, but for the most part, it's very difficult to manufacture boundaries here. You've got people out on the boundary everywhere.
Short. And 6 more. Patel is really targeting that short boundary. Dug in short by Shane Snater. And Patel once more looks for the aggressive option. 12 off the first 3 balls in the over. This is some knock from Ryan Patel. He's now 65 not out. Surrey 229 for 8 in their second innings.
I don't mind that ball because it's angled across him, and he's got to fetch that from some distance outside off stump and clear the fielders on the boundary, but Patel's more than equal to that.
Ooh, Snater looks to go full and wide, but he's gone too full and too wide. I think that's bounced off the cut strip.
Well, is that what actually? It's not a no ball because it's gone beyond
exactly that
the cut strip.
Exactly that.
Right, have to double check. So if it hit anywhere, is that in front of the stumps? Anywhere in front of the stumps, or in front of the crease? In front of the stumps.
I think it's the stumps.
On outside the cut strip, that would have been a no ball.
That's better executed from Snater. Mr. Matthew J. Edwards has got in touch and just says, Spike Milligan, the end.
Yeah, not bad actually. Spike Milligan's a very good shout. Up there with Pam Ayres, certainly. In the first decile of great English poets.
With 2 balls remaining in the over, the fielders come in. Not all of them.
There is a really great poem by John Donne about his lover. And it's quite a saucy one. But it's early 17th century.
Bit of width.
Oof.
Pushed hard from Patel into the offside. The fielder at extra cover got a hand onto it. Took a lot of the pace off the ball. Patel goes through for the single.
Technically a drop, but it would have been a spectacular catch because he got plenty of it there, did Patel.
Yeah, he's timing the ball really nicely at the moment. Moving on to 66. That Surrey lead now 313. This partnership 38, just 2 from James Taylor's bat. A waft from Taylor to complete over number 66. A very good over for Surrey, 14 runs from it.
Do you continue with the spin? Now that you've seen that Patel's happy to take singles, do you continue with the spin? I think I might.
Yeah, I think so.
Thing is now, Taylor's slightly in a position. I know 66 is a fairly long way away from 100, but both Taylor and Patel are on the fringes of the first team, aren't they? They're not regular first names on the team sheet. They both want to impress. Patel as a batter, Taylor obviously as a bowler. So there might be a bit of, from Taylor, a bit of solidarity, wanting to help his partner here. Maybe get up to 100 even.
Patel goes to sweep. I think Patel's playing on the boundary dimensions here. I think he's really looking to attack when he's at the Vauxhall end because of the shorter leg side boundary. And to Critchley, with the offside boundary being the shorter, so generally harder to hit aerially over the offside, he's not really looking to play the expansive shot.
Well, he was perfectly happy to defend the last over, wasn't he? The back end of it, at any rate. Got a single when Critchley just erred onto the pads.
Yeah. Full from Critchley. And flick past the man at mid-wicket. He picks up another single. He moves on to 3. Ruben's got in touch. He says, listening in America while working. Actual work, no inverted commas. Not sure he's your typical poet, but some of Lewis Carroll's works are such fun.
Oh, yes,
Start with
that.
Hunting of the Snark.
Hunting of the Snark, you familiar with that?
No, clearly.
I think you'd like it.
The whole point of this conversation is because I'm not familiar really with poetry.
Any poetry? Were you never forced to do the war poets at school?
Yeah, but I forgot all of them.
It's basically this is awful. Why am I here?
Slightly shorter from Critchley, and Patel pulls it in front of square and picks up a single.
In fairness, they had a strong point. If you don't do poetry, do you do fictional reading matter of any sort?
No, I do love reading.
Right, but prose, yes. I tend to be with you. Refuse to sing off the last ball of the over, so there's certainly a plan in place, and as you say, it's working fine, isn't it? 41 these two have put on, and 3 off the over, so we'd be happy with that.
Yeah, it's the second over in a row that Critchley's bowled that Surrey have taken 3 singles from it.
And that lead now is of such a magnitude. I think it's sort of instructive when you look at the other scores made in the match. You don't really want to be batting fourth, needing the highest total in the match, but it's now, well, the target would be 317, which is 55 runs more than the largest total in a low-scoring match. But also, these are probably about as good conditions for batting as we've had in the whole game.
I was just going to say, I wonder if the pitch has lost just some of its pace, giving batters just a little bit more time to react to any movement that is on offer.
I think it's quite hard to tell, to be honest, because the ball's 67 overs old, and Essex have bowled for all but 51.3 overs of this match. And we're deep into the third day, and I know we've had a fair bit of time off, but Surrey batted in excess of 80 overs in their first innings. Now batted 67 in this, so Essex are now 150 overs into their bowling stint in this game. So you might expect a bit of a drop-off, mightn't you, in the sort of the bite of the seamers by this stage?
Yep, very true. Simon Harmer into the attack for the first time in the Surrey second innings. Full and Patel once more content to give the strike to Taylor early on in the over when he's up against a spinner.
Spinners at both ends. So that would sort of hint at perhaps, workloads being managed here. You see the 3 main seamers, Porter with 23 overs, and Snater and Bosch 19 and 17 each. And you put that on top of the overs that they bowled in the first innings.
Going back to the light, this again is the nicest it has been all day.
All match, I'd argue.
All match, yeah. At 20 to 6 on day 3.
Now where's Taylor's option for the single? It's not an easy one. The on drive, a straightish on drive, because the mid wicket's pretty straight, and as the mid wicket walks in, even narrows down that angle.
Bowled him. Fuller from Simon Harmer, fired in, and he's uprooted James Taylor's off stump. Taylor, who'd batted resolutely up until that point, going for a more expansive shot, a sweep through or over the leg side, misses that one, and Essex have their 9th wicket.
Yeah, I mean, it's full, it's straight, and I think that's partly the effect of bringing Harmer on and having a very tight field. There was hard to see where a single could be scored without playing a sort of perfect on drive up towards the long on. So Taylor's looked to swing across the line, trying to whack it out over mid wicket or square leg, and that's, as you say, just fired in. Another one goes.
I do wonder if we could have seen a bit more of Simon Harmer in this game.
It's odd, isn't it? When you've got a player that good, I know it feels like a seamer's paradise, this pitch, and the conditions have been like that as well because of the clouds, and so you totally understand where the captain's coming from, but they might have had a look, mightn't they, a bit earlier.
Yeah, he bowled an over in the first innings to Jamie Smith, just a sort of polite over before an interval, and he beat the inside edge and outside edge in 4 balls at Jamie Smith, and that was early-ish in the innings. Ball was still reasonably new. Simon Harmer's a good enough bowler that he's a threat whenever really, and on whatever surface. So
bowled so well in the first innings, didn't he? That so many overs. He came on late, but when he did bowl, he bowled an extended spell. Now Dan Worrell, he's Is he going to restrain himself?
I was going to ask, what does that noise mean?
Well, I love watching Dan Worrell bat. It's I think one of the great pleasures in life, because you sort of sense that there's a part of him in his head's going, just defend it, and then there's a much louder part saying, nah. You see that? The larger part started, and then the defender part came
right in. At the last moment, he pulled out of that.
Wonderful.
Can't resist again. Gets an inside edge, it'll trickle away. They pick up 2, Worrell off the mark.
Do you think Ryan Patel said anything to Dan Worrell, or do you think Ryan Patel's long enough in the tooth professional to know that it'll make absolutely no difference?
There must be a part of Patel who's thinking, the way I'm going, in terms of minutes, I'm not that far away from 3 figures if you hang around there, Dan. Defended. And then Simon Harmer's first over in the Surrey second innings. Picks up the breakthrough of James Taylor, who was at the crease for a while. For 39 minutes, actually, he gave Ryan Patel company, a partnership that was worth 42 runs.
By the way, I don't know if you've done other news around the grounds, but earlier Worcestershire won, which is a significant win. You'd think would sort of put paid to Durham's title ambitions for this year, you'd imagine, unless they have on a sort of 5-match winning streak and hope that other sides don't. Warwickshire have lost a few wickets, back to back. 195 for 5. Their lead is 323 against Somerset. Surrey fans will be hoping for a bit of a rebuild from Hayne and Bethel.
We've got some more poetry correspondence, Dan.
Oh yeah.
John writes in to say, hello, great comms, I recommend Gerard Manley Hopkins.
Oh yes.
Short. Oh, that's not great cricket. Short from Critchley. Patel's gone for an almighty hoik. I think probably giving it a little bit extra oomph given how long that leg side boundary is. Floated up and driven to long on. John finishes off that email by saying, I eagerly await an on-air recital
of Gerard Manley Hopkins.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should get you to do any poetry recitals that we should get. Maybe, a bit of Chaucer as well. And anything in Middle English. I'd like to hear you give that a crack.
Right, this should be fun. Critchley tossing it up to Dan Worrell.
I was going to say that Patel's obviously decided that there's no point.
Yeah.
So he's taken the single and gone, okay.
Tossed up and driven nicely along the ground by Dan Worrell to the fielder at cover point, deep cover point. He picks up a single, moves on to 3, hands a strike back to Ryan Patel.
He's a player of spectacular shots, Dan Worrell. He can get going.
And that's beaten Patel. Nicely bowled by Critchley. Patel now on 70 not out, the joint highest score of this Surrey second innings. Extra cover comes in for the final ball of the over. Oh, that's cut over the man at backward point. Interestingly, that man charged in before the delivery very, very late. I don't know if we'll be able to see that, but
it's Porter out there,
I'm not sure that Ryan Patel would have known exactly where that fielder was so late that he moved. But that's 4 more to the Surrey and Patel scores. That lead now worth 325. That's going to take some chasing. Then we have a change in the commentary box.
Extraordinary entrance from Simon Mann. I've never seen anyone come in with such eagerness, such alacrity.
Simon Mann is going to replace me for the next 10 overs.
We'll find out who his favourite poet is in a minute. Being as he is from Bristol, I imagine he probably does rather love Pam Ayres. Unofficial poet laureate.
Behave yourself. Another single to Worrell.
That was quite a controlled shot, as was his drive off Critchley. Slightly disappointing for seasoned Worrell watchers who
like to see the hoik.
Like to see the big old wallop down the ground. He hits a long ball, you know. I don't know if you've ever seen Worrell in full flight.
I have.
It's a fine spectacle.
3:26 the lead. It's got away from Essex, you feel. Patel's played splendidly. A big tempter there from Harmer. They're going to look for 2. They're coming back for the second. That's a big boundary out there.
Well, when you look at the scores made in this match, Jamie Smith is obviously a standout with 100 and a 70.
Extraordinary delivery.
It's flown out of the rough, hasn't it, really? I would say rough, but sort of bowler's foot marks, actually. It was so full and wide.
You can see exactly what Harmer's doing, obviously trying to push it wide and trying to get him to lose his shape in the shot.
Didn't take the run, though. So slightly different attitude towards Harmer, perhaps, in Critchley, I wonder.
Thwacked away, and that's 4.
A rare full toss, that one.
Patel's got half a chance of 100 here.
Well, that was what I was wondering. You see this. Not often you get a gift like that from Simon Harmer. Well put away.
Goes again. And that's 6. He's certainly got a chance of 100. Because they're trying to tempt him and he's taking it on. They're hoping he's going to be caught in the deep. Everyone's on the boundary, or most fielders are on the boundary. And the lead is skyrocketing. 340 Essex would need if they were to take a wicket now. Tossed up again, wide. And they might come back for 2. Morrow's on his way back. No, they're not. Just as well they didn't go. There's a good throw from the deep. We run over half the length of the pitch there, Warren. He's coming back for the second and thought, hold on a second, I'm not going to make it.
Now, if you're Harmer here, are you tossing this one up, hoping that you're going to get Worrell to play an injudicious shot off the last ball with Patel on 87, or are you firing it into off stump?
I'm going to toss it up. Toss it right up.
Toss it right up.
Bit of snow on it.
Long on, long off a back. Actually, there's quite a few fielders back out because they don't mind if he takes a single off this ball. Well, that was the worst of all possible options, I would have argued. Fire it into the pitch, hip heights down the leg side without a short leg.
Well, they're suddenly batting for Patel's 100 now, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's come into view. He has made 3 first-class hundreds. Ryan Patel, as you know.
Get your glasses on. Still haven't answered the question about your favourite poet.
It's not Pam Ayres.
You're disappointed.
I don't think I have a favourite poet.
Really?
No, not a favourite poet.
Do you have a top 5?
No.
Top 10?
I'm much more of a prose man than poetry.
Which I think we all are actually in this box. I've discovered. Philistines that we are.
Does that make us Philistine?
I don't know.
Prefer novels to poems?
Well.
Right, here we go. 87. Cracked away beautifully for 4 more. 91 to Patel. He really has played well today, and he's profiting from all that hard work he did earlier, because it was tough earlier. And he's making the most of it, enjoying himself. There are so many fielders on the boundary, but he found the gap. Well, for a moment there, he decided he didn't want the run, but Worrell was committed to it, and he suddenly thought, hold on, there could be a run out if there's a bit of hesitation.
He did 4 paces and stopped, didn't he? And then thought, oh no, what have I done?
He thought, oh no, what have I done? Can I trust Dan Worrell not to try to hoik it into the Harleyford Road? field is up on the offside. It's a bit like a T20 field. Worrell's, he's read the script. He's playing for Patel here, I think.
Well, I think his head will be telling him to do that, but that doesn't mean that it'll necessarily happen that way.
Well, there we go. That's
two
two sensible strokes.
Yes, it's the why did he do that moment off the 6th ball is what we're looking for.
What have we got left?
Shannon Gabriel.
2 left in the over. No, he's playing for Ryan Patel here. There you go. I think from Critch's point of view here, he really gives him a tempter, doesn't he, off the final ball?
Yeah, surely.
Or a sharp spinning googly.
Well played.
Now the crowd appreciating that. Ryan Patel appreciating that.
And Dan Worrell's coming down saying to Ryan Patel, look, I'll do this until you get to 100, and after that...
Exactly.
I can do what I want, right?
Ryan Patel says, absolutely fine, Dan. In fact, I'd rather see you bowling in a bit than batting.
Well,
it's quite good fun watching him bat.
It's terrific fun watching him bat. But I think you're right. I think Surrey fans would love to see 12 or 13 overs at Essex this evening.
Definitely, yeah.
Clark and Worrell able to, well, potentially bowl all of the overs.
So what does Patel do here? Does he just rein himself in a fraction because he's getting closer, or does he keep on going for it because he doesn't totally trust Dan Worrell's ability to survive at the other end? Let's see. No run there. Side against it.
Well, what he might do is play a bit of chicken here. Do 4 balls.
See if they bring the field in.
See if they bring the field in.
Would you bring the field in though? If you're Tom Wesley?
I think I'd be sort of happy with him taking 1 and over, really, if it was possible.
Oh, he does go for it. Oh, it's a nasty one for Pepper. I think it's hit him in the chest area. Left shoulder.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. That spat a bit, didn't it?
There's some turn out there as well.
It's a nice view of Harmer's action.
And it is a nice action. A bit of a wipe on the ground. No run.
Well, I think if you're Harmer and you toss it up, Patel's going to go for it. I'll be inclined to do that with fielders back.
There are 4 fielders on the leg side boundary. Fired in. 2 balls left in the over. And what does he do? Tom West said he's not bringing the field up, just leaving it out. Just preying on Patel's nerves, really, isn't he? And patience. If you want to get this, you're going to either take a chance early in the over or just get them in singles, and that delays the end of the innings.
They're still staying out there. They might. Oh, now they're there's a couple coming in.
Final ball of the over. I mean, normally what happens, captains bring them in with 2 balls left.
Yeah.
That's changed a little bit, I think, in recent years. When I tend to bring them in with 1 ball left.
So deep mid-wicket is a little bit more available.
Well, there's the hack for 1. So 93 to Patel then.
I don't know if Patel's thinking to himself, well, I take mind doing this for 8 overs, really, and get to 100. Now, that is the one that spat. And it really did spit. There's not a lot that Pepper could have done about that.
Come off the outside edge onto the shoulder. Difficult to tell from that angle.
I'm not sure if it did.
Let's have another look at it.
It's full. No, I think that has just spat and bounced.
Here's Critchley.
In days of yore, you know, before helmets and keepers, it's that sort of ball that takes your teeth out.
Yeah. So we've got everyone on the boundary apart from a short fine leg for the top edge sweep, presumably.
Oh, that's handy.
That's just what you want to do, isn't it? Everyone's out. And it's gone away for 4. That's absolutely perfect for Ryan Patel. No shot could have been played more perfectly.
Well, now he could afford to bat out a couple of balls, take a single.
Do you think the declaration will come if he gets 100, or do you think?
I wonder. I don't know.
Bat on.
I imagine Surrey would bat on because there's 96 more overs to be bowled tomorrow. From a Surrey perspective, of course, there's 2 ways of looking at this. One is a golden opportunity to put a massive lead between themselves and second place. The other one is not wanting to let Essex back into it.
Single, so 2 balls left for Dan Worrell.
Ooh.
Ryan Patel 98 not out, watches on at the non-strikers.
Is he going to rue that decision?
Well, we're about to find out.
It gets a bit easier for Dan Worrell when Patel's on 98, doesn't it? The sort of denial is quite tricky when he was on 84.
Yeah.
But 98, it's sort of hoving into view. He can see the point. All the fields come up now.
Apart from deep mid-wicket and deep cover. Oh, he's played that pretty well. That was the googly from Critchley.
Dangerous here. They're playing Dan Worrell in, you know. He's seeing it like a football once Patel gets to his 100, if he gets to his 100.
Right, 1 ball to survive. There he is. Well, the crowd really getting involved, enjoying this game within a game, as indeed we all are.
Okay, I'm going to job forward a bit. Say at the end of this next over, Patel's on 99. Gets the 1 run like he did against Armour. Does he take the single with the field back? Do Essex bring the field in?
Well, I think he might be saying to Dan Worrell at the moment, Dan, I'm on 98, back up and see if you can get a 2 somewhere.
Yes. Dangerous. So we've seen a fairly insane run out with Dan Worrell already this season.
And mine goes back to the Old Trafford Test match. Johnny Bairstow and Jimmy Anderson. Bairstow 99 not out last summer. Here we go. That's nicely struck, but straight to deep extra cover, so no possibility of 2 there. There's a 2 between deep extra and long off, possibly.
Yeah.
Not much on the leg side because there's a short boundary.
Inside edge.
Well, he nearly went for it there because that was in that gap I was talking about between long off and deep extra, but there was probably 1 3/4 there. And as we know, that's not enough to get you 2.
And Worrell will be going back to the danger end, which is the other thing. He's not necessarily the quickest between the wickets. Fine leg is going back.
351 the lead. That really is punishing for Essex. Well, they're going for it. Really well fielded by Walter. That was a magnificent piece of fielding because that threatened to go for 4, and if it wasn't going to be 4 it looked like it could be 2, but he got hold of it and got the ball away. It's a wonderful piece of fielding. They took the single, so 3 balls left in the over for Worrell to survive. There's 1.
Not the most convincing shot I've seen, but
no.
Looks like he's stabby at it.
Shot's right up invitingly, but it was wide.
Well left.
Great self-denial. Although I'm not sure Ryan Patel would have been too impressed if Worrell had a massive hack at that.
Do you think he's even looking at the other end now? He did not move a muscle, Ryan Patel. It's rare you see that.
Well, you've got to look at it like this, as Ryan Patel. 99 not out. It's better than 98. It's better than 97, etc., etc., isn't it?
Yes.
But now he's got the opportunity. He's on strike. It's up to him now. What does Wesley do? He presumably keeps the field up now. He doesn't let him have an.
Well, presumably.
Unless he's not bothered by the 100 at all, and just says, "Well, if you."
No, the field is coming in.
Yeah, the field is. That's the logical thing, surely.
Yeah.
Try and make him play an injudicious shot and get him caught in the ring. It's like 1 to win off the last ball of a one-day match, the field. It's all closing in, apart from a deep mid-wicket. Oh, you don't see that on camera there, but there's a slip from the fielder at cover point. So easy to slip through his grasp and gone for a single. He just slipped on a wicket end there. Short, clubbed, fielded. He missed out there, Ryan Patel. That was a 4-ball.
Well, he was trying to keep it along the ground, wasn't he? There's a possibility of lofting it up and over extra.
There it is. Magnificently played. A wonderful innings from Ryan Patel. He came in with the game in the balance. And he's produced the second 100 of the match. An innings of real quality. And he's given Surrey an excellent chance of winning this match and consolidating their position at the top of the table. The bowlers have still got some work to do, but they have done the batting work today. Surrey, latterly, thanks to Ryan Patel. His 4th first-class 100.
And he got there with a really terrific shot. We've seen some brilliant shots from him today. A couple will live in the memory. The huge 6 into the Bedser stand. And he's got it off 122 balls on a pitch which very few people have come to terms with in this game. The second 100 by a Surrey player in this match after Jamie Smith's in the first innings. And actually every bit as good as that 100.
It was a fabulous innings. He really did the hard work early on. He had to graft for it, play the match situation, and then gradually as the innings has gone on, the situation of the game has changed. He's begun to attack and hit the ball so sweetly.
It's pretty difficult getting into this Surrey side if you're a batter. You've got a whole bunch of international players ahead of you. Burns, Sibley, Pope, et al. So when you do get the chance, it's rather important you make the most of it.
And it's a great opportunity for him because the game was there still to be won or lost if he got out early on. It's hit really well as well. Crunched down the ground. Long on just couldn't get round. Used to have those old one-day cup finals where everyone was on the boundary and teams couldn't score 4s, but these days they're still able to hit the ball for 4 even with everyone back.
Now everyone still is back, even though there's only 1 ball left in the over, I think.
We've lost the ball. It's disappeared, I think, underneath the covers.
Yes, it could be tricky there. It's gone right underneath one of the wheelie covers that you don't see used here anymore. They're just there for show as much as anything else. And part of me here is wondering why the whole field is still set back with 1 ball left in the over. And the other part of me would be rather happy if Dan Worrell gets a go at the start of the next over. Because he's been waiting patiently. He's done a grand job at the other end. 15 balls of self-denial. The field stays back.
Got him. It's all over. Tossed right up by Critchley. So 361 to win. Ryan Patel taking it on. And last man out bowled by Critchley. Dan Worrell sprinted off to get his pads off and his bowling boots on, presumably. And we will have 12 overs of Essex batting tonight in pursuit of 361, but the spectators that are here are rising to Ryan Patel, standing up in the pavilion and acknowledging a really fine effort. A century at number 7 for Ryan Patel. And it's hard to see, famous last words, it's hard to see Essex challenging the 361 to win this game?
Well, they've got 108 overs to do it in. There's a big prize if they manage to do it.
They're already one down.
They are already one down. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them. There were moments in today when I thought they might restrict that lead to not much more than 200, 220, 230. But towards the back end there, that 100 from Ryan Patel has really taken the game away from Essex. It feels like. That said, the pitch may have just eased a little bit. It's a little hard to tell, you have to say, when you see how many overs are in their legs over the course of the last 3 days. The ball was getting a bit older and softer at that point. But it almost has worked out perfectly, you'd say, for Surrey, because they get 12 overs tonight with a new ball. They then get to come back tomorrow. Forecast is okay, but we're expecting some cloud cover again. Conditions are probably about as good for batting as they could be, but of course it's not ideal if you're coming out the bat with 12 overs to go. So could be an interesting passage of play. This Worrell could feasibly bowl all 6. It'll be Jordan Clark. There's the option of a bit of Tom Laws, perhaps, James Taylor. It's been a weird stop-start kind of day, enormously frustrating. Surrey starting at 41
for 3.
44 for 3. We've had numerous interruptions, as we have had every day of this match so far. And now we've got the best of the weather. And Essex's equation, it's really simple. I would point out that in their second innings they've performed pretty brilliantly in quite a few games this season, Essex. So, if that pitch has eased at all and Surrey's bowlers find themselves toiling after lunch tomorrow, you never know. The spectre of Dean Elgar coming back to haunt them. But balance of probabilities, you'd say that Surrey have got a really good opportunity here to take the 9 wickets they need. Don't forget, just the 9 in the 108 overs available to them, to get a really important win, especially after Durham lost earlier today and Somerset are going to struggle, you would think, to beat Warwickshire. I'll give you an update on where we are with that game. Currently, Warwickshire 205 for 5 of a lead of 333 with 5 wickets still remaining, so that's going to be tough for Somerset to force victory there. So were Surrey to pull off a win here, that would put them in a very strong position at the top of Division 1 as they look to achieve what no county has achieved since man set foot on the moon: a hat-trick of county championship titles.
Indeed. Yeah, great opportunity. Just to say, Essex did win a game this season in which they conceded a first innings lead of...
This is against Warwickshire.
Against Warwickshire.
200?
It was more than that. It's 235. So they chased 331 to win. They won by 4 wickets. Cox, not available, made 112, and Critchley was 99 not out.
So they've got it in them.
Yeah.
They've got it in them, no doubt about it.
I think that we watched all this game, and there's enough in this surface, though, isn't there? That's the thing.
Yeah, the bounce, especially from the pavilion end, can be pretty tricky. And the ball's still moving off it, isn't it? If you hit the seam on it, it's jagging noticeably. It's been swinging a fair bit. Whether it'll swing now, I don't know. The sun out.
Well, this is the one thing in Essex's favour this evening. Is batting conditions look relatively benign. The cloud cover has gone. The lights have been switched off. As you can see, sunshine at the Oval on a lovely early July evening. Jason's been in touch. Greetings, John Cooper Clark.
Yes. No, he's a poet. I like him. I went to see him.
Poetry soul brother Martin Newell. Ryan Patel is pure poetry right now, to be honest. Thanks for the commentary.
Couldn't put it better myself. Pure poetry. Liquid cricket. Now, of course, I should be being replaced now. But, of course, people will have forgotten, owing to the fact that they would have thought it's with 13 overs left. And there are, in fact, only 12 overs left, but with the change between innings, I don't know who it is who's...
Keep talking, Dan.
Sort me out. Might be Ben. Could be Ben.
Keep talking.
If Ben's next door... Because I was thinking I might actually, for the first time this season, be ready to leave on time. See how that goes. Ben has arrived, so I'm going to leave you with Surrey defending a target of 361 to earn 20 points, which would give them a lead over Essex of 29 points in the county championship, which is not decisive, but with 5 games to go, gives them a bit of leeway if they got a bit of bad weather around and it was fine in Chelmsford or whatever. So there's that. 29.
Go back to the mid-80s. Gloucestershire conceded a 50-point lead.
Oh my goodness!
In the middle of August. 2.
Essex.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're pesky. Essex. They never give up. Very worthy opponents. I'm going to leave you for the rest of the day in the extremely safe hands of Simon Mann, and then whoever comes to replace Simon Mann. Yes. And Ben.
Right, we're just waiting for the umpires to come out. The Essex are panning up. The Surrey team down there at the far end of the ground. So the first target for Elgar and Brown this evening, just to get through the 12 overs and have a look what the weather brings us tomorrow. We weren't expecting rain this morning, but we had a lot of rain. We didn't have a lot of rain, we had a lot of rain interruptions, which made it a very frustrating first session. Here we go. The wickets in this Surrey second innings. That was Sibley, the first to go, and then Burns. And it was problematic for Surrey early on, as it's been for most of the batters in this match. And then Dan Lawrence, you might feel he was a bit unlucky to be given out LBW there to Bosch. He was out for 10, and Surrey were 37 for 3. And then Ben Folkes, 78 for 4. Really well caught by Harmer off Snater for 13. Jamie Smith played really well, and then fell to this catch at deep square for 70. A fine innings from Smith. Sudharsan nicked one behind. Another wicket for Bosch. At that stage it was 127 for 6. And Jordan Clark, after a very useful half-century partnership, was caught at deep third. That was Jamie Porter's 500th first-class wicket. And then very soon afterwards Bosch produced that delivery to get rid of Tom Law's first ball. Taylor sweeping a ball that's probably a bit too full to sweep off Harmer in Harmer's first over in this second innings. That was 9 down. But by then Surrey's lead was over 300, and then Ryan Patel, who made this fabulous 100, out bowled by Critchley, and that was it. The wickets to the Essex bowlers, but what that doesn't show you was the excellence of Ryan Patel's batting, and also Jamie Smith's batting, and also that very useful innings from Jordan Clark as well, and that half-century partnership for the 7th wicket. That means Essex need 361 to win, and it was tricky for Brown and Elgar at the start of the Essex first innings, and Dan Worrell, etc., are trying to make it equally difficult at the start of this second innings and make a couple of early inroads this evening. So Ben Gardner alongside me. What would you give in percentage terms Essex chance A of winning, B of potentially batting out for a draw? Here's Worrell and the first ball to Brown.
Well, I suppose you need to consult AccuWeather as well to work out those things too. I would say if there is no interruption, I would say they're more likely to win the game than draw it. But that what you give them is 20% generous for the chase. I suppose it also it's what sort of weather we get. If it's clear skies like this.
Yeah. Could carry through to Ben Folkes.
It's clearly much easier to bat if you're ahead in the game, as Surrey were when when Ryan Patel was sort of going great guns, but equally, they'll look at that and think, if Ryan Patel can do that, why can't one of our talented batters? But Jordan Cox is a big miss to be effectively one down in the second innings, and for that one to be, their form player of the season.
Yeah, man who's scored 763 runs this season.
Yeah, averaging 69, I think.
Yep, 69.36 with 300s.
A double hundred in there, I think, and striking at 180 in the T20 Blast as well. So, if they were to need some quick runs, he would have been the man to provide them as well.
Yeah, made 207 against Kent, a score of nearly 600, and he made 112 in that run chase I was talking about against Warwickshire. Incredible turnaround to win, conceding a first innings lead of 235. Doesn't happen very often. And there's the first one past the outside edge. And it won't be the last either, not by any means.
Yeah, you wonder if that final wicket didn't come at the worst time for Surrey. I was sitting up there thinking, might they be thinking about a declaration, or do they just let Patel play his shots and then see what happens? But as it was, this is the classic tricky little passage before stumps, isn't it? Albeit with the weather set fair.
I always think in these situations it's always better to be bowled out, and then there's no argument about a declaration.
Yeah, if you declare in that third innings and then Essex do happen to pull off, something close to miraculous, then there's questions over the captaincy. Whereas this way, if Essex get it, then it's just well played Essex.
Yeah, we were bowled out. What do you expect? Or not what do you expect, but we went the full distance. Yeah. Essex will certainly be grateful for the better light and the fact that the clouds have parted a bit and there is some blue sky above. The sun has gone in momentarily as Worrell starts off with a maiden, so that's 1 over negotiated this evening. Another 11 to come.
Is 20% generous? I guess the one thing I'm thinking as well is that Essex, almost more than Surrey, will want to win this game. I think that even with being behind in the game sort of on first innings and with the illness to Jordan Cox, they'll still feel if they were to come away from this game with just a draw, then they would have that's a chance to narrow the gap missed. So so you imagine they go for it before they lose a couple of wickets, and if they do lose a couple of wickets, they might think, well, what have we got to lose, rather than try and block it out.
Right, Elgar's on a pair. He's not any longer. It took him a long time to try to get off naught in the first innings. I think it was 19 balls he was on, or 18 balls on naught, and then he nicked his 19th ball to slip. Not letting that happen in the second innings. We have seen pitches at the Oval that are quite green to start with and tricky to bat on first couple of days, and then they do tend to flatten out, but I don't know whether this one has just browned up a fraction as it's dried out over the course of nearly 3 days. As Brown gets underway with a couple down towards deep third. But I think the other factor on this pitch is not just the sideways movement, it's also it's been a bit up and down as well.
Yeah, and you think that not that it was heavy rain, but it was almost sort of a watering type of rain. If you had a watering can, you were spraying it about, sprinkling the surface. That might keep it a bit green, and also if not that it got too damp, but there is a bit of that bounce, and that can just keep the pitch just having that little bit of stickiness, being a bit unsure about it. So yeah, you would think Surrey would find 9 good balls, not even 10 good balls, but
yeah, we shall see. I'm sure Essex will really battle this out. It's a lot to play for on the final day.
Yeah, it's set up brilliantly, isn't it? Almost no matter what happens this evening, you're gonna, if you do come in tomorrow or flick on the stream, you'll be treated to a brilliant day's cricket by two very good sides.
Yeah, the disappointing thing I think for the neutral and certainly for the Essex supporters is the lack of Jordan Cox. More runs. Another couple at least. The forecast tomorrow suggests overcast weather, cloud cover. I mean, there was a suggestion early in the week that we were going to get rain tomorrow. There's a bit of it around, 1 or 2 showers around, but it's not the type of rain that I think we were expecting a couple of days ago. But it does look as though there's going to be some cloud cover tomorrow. Surrey would be perfectly happy to see the cloud cover, not the rain. End of Clark's first over, 5 runs off. He started the first innings with 4 maidens. So 5 for no wicket Essex, 361 to win. There are 10 overs left in the day's play, and they will be described with the help of the pictures by Ben Gardner and Yas Rana.
Ten overs remaining in the day, and we should get them in. It's been as bright as it's been, not just all day, but all game in this evening session. And as Ben and Simon just said, the game set up really well. Ben made the point that, given the weather forecast, actually, if Essex do bat through for the remainder of the game, they're well placed to. Obviously, it's a long way to go. It's a lot of runs to get, but a draw at the moment is an unlikely result. Worrell into Elgar. And obviously a game with huge ramifications at the top of the table. Surrey on top at the moment. And it's quite interesting if you compare Surrey to their title rivals in recent years. Essex this year, Hampshire recently as well. Surrey deal with international call-ups probably more than any of the title contenders, so their 11 probably changes more than most sides from round to round.
It's obviously not the worst problem to have, your players being so good that they keep getting called up by their countries, but it does also, obviously Brian Patel's innings was hugely significant in the context of this game, but in the context of the season, when you think that, you know, if you got Pope batting at number 3, Lawrence there as the spare batter for England, Jamie Smith as well, Patel, he this innings came at number 7, but he's been a top order bat really in the past, and looks like he can, you know, fill that job with aplomb again. And they've just made such a virtue of building a strong squad. Sorry, and you know, and players will get added back in as they return from England duty and other formats. You know, Sam Curran, wouldn't be surprised to see him in the County Championship. Reece Topley, I think, you know, because of injuries and because of the need to sort of preserve himself, has not played as much as maybe he or Surrey fans would have hoped. But if he can get a block in, he's a very interesting red ball bowler.
Yeah, he's played red ball cricket for Surrey before, and he actually, in an interview during the T20 World Cup out in the Caribbean, said that he's not given up hopes of being on that Ashes trip to Australia at the end of 2025.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting case of how cricketers can just get sort of funneled into one format or another almost by stealth without actually choosing it. You end up, you know, you take an IPL deal that's available to you, or, you know, you take the England call that's available to you, and all of a sudden you're not playing any county championship cricket.
Really good carry from Dan Worrell. 83.2 miles per hour last speed gun. when folks taking the ball at shoulder height. Yeah, an interesting one is Sam Curran, who's England contracted, so it's not a given that he'll be available in the rounds where he's not playing for England, but made a name for himself initially as a Test cricketer with both bat and ball. This August will be 3 years since he last played Test cricket. It's more than 6 years now since he made his debut. He made such an impact against India. Elgar blocks the final delivery of that Dan Worrell over. Essex 5 for none after 3.
Well, Virat Kohli picked him out as player of the series, didn't he? In that account, made so many game-changing interventions, and it's such an interesting position, Sam Curran, isn't he? Because he, he's a player of the tournament in a T20 World Cup win. People talk about him as a potential England captaincy candidate in white ball cricket if they were to want another one, and yet is still also in some ways, finding his way in some formats, and almost you can say he's reinventing himself as a bowler or as a cricketer, or does that also, could a stint of county championship be what he needs to kind of get back to that? Surrey have always said they see him as a potential top 6 batter and maybe even a bowler second, whereas for England he's been a bowler first and a guy sort of a useful lower order batter, more than useful lower order batter. And that's another type of thing where you play so much cricket, you take the opportunities available to you, that actually an opportunity to sort of take stock and be like, actually, what do I want to be, what do I need to work on, can be really useful, but can just not present itself at times.
Yeah, it's really difficult for those guys who are in white ball squads, because at the moment I think this is at least the second year in a row where there's been a significant chunk of international white ball cricket in September. So you're ruled out of playing red ball cricket in September, where there is nowadays at least always at least 3, maybe even 4 rounds. But also if you get picked up in the IPL as Sam Curran does every year, there's half the county championship season done by June. So it's really hard to get back, as you say. You get funneled into being a white ball cricketer, not because of any active decisions. Very, very few players reject big money IPL deals. Very few people reject some of the smaller IPL deals because of the opportunities that come with it. And it's regarded as the pinnacle of franchise T20 cricket. So people who play T20 cricket want to show that they can compete at that level. Which is why I think that Will Jacks as well, he's another one who last 2 years has won IPL contracts, so as a result has played slightly less for Surrey in red ball cricket. Be interesting to see how he develops as a first class cricketer and potentially as a Test cricketer. But I wonder why I wonder if that's part of the reason why England are so keen to see Jamie Smith into the Test setup, because he's someone who he's having a Harry Brooks sort of year, and you can very quickly, you have a brilliant 100 or a brilliant white ball series with England in the winter, you score a 50 ball 100 at the right time and suddenly you got an IPL gig and you're not playing that much county championship cricket. So you almost want to get players who you view as all format prospects in before they get picked up in the IPL, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then there's no shade intended on these players who do take these IPL deals. That's a brilliant end to the over from Clark.
Yeah,
because they'll also see that as development as well as the opportunity to earn some money in what can be such a short career, especially you never know when you might get injured at the wrong time and that sort of thing. And England would see embracing the IPL as something that has led to this. Maybe we're coming out of it, but what was a period of white ball success. And yeah, it's just funny how it works, because I guess Harry Brook was a player who was so astonishingly good that he demanded. Obviously, there was some fortune in him getting that Test place in the end, or fortune for him, misfortune for Johnny Bairstow. As Worrell runs in.
Worrell just pulling out at the last moment. Sorry, started well with the ball. Just 5 runs off the opening 4 overs. Plenty of, well, it's not opportunities or chances, but times where they've only just passed the outside edge there. Offered very little width. Really good control of length.
I think he ran into a fly there, Worrell. He was poking at his eyes as he walked back. I had that as I was cycling the other day. I was cycling home and it was...
Sounds quite dangerous.
Yeah, it was when there was, bad light, so I didn't have my sunglasses on, and then got something in and had to pull over and really sort of dig out wherever it was in the eye. Not pleasant.
But the similarities between Smith and Brooks' year was ridiculous, like totally ridiculous. That got him the call up. He averaged less than 30 in first class cricket at the start of that summer, and by the end of that year at least, he had 3 Test hundreds and a Test average in the 70s or 80s. And I think his rise shows what can happen to players. Brook would have been the same age as Jamie Smith now. He had a breakout Pakistan Super League at the start of 2022, scores all those runs for Yorkshire, almost demands an England spot, eventually gets that opportunity, and by the start of 2023 he's got an IPL contract, so wouldn't have that opportunity to score mountains of early season red ball runs again.
Yeah, and it wasn't even by some great design that the Test debut even came. I mean, obviously, who knows what would have happened and what way England would have gone with their team had Bairstow not slipped on that gold course, and obviously there was the illness as well, which meant they had to pick a slightly weird team for that first Test match.
Fuller this time from Worrell, and that's driven into the offside by Nick Brown. I'll come back for a couple. That's well hauled back in by Rory Burns. Essex move to 8 without loss. What did you make of the selection of Jamie Smith? It was a selection that Surrey fans would have been surprised by, but maybe Essex fans watching this, or fans of other counties who've not seen a lot of Jamie Smith this year or last year. Beats a man at short mid-wicket, and Brown will come through for a single.
Yeah, I mean, a big fan of Jamie Smith as a player, and I totally get England wanting to just, if they think he's the best batting talent in the country, and you want to get that guy, and especially as we've said with what else can come by, and England say they've consulted the wicket-keeping experts to check that he's sort of ship-shape on that front, but that would be the only slight concern I would have, especially because of how the two can bleed into the other. I was just thinking today about the case of James Bracey, who was, when he got called up for that New Zealand series. Now, I think people would probably accept that Smith is a more talented batter than Bracey, but at that point Bracey had, earned his place as one of the premier top order prospects in the country, but England needed a keeper, picked him, and then he struggled with the gloves, and that then ended up feeding into the batting, and then all of a sudden you can just have this sort of this cycle of things that can happen. I know that you were talking to Mark Butcher on our podcast that we do, and he shared similar sort of concerns that's what can happen if you're not totally certain of your keeping. England have obviously Brendan McCullum was a good keeper and juggled the responsibilities well, and they will have been aware of that. But I know people have had the objection over Robinson versus Smith as batters. I think, look, selection's about more than just looking at the run charts in the county championship and picking who's got the highest number, basically. Obviously that should come into it, and the eye test is one thing, but so is the ability to get scores, week after week, which is but Smith is doing that, not quite to the same extent as Robinson this season, although this week will have helped his numbers as well. But they've seen him on Lions tours. You got was it 70 ball 100 for the Lions in India, was it, or in Sri Lanka? Yeah,
at the start of 2023.
And they're picking for the future. So
yeah, and also what I'd say is I think you can get overly drawn into run scoring charts in individual seasons. Like Joe Root, when he comes and plays county championship, he doesn't always top. He doesn't always top the averages. There's so much context that the charts don't take into consideration. So, what pitches you play on, for example, the quality of opposition bowling attacks, drop chances. You can be lucky, you can be unlucky. Looking at just a list of leading run scorers over an 8-game period, just because you're slightly ahead of someone else, that doesn't mean you're necessarily playing better.
Which is not to say that Ollie Robinson might be a very fine Test cricketer, or that Jamie Smith will crack it. But also, I think some of the negative reaction I've seen, I was trying to imagine it if Ollie Robinson wasn't doing what he was doing, and you would just see Smith as a very sensible Test whacking batting pick just based on his county championship record, because you have a guy who, by England's estimation, is a good keeper, and who is an exceptionally talented batter who is putting up numbers that attest to that fact.
And I think if you look at overall career numbers as well, Smith averages a fair bit more than Robinson does, and that's having played the vast majority of his first-class career in Division 1. He's got more first-class hundreds than Robinson. He's a couple of years younger. And I think it's the scale of his recent progression against everything, red ball and white ball. He's been the leading T20, or at least one of the leading T20 batters in the country this year as well. It's left alone by Elgar. Completes another Jordan Clark over, just one run from it. Essex, slow and steady progress so far in the second innings. It looks like survival is the primary aim for the remainder of the day. 6 overs gone, 6 overs remain in the day.
And that's sensible from Essex. I don't think people should take that as an indication that they're just batting out for the draw. There's plenty of time left. We'll get should get well over 100 overs tomorrow if the weather stays fair, and the run rate won't be too high even if they don't score another run for the rest of the day.
This time Worrell does beat the outside edge of Brown. Such a probing line and length from Worrell, who naturally gets the ball to shape away from right-handers and into left-handers. Brown's got to play at that because of the threat of the late movement that Worrell does get. Interestingly, Ryan Patel positioned at a leg slip. Worrell sometimes picks up wickets sort of angling the ball at a left-hander's hip. Not too far off that delivery there.
And Essex will be able to look at the sort of the makeup of Surrey's attack as well. James Taylor's bowled well in the last 2 games since he's come in, but he's not quite of the calibre of Worrell and Clark, perhaps.
Slightly shorter from Worrell. That's left alone by Brown.
I think they might especially think if they can sort of see off Worrell, they might be able to get the runs against the rest of the Surrey attack.
Yeah, they keep coming at you though, Surrey. Tom Laws is so effective coming on as a first change bowler. Very rarely handed a brand new ball. Quite a speculative bowler. Mixes things up. Got a slippery bumper. Accurate Yorker. Then, as you say, James Taylor has impressed so far this season. Taylor's not played a lot of first-class cricket, but a highly rated prospect. You know, if you go back 7 years as a 16-year-old on his first-class debut, you got rid of Craig Brathwaite in a tour game, Derbyshire against West Indies. And then we've not seen much of it in this game, but you've got the off-spin of Dan Lawrence as well, who's had a very good year actually with the ball in both formats for Surrey.
And you've also got Ryan Patel if needed.
There are plenty of bowling options for the home side. So world clock's 85 miles per hour. He's quicker than you think. It's not just the accuracy, it's not just the movement. He really does hurry you as well. That's what makes him such a threat. Left alone by Elgar, and that completes the 7th over of the Essex innings. Slow and steady progress, 11 for none after those 7 overs. We'll quickly go around the grounds. So Worcestershire picked up a hugely important victory over Durham, chasing 231. They got there just 4 wickets down. Kashif Ali finishing unbeaten on 76 not out. Kent following on against Hampshire. They narrowly missed out on avoiding the follow-on, but they're going well in the second innings. They trail by 30 at Stumps, just 2 wickets down. Ben Compton, 71 not out. He's got Jack leaning for company. Oh, Clark beats Brown again. The ball just holds its line. Very fun-looking scorecard in Southport at the moment. So Notts following on against Lancashire. They're 82 for 2, but off 44 overs.
Oh wow.
Will Young, the New Zealander, is 11 off 100 with 2 overs remaining in the day. Jimmy Anderson, of course, 7 for 35 in the first innings. Just 4 overs so far in the second. Got him! Parried by the man at third slip, safely into the hands of Ben Folkes. Jordan Clark has an early breakthrough. Nick Brown departs for 9. Essex 11 for 1. Ben, that was coming. Really probing start from both Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell. They're rewarded with an early breakthrough.
Yeah, they were beating the bat time and again. They were building that pressure, and it was only a matter of time until one of them found the edge, really. And in the end, just a bit of fortune in how it actually fell, or was claimed. Who's that at third slip? Was that Jamie Smith?
Yeah, Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
At third slip. Diving across second slip, you feel that if Smith left that alone, that's probably gone straight to second. But at the end, he's dropped it, but he's dropped it upwards. So it presented Ben Folkes with the simplest of chances. An assist from the England Test wicketkeeper
to the former
England Test wicketkeeper.
It was almost like a goalkeeper dive, that, wasn't it? Sort of tipped it around the post.
But yeah, Surrey have been right on the money so far in the evening session.
Do you feel like Surrey make a habit of these sort of reflex catches, or not the sort of the rebound
catches? I was just
catches?
thinking that actually, that there have been a couple this season. There's one involving Dom Sibley.
Off the boot or something, was it?
Yeah. I think that one was extraordinary.
I remember one last year when, and that was another that went to Folkes, but that was more freakish from Folkes as well, where he had to really react. This one just lobs up and was the simplest chance in the end. You can't coach that, can you?
I don't know. I suppose if you practice catching as a cordon, that just must happen every now and then.
Yeah, I guess so.
Ethan Bosch, the new man in, performing the role of night watchman with only a handful of overs left in the day. Full from Clark, half-hearted appeal.
In that game, the Durham Worcestershire game that you were talking about, Yas, did you notice that Ben Stokes came into bat at number 9?
Yes, I saw that.
With I think Peter Siddle and Matt Potts used as night watchmen in that game, but the previous evening, so Stokes wasn't hiding himself behind 2 night watchmen. It was a very rain-interrupted innings, which meant that there were night watchmen at number 4 and number 5, and then a long range late, and the next night Ben Stokes comes out, so he's not hiding himself, but he wasn't out to the last ball of the day. Sort of Stumps played everywhere in that game. But it's been an interesting round, the Captain Championship, because sort of a few sort of would-be title chasers, I think, who have just that Durham game is obviously big at one end of the table for Worcestershire, but also at the other end of the table for Durham, and I suppose we'll see as well for Worcestershire what Lancashire can do tomorrow, because if Notts are just determined to bed in, that could be a hard thing to break apart. Obviously Nathan Lyon, 4th day pitch.
Appeal from behind the stumps, but I think Bosch got a bit of bat on it, hence the lack of appeal from the bowler himself.
And Somerset look unlikely to force a win as well, don't they? And possibly even Warwickshire ahead in that game, are they?
Yeah, Warwickshire ahead, 270 for 6 in the second innings, leading by 398. Jacob Bethel, 62 off 81. Sorry, 62 off 81. Craig Overton with a 4 for there. So yeah, Somerset, who are going well, who look unlikely to be able to force a win, do well to secure a draw. Bosch leaves that one alone. Ends a wicket maiden for Jordan Clark. He has figures of 1 for 6 from 4 overs. Given the opportunity to take the new ball, no Kemal Roach for this round of fixtures. Slightly different field to the Surrey attack. Clark, often like Tom Laws, who I'm sure we'll see either later this evening or certainly tomorrow, generally operates as a first change bowler for Surrey, but he's been really threatening with the new ball. Hardly bowled a loose ball, neither is Dan Worrell at the other end. I guess the danger is, and I'm not saying that Essex have come out here just trying to survive. Edge, but along the floor from Dean Elgar, as well played. Just raced away to the boundary. He picks up 4. It's his first boundary. Essex 15 for 1. I guess the danger is you end up, you have a ball with your name on it, and you haven't really gone anywhere as a side, and you've actually got through quite a few overs. But I don't think that's actually what Essex have tried to do. I think it's just more a consequence of how accurately Surrey have bowled with the new ball.
And it being that new ball as well. I mean, you're more likely to survive the ball and your name on it if you are just looking to defend, I suppose. Which is not the way England would see it, but.
Well, from around the wicket, tucked in the leg side, Elgar goes with a quick single and gets it. Very keen to get off strike.
Well, make the night watchman earn his money.
Yeah. Again, quite a misleading vision on the screen there with the clouds in the background. It's actually, as this current image shows, really quite bright at the moment. The floodlights are on, but natural light more than doing its job.
Yeah, and you can see just where Elgar is at the non-striker's edge, you can see the shadow cutting just across the umpire. You've got about half the umpire in sunlight. If we had 6 overs left, I wonder whether the shadow would move on to the stumps, and that could be an issue, but we should just be okay, I think.
Fuller from Worrell, leading edge from Bosch. Probably was a single there, but His job as night watchman is to face as many balls as possible, protect Dean Elgar at the other end, help him get through to Stumps unscathed. Yeah, so that Somerset game is obviously of interest to both Surrey and Essex fans. I think we worked out earlier that if Surrey were to push through and get the win today, their lead at the top of the table would be 29 points, presuming that Somerset don't pull off an extraordinary final day victory there. Let's go to Division 2. So an enormous win for Yorkshire, won by an innings and 204 runs over Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Back-to-back wins for Yorkshire. Their only 2 wins of the season so far. Takes them within touching distance of the second promotion spot. Could have a totally ridiculous final day run chase at Cheltenham. So Glamorgan are 222 for 3, chasing 593.
Wow.
Very odd game. So Gloucestershire in the first innings were bowled out for 179. Glamorgan followed it up with 197. And then Gloucestershire in their second innings amassed 610 for 5.
With that double 100 from James Bracey.
Yeah, about 100s too from Cameron Bancroft and Mars Hammond. So they declared, leaving Glamorgan 593, but Glamorgan are going well, and they've got Marnus Labuschagne and Sam North East well set at the crease to start on day 4, so it's improbable.
It's not a bad pair to have. I mean, Sam North East, no one goes big as well as him.
Oh, sure, that was nasty from Worrell. Well negotiated in the end from Elgar. Completes Worrell's 5th over. Essex 17 for 1 after 9. We have 3 overs remaining in the day. Elsewhere, Middlesex are about to lose at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Middlesex has 316 for 9. Chasing 466. That'll be Leicestershire's first win of the season. Obviously came so close last week in dramatic circumstances against top of the table Sussex. Ben Mike with a 3 for there. And Sussex have already secured a victory against Northants, winning by 63 runs at Wantage Road.
Back-to-back wins for them as well then.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty at the top of the Division 2 table. 5 wins out of 9. 27 points clear of Yorkshire in 3rd place. Ball him! No shot on offer from Ethan Bosch, and Jordan Clark picks up his 2nd wicket of the evening session. Essex 17 for 2. The night watchman Ethan Bosch gone for 1.
Yeah, not done his job there, but I fancy this was a brilliant piece of bowling. Let's have a look.
That's coming so far. That is coming so far. You can't really criticise Bosch for deciding to leave the ball based on its initial line, but from wide of the crease, Clark has got that to really hoop in. That's come in such a long way.
That is the dream delivery, isn't it?
Yeah.
I should give him the new ball more often.
Yeah, off stump, out the ground. There's a big wicket. Bosch, not just a night watchman, but he's got a first-class 100 to his name. He's got a decent record with the bat. And it means that...
Is it another night watchman? Or...
No, it looks like Tom Wesley will be coming out at number 4. And remember, folks, no Jordan Cox for Essex in both innings in this game, so Essex effectively only have 7 rather than 8 wickets remaining.
Yeah, sort of effectively 17 for 3, but then when one's the night watchman, you sort of... Was that counteract?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I think Bosch, if Essex were to pull off this run chase, he's a very handy guy to have in the lower order. we're into that territory of the day where there's basically nothing to gain from Essex other than just getting through. Just 17 balls remaining. Tom Wesley taking guard, taking an off-stump guard. Yeah, just on a couple of the Surrey bowlers, Dan Worrell's numbers this season are extraordinary. 32 wickets at 15.5 in the Championship. Jordan Clark, 24 wickets at 26. They're never present in the Surrey team this season. One of the first names on the team sheet. No matter who's available, Clark always plays. Always shows his worth. One of the best signings in the county game in recent years, moving from Lancashire.
Yeah, Lancashire must be kicking themselves for having let him go when they did.
Surrey have got such a good knack of really smart signings where they identify traits in a player that might not have been fully utilised at their previous county. Cam Steele's probably the best example of that. Sort of using his leg spin when no one else had really seen his potential as a red ball leg spinner. Oh, beats the outside edge. That's a corker from Clark, just holding its line. Again, a ball where Wesley had to play at it. He had to cover the stumps, given the angle of the delivery.
This is a brilliant over so far. Wonder if Surrey are going to say something. Look, the lights are as good as they've been all day. Can we just squeeze a few more in?
Probably play till 8:30 with this light. But yeah, only 2.2 overs remaining today. Yeah, I guess Dan Lawrence is another one. Surrey, obviously everyone knows how good Dan Lawrence is, but Surrey saw his off spin as something that could be used more in both red and white ball cricket. He's bowled a lot more for Surrey than he did at Essex. Obviously, the fact that Essex have Simon Harm is a big reason why he didn't bowl quite as much as you might expect at Essex, but again, another clever signing. Dan Worrell himself was actually a really good signing. Been at Gloucestershire and he's been a standout bowler in the country for the last couple of years. Oh, just beats Wesley's outside edge again. Brilliant from Clark, as Ben said, a brilliant over. Another wicket maiden for Clark. He has figures of 2 for 6 from 5 overs. Yeah, I mean, alongside Sam Cook, really, you'd say that Worrell's probably been the standout Division 1 seamer in the last 2 or 3 years. Huge part of their title wins. You see Clark coming so close to picking up a 3rd wicket in this spell. 2 overs remaining in the day. Worrell will bowl out from the Vauxhall end. He'll continue around the wicket to Dean Elgar. That man who was at leg slip earlier, he's moved around a little bit squarer. He's at more of a leg gully. And that's flicked through mid-wicket. Not quite timed by Dean Elgar, but he'll pick up 2.
There'll be a little bit of Dean Elgar that's loving this, won't there? This is what he's built for this kind of battle. You know, he's had to fend off the odd short ball as well. Sort of squeeze the 2s where you can to the leg side, a few inside edges here and there. Control some down to 3rd man.
You can tell by the field that that's the angle that Worrell's looking to utilise. Angling it into Elgar. He's got 2 men close in front square, as well as that man catching behind square, Ryan Patel at leg gully. He also has protection at deep fine leg, so 4 fielders on the leg side. You know, that's the natural shape he gets. Do you think the wicket he's going for is almost a flick to those fielders? Because they are all 3 of them quite close.
Possibly. I suppose it also just keeps that seed in the batter's mind, doesn't it? You know, there's nothing wrong with, you know, bowling one outside the off stump and seeing if you can, you know, beat the bat or get him to edge it to the slips. But if you can just make him think that, you know, even if there is one on his pads, he can't just, you know, swing his bat at it with abandon. It's interesting also, as you mentioned, that it is a leg gully to Elgar, whereas it was more of a leg slip to Nick Brown, wasn't it, where we saw that man earlier.
Oh, that has moved so far again. Look at where Ben Folkes has taken that. Outside the tram lines on the leg stump, but that's beaten Elgar's off stump. Good leave. Maybe one on length as much as line. But these Surrey owning bowlers getting so much movement off the pitch, but also through the air. Just 8 deliveries left in the day. 3 slips in play, as well as those 3 men catching on the leg side. And that's jabbed downwards towards deep third. Elgar will pick up a single. He moves into double figures. Essex 20 for 2.
Imagine Wesley won't be too keen on a run here.
Well, Dean Elgar's just coming down for a chat. Two vastly experienced cricketers. Nearly 500 first class matches between them. 30,000 first class runs. They've seen it all before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips in place. Worrell to Wesley. Slightly straighter and defended to mid-on. That completes Worrell's 6th and final over of the evening session. Essex 20 for 2. 1 over remaining in the day. It'll be Jordan Clark to bowl it. Dean Elgar on strike. Really good day for Surrey this.
Yeah, and just a good day's cricket. I mean, obviously, you know, a bit stop-start in the morning, but yeah, I mean, you know, there was a point when you wondered, could Essex keep it to something pretty chaseable? And then Ryan Patel plays that brilliant innings. Obviously, Jamie Smith had set the game up as well, and then this is just exactly what you want when you have that, you know, that last 45 minutes before Stumps. I couldn't have planned it too much better, I think. I was wondering, Yaz, I don't know the answer to this, but with light meters, and you've got situations you have now, where you've got the shadow cutting right across the pitch, would the umpires record it from 2 different ends?
Oh, Clark just beats the outside edge of Dean Elgar's bat. I think you knew when you asked that question that I wouldn't know the answer to it. Maybe that's one for tomorrow. We're going to pick that up tomorrow. Or in the 5 deliveries remaining in the day. If you think you know the answer to that, you can email it in to surreybroadcast@gmail.com. As Surrey pack the cordon, Clark bowling from around the wicket to Dean Elgar. Ryan Patel has moved into a 4th slip. Bit leg side this time from Clark. Folkes takes quite an awkward delivery, cleanly.
It was leg side, but also it wasn't too far away. I mean, that's you know, what Worrell's been bowling for is, you know, that sort of tickle or the clip kind of off the hip, a bit squarish. That could have easily flicked a glove. It's also, I think, it's that 8 balls in a row that Clark has bowled without actually hitting the bat. I mean, he hit the stumps with that first one.
Fuller this time. Elgar does get back on it. He gets off strike. 3 balls remaining in the day. You can't imagine the South African veteran will be backing up too much. Over to you, skipper.
Yeah. Clark will just be looking for a repeat of that ball to Bosch.
Yeah, balls like that just must play on the new batter's mind so much. You've seen a ball moving so far. You'll feel like you can't really leave anything. No one wants to leave a straight one, but you definitely don't want to be the second guy to leave a straight one.
Well, do you remember a Michael Neser hat-trick from a year or two ago in the County Championship? And also the first video that was put up was from the wrong angle, so there were batters leaving balls and getting bowled, and you're like, how are you the second or third batter who's left it and been plumb LW, and then you watch it from front on, and you're like, oh well, there's really nothing else they could have done. It's
2 balls remaining in the day. Jordan Clark to the Essex captain Tom Westley. He does leave this one alone. For this one, moving away from Westley. Clark showing real skill this evening. Real control of where the ball lands, but also what it does through the air. Testing both edges. Final ball of the day. It's another leave. Westley does well to get his gloves out the way, and that ends an outstanding day for the reigning champions and current table toppers against their closest challengers. They started it 44 for 3 in a spot of bother at the start of their second innings, and in a stop-start first half of the day, Jamie Smith was the real star, backing up his first innings 100 with a really confident, brisk 70 that came off just 91 deliveries. Up until that point in the game, only a handful of batters ever really looked in on either side, maybe Matt Critchley and Paul Walter in that Essex first innings, but Smith was excellent again, the only Surrey top 6 batter to pass 15. When he fell with a score of 123 for 5, and Sai Sudharsan, the Indian overseas player, fell in the over after that to leave Surrey 127 for 6. Essex would have sensed that there was an opening in the game, but then Jordan Clark and most emphatically Ryan Patel totally took the game away from Essex. Patel batting with the tail really smartly, moving from 50 to 100 in quick time, his first 50 plus score in the championship since the 2022 summer. That took Surrey up to 278, leaving Essex an unlikely 361. Unlikely but still possible, but of course Essex are without Jordan Cox. For Essex, the 12 overs we had at the end of the day was all about survival, and they didn't quite manage getting through to the close unscathed. Jordan Clark and Dan Orr both excellent, but Jordan Clark the man to strike, dismissing first Nick Brown and then Ethan Bosch, the night watchman, to leave Essex 21 for 2. Ben, the forecast is decent tomorrow. Surrey very, very well placed to extend their lead at the top of the table.
Yeah, and at the start of the innings we were sort of saying, well, Essex maybe have 15-20% chance, maybe that's receding, and although the forecast is decent, Essex might well be hoping that it was a bit like this morning when we had some stop-start showers, despite not much evidence of that from the weathermen. But yeah, it's just a day when Surrey have shown why they are champions and why they are top of the table. A game that the day was there to be seized, and Ryan Patel especially did that, and then Jordan Clark with that wonderful spell. And that ball will still be new enough tomorrow, and Clark and Dammer all have had a good rest today, then a decent run out this evening, and then be ready to go again. So it's well poised, but Surrey are well placed to take a firm grip at the top of the table, I'd say.
100%. That is it from us. As Ben said, the forecast is good for tomorrow, so join us on the stream at 11 a.m. But that is it from me, Yas Rana, and Ben Gardner alongside me, and our commentary team. Who do we have today? Dan Norcross, Simon Mann, Cam Ponsonby. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anyone else. And our team of producers, Sharky, Jake, John Surtees. We've enjoyed it. Hope you've enjoyed it too. We'll be back tomorrow morning.